Chapter 3480. Maybe. Gunyun was afraid that Guzhen couldn't enter the human path, so he wanted to enter reincarnation with Guzhen and lend Guzhen a hand with his merits? When XN saw Xiaohua take out the corpse of the evil spirit of Xianshui Palace, she knew that he wanted to find a body for the soul of the little monk Gunyun. However, when she saw only Xiaohua and Gunyun was nowhere to be seen, she couldn't help asking. Xiaohua didn't intend to tell her in detail. He told XN to use the Xianyuan water control flag to open the formation and briefly told her what had happened. When he heard that Gunyun gave up the chance to be reborn and chose to enter reincarnation with Guzhen, he couldn't help sighing. Looking at the sage river at dusk, he said with a sigh, "Since the little monk Gunyun cares so much about his brotherhood and bloodline, I'm sure even Buddha will bless him." Guzhen is not that bad. Xiaohua also sighed with emotion. If he didn't care about his brotherhood and believed in the sincerity of his brotherhood, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him even before the evil spirit appeared. Two brothers from the countryside, two Buddhas who have converted to Buddhism, have such true feelings. Why don't many people who have many extravagant hopes that others can't reach in their whole lives? XN looked a little lonely. Looking at the orange sunset that was as red as an egg yolk, she said faintly, "They can give up their kinship for power, they can give up their bloodline for rules, they can be ruthless for benefits. In their hearts, where did their kinship, bloodline and love go? Is it possible that face is more important than freedom? Is it possible that strength is more important than happiness?" Thinking of what XN said before entering the Sage River, Xiaohua knew that XN had endless worries in her heart. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He just nodded and said, "Indeed. The most important thing in the world is love. Love is more beautiful than this sunset and more important than everything in the world." Unfortunately, this love was too simple, too easy, and too neglected by others. Many people gave up on love for their own pursuit. It's rare that Guzhen and Gunyun guarded their brotherly love until the last moment. They should be the happiest people in the world now. XN didn't change her appearance. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her face. Her eyes flashed with confusion and haziness, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun. Perhaps a faintly discernible sigh could be heard, as if it was the sorrow of the ages. Xiaohua didn't dare to look any longer. He placed his hands behind his back and accompanied XN to stand on the Saint River. He looked at the setting sun in the distance and didn't say anything else. "Little monk." XN looked at the red clouds in the sky and said, "In this life, perhaps we won't have the chance to meet again. You want me to call you that?" Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Since we won't have the opportunity to meet again in this life, why must I know her name?" "Sigh, maybe you're right." XN frowned as she looked at the flowing water of the Saint River and said faintly, "But I think you're still upset that I didn't tell you my name. I don't understand. Little monk, can't you just suffer a little?" XN, "Is this little monk that vulgar?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "You already said that we won't meet again in the future. Why must we make it so clear? Besides, you're from a scholarly family. To this little monk, you're a colossus." Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" XN curled her lips. "My name has always been XN. It's just that it's XN for old and new." "I told you long ago, but you're stupid, you didn't think of it. What's your surname?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "You only told me your name. Why didn't you tell me which scholarly family you're from?" "There's no need for that." XN shook her head. "You just need to know my name." I understand." Xiaohua nodded. "Actually, I already told you my surname in the profound water palace. Once you enter a noble family, you're as deep as the ocean. From now on, my dear Xiao is just a passerby. It's just that you're not much smarter than me and didn't understand. You. XN said the word, "you," 3 times in a row. Without taking out her mount, auspicious clouds appeared under her feet and she soared into the sky. Her voice was still filled with hatred. "I won't see you in this life, and I won't be bothered to see you in my next life either. Alright, we won't see each other for 3 lifetimes. I won't be seeing you off. Xiaohua raised his hand and smiled at Xen Xen. Seeing Xen Xen fly into the distance, Xiaohua was shocked again. He patted his head and thought regretfully, damn it, bickering is refreshing. But no matter what, I should have let this girl send me to Jinshan Temple. Ci Hui has already attained enlightenment. Who knows where he went? I know the location of Jinshan Temple, but can I find it myself? At this moment, Xen Xian's voice fell into his ears like a mosquito. Oh right, little monk Xiao, I forgot to tell you. 300 li south of Saint River is Pingxi City. East of the city is Jietai Temple. The temple's abbot is a good friend of Ci Hui. You can go there and ask for the location of Jinshan Temple. Don't think too much. This is what Ci Hui entrusted to me before entering the profound water palace. And the person I'm looking for is really my nephew. Xen Xian's words were so soft that they couldn't be heard. Of course, with Xen Xian's cultivation, she wouldn't have flown too far. It could only mean that she didn't really want to say it. Thank you. Unlike Xen Xen, Xiaohua suddenly used the Buddhist lion's roar. After sending out the 4 words, he immediately used the wind evasion technique and rushed towards the south while laughing heartily. While flying, he was still imagining Xen Xian's trembling face after being frightened by this thunderous sound. Damn it! Xen Xen wasn't the only one who was startled. Even the strange bird beneath her was so startled that its wings exploded and it almost fell from the sky. Xen Xen managed to stabilize the strange bird with great difficulty. She couldn't help but grumble. However, after a while, when the strange bird stabilized its flight, Xen Xen frowned again. This little monk is interesting. Where did he come from? It's not rare for him to have Buddhist and Daoist techniques, but how can the Devil Realm's techniques be in the same body as my Confucian cultivator's true qi? It's a pity that this little monk is so tight-lipped. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get any information out of him. Hee, little monk Xiao, they're really interesting. Alas, it's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to see such an interesting little monk again. The affairs of this world are really hard to understand. Xiaohua didn't have as many thoughts as Xen Xen. He flew 100 li south of Saint River. Suddenly he froze, dumbstruck. Although night had fallen, he could clearly see that the scene below his feet was the same as what he saw in the profound water palace's illusory formation. It was exactly the same. At the foot of the mountain ridge, which was not too high, a small stream gurgled in the darkness. Amidst the sparse aquatic plants, a few frog croaks could be heard. Beside the stream was a Bodhi tree. However, there was nothing under the Bodhi tree. There were only some tracks of ox hooves on the flat ground. There were no small monks or chess pieces. Xiaohua was shocked. Is this still an illusory formation? While he was thinking, the green light between Xiaohua's eyebrows flourished. Layers of dense lightning flashed in the night sky. Fortunately, the scene didn't collapse under the lightning and thunder, causing Xiaohua to feel slightly relieved. Just as Xiaohua was about to continue forward, his heart skipped a beat. He reached into his bosom and felt around. Hiss! Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In his hand was the black triangle that Gunyan gave him in the illusory formation. Damn it, what's going on here? Is this an illusory formation or not? Xiaohua didn't understand. An indescribable strangeness arose in his heart. Xiaohua looked around and even released his soul sense. He didn't find anything abnormal. Only then did he look at the triangle in his hand. This triangle looks a bit familiar, right? Didn't I also get a triangle when I killed Qinjian? Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the triangle from the space. Just as he took it out, Xiaohua was stunned again. Strange. Normally, I would send things into the space. Why didn't I do it in the illusory formation? Why did I put it in my bosom instead? Could it be that the space can't be created in the illusory formation? It's a good thing that the secret of the space wasn't exposed in the illusory formation. Otherwise, how could Mo Ling be fooled? Immediately, Xiaohua used his transcendence vision to look at the triangle. It really was the same as the triangle that Gunyan gave him. There was an indistinct chess piece hidden inside. Since the two triangles had some origin, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Someone probably brought this thing to the Dawn Rain continent just like the appearance of the setting sun island. He didn't pass through the three natural formations and left it behind. I'll keep it for now. Who knows what it is? Xiao Hua kept the two triangles, but his eyes were looking ahead. In the darkness of the night, there was a small village, and there was a disciple he took in the illusion. However, according to Gunyan, that was in Wang Bianfei's dream. He didn't know if Wang Bianfei still remembered. Was the thing that happened in Wang Bianfei's dream real? Unfortunately, the difference between dream and reality wasn't small. Xiao Hua actually flew 100 li before he saw the familiar mountain village and familiar mountain ridge. This was much farther than the environment. Xiao Hua very familiarly swept his divine sense over Wang Bianfei's home. However, when he saw that Wang Bianfei's home was pitch black without any light, he couldn't help but be stunned. He only saw Wang Bianfei once, and it was in the illusory formation. How could he know what Wang Bianfei's home was like at night? However, looking at the entire small village, other than a few farmhouses that were dark like Wang Bianfei's home, the other houses more or less had candles. There were also some children making noise. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be somewhat puzzled. Chapter 3481. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua descended from the sky and arrived at the neighboring house next to Wang Bianfei's house. The farmhouse's small courtyard didn't have any walls, only a few withered branches were inserted there. Xiao Hua stood next to the fence that also couldn't be considered a gate. He put his palms together and said, "Amit ba." As Xiao Hua's voice entered the house, a 40-something-year-old man's head popped out from the flickering light. Then the man's head shrank back. A rather thin woman walked out with a gray thing in her hand. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the woman handed over the thing in her hand and said with some displeasure, "Little monk, you came to the wrong house. If you want to beg for alms, you have to go to the village. Master Wang lives there." Xiao Hua smiled and hurriedly raised his hand. He said with a smile, "Auntie misunderstood. This poor monk isn't here to beg for alms." "If little master isn't here to beg for alms, then what are you here for?" Hearing that Xiao Hua wasn't here to beg for alms, the woman hurriedly withdrew the thing in her hand and even changed the way she addressed him. Xiao Hua pointed at Wang Bianfei's house and asked, "Excuse me, auntie, is this the house of little benefactor Wang Bianfei?" The woman nodded. "Why is little master looking for Wang Bianfei?" "Oh, I understand. Little master is here to find Wang Bianfei to paint, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua was happy. He didn't need to find a reason, so he nodded and said, "Auntie is right. But why is there no one in little benefactor Wang Bianfei's house?" "Oh, little master, it's really unfortunate. I'm afraid you've come for nothing." The woman said exaggeratedly, "There's no one in Wang Bianfei's house, and I reckon there won't be anyone in these few days." "How can that be?" Xiao Hua was anxious. This little monk is here on master's order to ask Wang Bianfei to paint. If he's not home, how can this little monk return? "Auntie, do you know where Wang Bianfei went?" "Hee, you've asked the right person. I'm afraid only I know where they went in this village." The woman said with a smile. "What does auntie mean?" This little monk doesn't understand. Xiao Hua is even more baffled. This little monk heard that Wang Bianfei only has one mother in his family. Where can an orphan and widow go? If it were anyone else. I really wouldn't tell them. The woman was very mysterious. She lowered her voice and said, "Before sunset today, most of the villagers were plowing the fields and hadn't returned. Because my old man..." "Boy's mother, what are you doing there?" A loud roar came from the house. The woman trembled and hurriedly cried out, "Boy's father, I'll be right back." Then he finally said concisely, "When I came back, I bumped into Wang Yifei's mother. She locked the door and left with Wang Yifei. She said that she was going to Pingxi City. There was a rich merchant who wanted Wang Yifei to paint for them and wanted to stay in Pingxi City for a month. She said that she had 3 coins of silver. My goodness, 3 coins of silver. How many things could she buy with that?" After sighing with emotion, The woman didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to leave. "Auntie, which direction is Pingxi City?" Xiaohua hurriedly asked again. The woman raised her hand and pointed to the south again. She turned around and asked curiously, "Could it be that you're not a monk in Pingxi City's temple?" "Many thanks, Auntie." Xiaohua didn't dawdle with her. He hurriedly released his Buddhist awareness and swept it in the direction of Pingxi City. Xiaohua originally had a calm expression as he thanked the woman. However, his expression suddenly changed. Anger appeared on his face. He snorted faintly and immediately used the wind escape technique to fly away. Hearing Xiaohua's cold snort, the woman stared blankly and turned her head to look. However, where was Xiaohua's shadow in front of the gate? "Ghost!" The woman screamed and hurriedly rushed into the house. However, her hand was still tightly clutching the grayish food. Since there were people in this world, there were naturally good and evil people. Even if human nature was good, when faced with temptation that exceeded their own limits, it was inevitable that they would do something out of line. Therefore, as long as there were people in this world, there would be no pure land in this world. Even if it was the so-called pure land, even if it was the pure land that Buddha spoke of. In a dense forest 50 li away from the small village, only a few dozen zhang away from the main road, there was a small carriage parked. Beside the carriage stood a man holding a sharp knife. This man was none other than the Wang family's housekeeper. In front of him, there was a woman kneeling. Behind the woman was Wang Biafei, who was being firmly protected by the woman's hands. The woman hit the ground with her head and sorrowfully said, "Housekeeper, please take pity on us, mother and son. Just take the gold, we definitely won't dare to say anything. Moreover, from today onwards, we will never return to the village. This way no one will know that you took the gold. Why should you stain your hands with blood because of this?" The housekeeper took a step forward and pressed the sharp knife against the woman's chest. He smiled nastily and said, "Do you think we won't say anything just because you said so? Who knows what you think after you leave? I only know that dead people can't speak. As long as you are a living person, you can't keep secrets." "Housekeeper." The woman was in despair. She grabbed the sharp knife with one hand and blood flowed from her fingertips. Finally, she pleaded, "If you want to kill, then kill me. My son is still young. No matter what he says, others won't believe it. Can you let him go?" The blood on the woman's hand dripped on her towering chest. Under the lantern of the carriage, it looked somewhat coquettish. The housekeeper's eyes flashed and unconsciously revealed a trace of a lewd smile. Looking at the child behind the woman, he smiled nastily and said, "How about this? I will give your child a chance. Thank you, housekeeper. Thank you, housekeeper." The woman didn't know what the housekeeper was thinking and hurriedly thanked him. Soon after, she said to Wang Biafei behind her, "Son, why don't you hurry and thank the housekeeper? You must remember, in the future, you must never say anything." Wang Biafei stood behind his mother. His fists were tightly clenched and his teeth had already bitten through his lips. He stared at the housekeeper without saying a word. At this moment, compared to what Xiaohua saw in the illusion, he was a bit more timid. "When did I say I was going to let this little bastard go?" The housekeeper laughed and said, "I see that you have some beauty. You might as well serve me. This gap is your child's chance. He will run as far as he can. After I am satisfied, I will kill you first and then kill him. How far he can run will depend on you." The woman obviously didn't expect the housekeeper to say this and was really stunned. "You don't agree? Well, now I will kill him first." The housekeeper raised his hand and pretended to take the sharp knife away. "No, no, I promise you, I promise you." The woman hurriedly grabbed the sharp knife. Blood flowed out of her hand again. Then she hysterically shouted behind her, "Son, why don't you hurry and run, mother?" Wang Biafei cried and shouted. His hand tightly grasped his mother's lapel. He also didn't have the rare decisiveness in the illusion. "Why don't you hurry and run?" Wang Biafei's mother turned her hand and slapped Wang Biafei's face. The 5 bloody marks were deeply imprinted on his face and also hit his heart. At this moment, Wang Biafei didn't know what to choose. Fortunately, Before he could make any choice, a faint voice came from above his head. Someone actually dares to bully this Xiao's disciple. He must be tired of living. Master? When Wang Biafei heard this voice, it was as if he woke up from a dream. He looked up at the night sky and shouted, Is it really you? I am not dreaming again, right? As he spoke, Wang Biafei thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, quickly save this disciple. When Wang Biafei shouted like this, the housekeeper and Wang Biafei's mother were stunned. Wang Biafei's mother hurriedly turned her head. The surprise on her face couldn't be concealed even in the darkness of the night. The housekeeper, without hesitation, grabbed the knife from Wang Biafei's mother's hand. However, when the housekeeper only took 2 steps back and was about to escape, he seemed to have thought of something. He clenched his teeth and revealed a ruthless expression. Using all his strength, he stabbed towards Wang Biafei's mother's chest. Nothing could be more vicious than this. This housekeeper actually felt that it was impossible for him to escape from Xiaohua's hands and wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. Only this kind of evil person would come up with that kind of vicious idea. However, the housekeeper's knife only pierced a few inches before it stagnated there and couldn't move forward anymore. Wang Biafei's mother couldn't see anyone in the night sky and was caught off guard when the housekeeper snatched the knife away. She wondered if she had heard wrongly and hurriedly turned her head back. Seeing that the housekeeper was about to attack again, she unhesitatingly spread out her arms and blocked in front of Wang Biafei, pouncing towards the sharp knife. Naturally, without Wang Biafei's mother pouncing in front of the sharp knife, her body couldn't move. Then, very strangely, she moved back half a foot before stopping. A gentle voice sounded in her ear, Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. This evil person won't be able to do evil again in the future. Master? Wang Biafei was really excited. He jumped on the ground and shouted, Where are you? Quickly come on. Xiaohua's voice laughed and said, Don't worry, isn't Master here now? In the night sky, a thin and tall figure covered in starlight flew over from a distance. However, when he got closer, his bald head spoiled the scenery. Master, it's really you. Wang Biafei saw Xiaohua's head and familiar face and couldn't help but shout again, Disciple isn't dreaming this time, right? If it's a dream, would you be in such danger? Xiaohua smiled, but there was coldness in his smile. He had seen everything that the housekeeper had done. He really didn't expect that there would be such a vicious person in this world. Compared to him, Xiaohua felt that Mo Ling was clean. Chapter 3482. This concubine greets, Master. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Xiaohua waved his hand. How could he let her kneel down? He smiled and said, Don't be so polite. I don't like empty etiquette the most. Mother, you see, what the boy said this morning is right. Wang Bianfei held his mother's arm and said happily, The boy really acknowledged a master in his dream. Now, Master is here. Do you believe it? Son, why aren't you greeting your master? Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei and said, You acknowledged a master in your dream. Now you have to kowtow. Yes, the boy knows. Wang Bianfei also remembered and hurriedly knelt down and said, Disciple Wang Bianfei greets Master. Xiaohua didn't stop him and nodded. Master doesn't have so many rules. It's the first time you meet, so kowtow a few more times. There's no need to be so troublesome in the future. Yes, disciple knows. Wang Bianfei obediently kowtowed 9 times before getting up. Xiaohua then took some medicine for Wang Bianfei's mother and walked to the front of the housekeeper. He looked up and down and slightly shook his head. The housekeeper's eyes were filled with despair and even some fear. However, Xiaohua didn't see a trace of begging for mercy. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua turned his head and said, Wang Bianfei, yes, Master. Wang Bianfei helped his mother apply the medicine. Seeing the wound on his mother's hand heal, he was even more convinced. Hearing Xiaohua calling him, he hurriedly responded and walked to Xiaohua. Xiaohua asked, Today's disaster, was it because you drew the portrait of Miss Wang and got the gold? Wang Bianfei gnashed his teeth and nodded. Xiaohua asked again, is it related to Wang family? This. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to speak carelessly. His mother hurriedly said, Master, it can't be. Although Master Wang is a bit arrogant, he's not domineering. He still values my son. Since he rewarded the gold, he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. This must be his own idea. Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei also echoed. From what this steward said just now, it should be that he was aroused by greed and wanted to harm this disciple. What are your plans? Xiaohua asked. Wang Bianfei thought for a moment and said honestly, this disciple will listen to Master. Whatever Master says is what it is. Master wants to hear what you think. Xiaohua shook his head and asked, Master? Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to speak but was stopped by Xiaohua. This. Wang Bianfei looked at the butler, who looked like a clay statue. He gritted his teeth and said, those who kill will be killed. If we don't kill him, the boy and mother won't be able to return to the village. What else? Xiaohua's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Wang Yifei's mother opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to say anything. That Wang Bianfei pondered for a moment, his face flushed red, and said in a low voice, what is Master talking about? This disciple doesn't quite understand. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at Wang Bianfei and then at Wang Bianfei's mother. He knew that under his mother's protection, Wang Bianfei was like a flower under a big tree. All the wind and rain were covered by the big tree. He didn't know about the wind and rain outside. What he saw in the illusion was indeed what happened in the past. However, in Wang Bianfei's dream, it was greatly modified by Wang Bianfei. Thinking of this, Xiaohua found it funny. Not to mention Wang Bianfei, even if it was him, didn't he also have a wishful thinking in the illusion? Soon after, Xiaohua said, Hee, Wang Bianfei, don't be nervous. If in the dream you met such a wicked person and killed him, what would you do? Didn't the little monk mention it to you? When Xiaohua mentioned the dream, Wang Bianfei's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment and said, after this disciple kills this person, I will naturally destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Then, I will bring mother back to the village as if nothing happened. Even if the Wang clan discovers that the housekeeper is missing, they won't suspect this disciple. Have you ever thought that the housekeeper is deceiving you? When you leave the village, he will mention it to others. Or perhaps, when you leave the village, you will be seen by others? Xiaohua took advantage of this opportunity to patiently teach Wang Bianfei. When Wang Bianfei heard this, his expression slightly changed. He bitterly smiled and said, since Master said this disciple feels that it's better if we don't return to the village. Even if others didn't discover the housekeeper's matter, the entire village knows about the gold. When Wang Bianfei said this, Wang Bianfei's mother's expression greatly changed. She seemed to have thought of something. The Wang clan is wealthy, but the Wang clan is also powerful. No one dares to provoke them. Xiaohua says word by word, although your family's gold is much less than the Wang family's, if you can't protect this gold, not to mention the housekeeper, in the future, the Wang family servants and even the villagers will more or less find trouble with you. Jade is innocent, but possessing jade is a crime. Master's words are extremely true. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly smiled and said, I always felt that something was wrong these few days. The Shenlauer's wife next door always came to borrow food from me. The village entrance. I won't say any more. Only today did I understand. A few days? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He looked at Wang Bianfei and asked, how many days have passed since you painted the tiger? Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei said, that was 10 days ago. However, it should be because disciple dreamt of it last night that Master saw it. Right, Master came out from inside. What about the little monk? He was originally a part of the illusion. He can't come out. Moreover, you won't be able to see him in the future. Xiaohua didn't hide and replied. Master? Wang Bianfei's face was somewhat sad. The little monk is quite good. Master also knows. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. Good people don't necessarily have long lives. Xiaohua looked at the evil housekeeper again. Of course, sometimes evil people also don't have long lives. Wang Bianfei, how do you think this housekeeper should die? Xiaohua moved his gaze away from the housekeeper's face and asked again. How should he die? Wang Bianfei was stunned. This question was indeed somewhat difficult for a child who wasn't even 10 years old. Let his head flow with pus, the soles of his feet bubble, and his body grow poisonous sores. Let him howl for 10 days and 10 nights until he dies. Wang Bianfei said as if he was telling a nursery rhyme. Good as you wish. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master, disciple just said it casually. Wang Bianfei replied in surprise. Let's forget about killing him. Find a hole to bury him. Hee, this evil person bullied you and your mother like this. If Master didn't come, you too would have died miserably in his hands. How can you let him die peacefully? Xiaohua pointed his hand. A trace of devil energy fell between the housekeeper's eyebrows under the cover of the night. The housekeeper trembled. His eyes that were originally looking death in the eye flashed with an unspeakable fear. The housekeeper's body could also move at this moment. Moreover, it was very powerful. This was because after the trembling, the butler's entire body was trembling, as if he was twitching and struggling. Even the muscles on the butler's face were twisting and trembling. Bean-sized beads of sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead, neck, and other parts of his body, soaking his clothes. Hee. The housekeeper opened his mouth as if he wanted to scream. However, his tongue was twisted into a ball. His throat was also uncontrollable. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He could only howl like he was retching. Gradually, the housekeeper curled up into a prawn. His body seemed to have shrunk. Under the carriage's lantern, his face appeared particularly dark. After another moment, the housekeeper suddenly rolled on the ground. His head, hands, and body hit a tree and hit a stone. Strands of black blood seeped out from his body. This blood, sweat, and mud smeared on the housekeeper's body. He looked worse than a beggar. Wang Bianfei looked somewhat unbearable. Wang Bianfei's mother had already closed her eyes, not daring to look. Wang Bianfei couldn't help but say, Master, look? Xiaohua said indifferently, You have to remember, if Master didn't come, I'm afraid you would be even more miserable than this. Yes. Wang Bianfei bit his lips. His eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. After all, he was born in a village. Although he was fated to become Xiaohua's disciple, no matter if it was hidden immortal continent or western paradise, they were both not good places. Xiaohua admittedly protected him for a while, but it was impossible for him to protect him for a lifetime. Wang Bianfei was also not comparable to Lu. Therefore, Xiaohua could only let him experience a little bit. Although this experience was somewhat cruel to him. Pa! A muffled sound echoed. Wang Bianfei's eyes jumped. He saw a thin crack burst open on the housekeeper's forehead. A pitch-black pus flowed out from the inside. Immediately, muffled sounds continuously came from the housekeeper's body. Cracks like a baby's mouth spread all over the housekeeper's body. Sigh. Let's go. Xiaohua slightly sighed. He knew that if he continued to look, Wang Bianfei's heart might not be able to bear it. He waved his hand and said. Wang Bianfei finally let out a sigh of relief and respectfully said, Yes, I will listen to Master's instructions. Go, bring the carriage over. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, Master, I will go. Wang Bianfei's mother rushed to go. Xiaohua smiled and said, There's no need for sister-in-law to go, let Wang Bianfei go. Mother, the boy will go, you just have to wait. Wang Bianfei hurriedly ran over and untied the horse's reins from the big tree. He pulled the horse over with great effort. That horse obviously refused to accept it. It shook its head and almost pulled Wang Bianfei to the ground. Wang Bianfei's mother's heart had long been pulled. But seeing that Xiaohua was silent and motionless, she also didn't dare to move. When Wang Bianfei pulled the carriage over with great difficulty, Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't help but run 2 steps and took the reins. She respectfully said to Xiaohua, Master, please get on the carriage. Hee, there's no need for sister-in-law to drive the carriage. Xiaohua smiled and said, It's already late. You and Wang Bianfei are both tired. Just rest in the carriage. This Xiao will drive the carriage. How could I dare to trouble master? Wang Bianfei's mother said very uneasily, You are Wang Bianfei's master and also my savior. Chapter 3483. Get on the carriage, no need to be polite. Xiaohua took the reins and said unquestionably. Wang Bianfei's mother was helpless and could only climb onto the carriage. Wang Bianfei also nimbly jumped onto the carriage, but he didn't follow his mother into the canopy, but instead sat in front obediently. Hee. Xiaohua looked at this unusually intelligent child and smiled. He also floated onto the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He skillfully shook the reins and shouted, Jia! The carriage slowly moved towards the main road not far away. It was actually very obedient. The carriage started to move. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head as he waved his left hand. The housekeeper's blood-curdling screams came out one after another. By the time the carriage reached the main road, the blood-curdling screams had already become hoarse and gradually stopped. Master, Wang Bianfei whispered, if the housekeeper's corpse is found in the morning, what should we do? It won't. Xiaohua looked forward and said indifferently, after half a cup of tea, not even his bones will be left. He will completely turn into a pool of black water. See. Wang Bianfei sucked in a breath of cold air. The expression on his face was somewhat stiff. Xiaohua glanced at Wang Bianfei and said indifferently, What? Are you regretting it a little? I don't regret it. Wang Bianfei's face immediately turned red and he hurriedly shook his head. I haven't said what I regret yet. How do you know you don't regret it? Xiaohua asked again. Master. At this time, Wang Bianfei's mother spoke from behind. This morning, I heard little Four talk about the situation in his dream. Is everything in it true? Does Master have the ability to transcend heaven and earth? Xiaohua was stunned and nodded. Yes, everything in Wang Bianfei's dream was done by me. Even on a normal day, I can also do it. Since that's the case, can Grandmaster also fly with me and little Four? Of course. Xiaohua already understood what Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to say and replied with a smile. Son, why don't you think about it? Why can Master fly with you and your mother? Why must we sit in this carriage? Didn't Master say to let mother and the boy rest in the carriage? Wang Bianfei asked in confusion. Master can fly, so where can't he take us to rest? Why must we do it in the carriage? Boy, I don't know. Wang Yifei was at a loss. Xiaohua smiled and said, Let's not talk about it, we'll know when the time comes. Oh right, Wang Bianfei, tell me, how did you dream of the little monk? Master, call him Little Four. This is his nickname. Master keeps calling him Wang Bianfei. This concubine feels that you are treating him as an outsider. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly said. He good. Xiaohua readily agreed. Then Wang Yifei told her how he dreamed of the little monk and everything that had happened. The night slowly deepened. The sound of horse hooves, the creaking of the carriage, and the child's clear voice were like a happy song on the road. In the end, a child was still a child. As he spoke, he fell asleep on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua sent Wang Bianfei to the tent. Wang Bianfei's mother had already fallen asleep. It seemed that both of them were mentally and physically exhausted after the scare. Although they were excited just now, once they relaxed, they fell asleep easily. Xiaohua didn't care about the carriage anymore. He trusted the reins and let the horse stroll on the road. He frowned and pondered over what Wang Bianfei had just said. This Wang Bianfei was very strange. Since he was young, he could dream of illusions. In that illusionary realm, he first met Gu Nian. Gu Nian was frightened in the illusionary realm and was abnormally depressed. After seeing Wang Bianfei, he was naturally wild with joy and played with Wang Bianfei very happily. Just before Xiaohua entered the illusionary realm, there was also a Confucian disciple who entered the illusionary realm. However, that Confucian disciple was not as lucky as Xiaohua. He gradually got lost in the illusionary realm and never escaped again. As for Wang Bianfei, after hearing Gu Nian talk about the terror of the illusion, he never dared to walk into the depths of the illusion. Therefore, when he saw Xiao Hua in the illusion that day, Wang Bianfei said so many things that Xiao Hua couldn't understand. As for the illusion that Xiao Hua entered, it was naturally the illusion in his heart. This illusion just so happened to be entangled with Wang Bianfei's dream. This allowed Xiao Hua to have the strange matter of accepting a disciple in his dream. What surprised Xiao Hua even more was that Wang Bianfei clearly remembered the cultivation techniques and so on that he taught Wang Bianfei in the illusion. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he would probably be able to cultivate immediately. Alas, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Previously, I felt that Lu Yi was very smart. However, compared to this Wang Bianfei, Lu Yi is slightly inferior. Xiao Hua said with a somewhat bitter smile. Of course, perhaps it's Wang Bianfei's unknown talent that created his intelligence. In the future, if this talent can be used for cultivation, then he'll be even more of a prodigy in my Dao sect. Actually, looking at Wang Bianfei's situation, it's more suitable for him to cultivate Confucian cultivation. However, no matter if he cultivates Daoist cultivation techniques or Confucian cultivation techniques, I can teach him both. The problem is, should I bring them back to the hidden immortal continent? Xiao Hua was somewhat worried. If I bring them back, how? Put them in the Chengkuan bag? If I bring them to the hidden immortal continent, how should I explain it to them? Wouldn't others know that I appeared in the western land of ultimate bliss? But if I don't bring them back, how will I settle them down? The night passed very quickly. When the sky started to brighten, Wang Bianfei and his mother woke up. Xiao Hua took out 2 spirit jujubes and let them eat it. After another half an hour, when the sky was bright and there was actually a caravan of merchants passing by behind them, Xiao Hua let Wang Bianfei and his mother get off the carriage while he drove the carriage to negotiate with the caravan of merchants. He used the carriage and horses to exchange for a few taels of silver. Seeing Xiao Hua walking back with large strides, Wang Bianfei immediately stepped forward and bowed. Master, disciple has come to apologize. Disciple gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain and actually doubted Master. It was really disrespectful. No matter. Xiao Hua handed the silver to Wang Bianfei's mother and said with a smile, "You are still young, maybe you didn't think it through thoroughly. In fact, there are some things that you don't need to force others to know. As long as you understand it, your heart can live with it, and can face the heavens magnanimously." Yes, disciple will remember. Wang Bianfei said sincerely. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and covered the 2 of them. He said, the trivial matters are over, we should get down to business. Immediately, Xiao Hua took the 2 of them and flew to the nearby mountain peak. Wang Bianfei and his mother saw Xiao Hua's immortal method and unconsciously became excited. Their eyes looked left and right, very curious. Sister-in-law? Xiao Hua pointed to the distance with his finger and said with a smile, there is a cave over there, clean it up a bit and use it as your and Xiao Xi's residence. We will stay here for 3 days. I understand. When Wang Bianfei's mother heard this, she immediately understood. She hurriedly took some of her belongings and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua then beckoned to Wang Bianfei and said, Wang Bianfei, come here. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei walked over and carefully answered. Sit down cross-legged, just like what master taught you before. Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Bianfei and instructed. Then, according to the instructions of the technique, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and turned his palms towards the sky to sense. As Xiao Hua thought, Wang Bianfei and Lu Yi were very similar. Although they were already familiar with the technique, they couldn't sense the spiritual energy. In the following 2 days, Xiao Hua taught the other techniques one by one. Wang Bianfei understood them more easily than Lu Yi, but the result was the same as Lu Yi. Xiao Hua saw this and nodded slightly. He already understood something. He waved his hand and took out the soul bridge. He said, Wang Bianfei, close your eyes. No matter what you feel in a while, don't resist. Let master help you take a look. Yes, master. After seeing the technique taught by Xiao Hua, Wang Bianfei no longer had any doubts about Xiao Hua. He answered and immediately closed his eyes. Xiao Hua threw the soul bridge in his hand. A dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. Countless soul strands stretched out from the magic eye imprint. As soon as these soul strands appeared, they immediately vibrated violently. An indescribable whimpering sound came from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. It sounded quite creepy. Following the trembling of these soul strands, strands of misty green light flashed out layer by layer. These strands of green light touched the soul bridge with the soul strands and also fell on the soul bridge. The bone ball that was originally quietly floating in the air began to slowly rotate. As the soul strands fell, the green light on the bone ball began to become dazzling. However, the bone ball's rotation was still relatively slow, as if Xiao Hua's soul force wasn't enough. After a full half cup of tea's time, a crisp "kacha" sound was heard. It was like the sound of a copper lock being opened. The bone ball suddenly sped up. Waves of buzzing sounds could be heard. Moreover, this sound was very rhythmic. In another moment, the entire outer layer of the bone ball completely transformed into a layer of dark green light. Xiao Hua's expression was very serious as he waved the soul strands and drove the bone ball to fly between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Xiao Hua's eyes didn't blink as he stared closely at the bone ball. When the bone ball touched Wang Bianfei's eyebrows, the skin that came in contact with it was instantly dyed dark green. Xiao Hua stopped and took a deep breath. He slightly composed himself before urging it again. When the outer layer of the bone ball easily entered, a happy expression appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Although Xiao Hua already knew about the soul technique used to control soul tools, this was the first time he was actually using it. Especially this kind of soul technique that didn't hurt people, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be a little nervous. The soul bridge entered Wang Bianfei's mind. Without Xiao Hua's control, it slowly moved inside. It didn't take long for it to arrive at the mysterious dark clouds. However, Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark clouds were much weaker than Xiao Hua's. Not only were the heavenly patterns and earth deeds on the dark clouds not obvious, the dark clouds also flickered slightly as if they were breathing. Chapter 3484. At this moment, the layer of green on the soul bridge had already disappeared. Only the white bones on the outer layer of the soul bridge could be seen slowly rotating. This rotation was very strange. The outermost bone balls were not rotating in one direction. Instead, part of them were rotating in one direction while the other part was rotating in another direction. This layer of bone balls was actually divided into 9 directions. Xiao Hua urged his soul strands to carefully touch Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark clouds. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. Under the attack of the tiny lightning strands, the heavenly pattern and earth deed on the surface of the dark clouds also faintly flickered, doing its best to resist the bone balls from entering. Under the attack of the lightning strands, the entire surface of the bone balls was in contact with the dark clouds. Ka. Another slight movement. The outer layer of the bone balls suddenly stopped. And at the same time, the lightning strands and the heavenly pattern and earth deed also disappeared. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Knowing that the soul bridge was effective, his soul strands pushed the soul bridge slightly. As expected, the outermost layer of the soul bridge did not move. Inside, a slightly smaller bone ball was pushed out and entered the mysterious dark clouds. Seeing the lightning strands and the heavenly pattern and earth deed of the mysterious dark clouds reappear, Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his soul strands again. Another vibration was released, and the smaller bone ball's outer layer started to rotate again. Like this, the 18th layer of the soul armament was pushed into the bone layer and a bridge-like passageway appeared in the dark clouds. Soul bridge, it really lives up to its name. Xiao Hua could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although he currently felt extremely tired and the space between his eyebrows was unusually swollen, he still laughed in his heart. With the help of this soul bridge, soul cultivators can directly use soul techniques on the mysterious dark clouds. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua sighed again. It's a pity that this Xiao does not know how to repair the mysterious dark clouds. Otherwise, Wuxia could be revived. The thought of reviving Wuxia flashed through his mind. Soon after, Xiaohua's soul strands entered the soul bridge and looked at the place where he came out of the spiritual energy sky. Aya, what's wrong? Why is this place different from this Xiao's spiritual energy sky? When his soul thread entered, it was blocked by a layer of thick and heavy membrane. Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately after, Xiaohua's consciousness followed the soul strand and entered the back of Wang Bianfei's head. Once the jade archive Xiaohua entered Wang Bianfei's body, it immediately recovered Xiaohua's appearance. Moreover, a very powerful hostility surged from all directions, making Xiaohua have a kind of feeling of being unable to move an inch. Xiaohua knew that this was Wang Bianfei's instinctive rejection of him. Although he had already instructed Wang Bianfei not to resist, those instructions were useless. This kind of rejection was innate. Wang. Without any other choice, Xiaohua could only urge his soul strands once again. Layers of green light covered Xiaohua's mind, blocking the aura of his mind. Only then did the hostility gradually decrease. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua's consciousness hurriedly entered the soul bridge. He saw that inside the soul bridge was a revolving passage, just like the soul cultivators that Xiaohua had seen in the past. However, the method of opening the soul bridge was the same. The revolving of this passage was very chaotic, and he couldn't find any pattern at all. When Xiaohua passed through the soul bridge and saw the entrance of the spiritual energy sky, a transparent restriction flashing with countless starlight, Xiaohua was stupefied. How is this possible? Wang Bianfei is only a child less than 10 years old. Who would seal him? Could it be that he has a background like this Xiao? But that's not right. Even if this Xiao has some background, this Xiao's spiritual energy sky doesn't have this layer of seal. Moreover, this layer of seal looks very strange. It actually uses star power. The cultivators in these 3 continents who can use star power. I'm afraid there are very few, right? Who would go against this child? Xiaohua stood under the seal, his face cloudy and uncertain. He really didn't expect that a disciple he casually accepted would have such a great background. It was no wonder that a child who was less than 10 years old could connect the dreamland with the ancient formation at the bottom of the Sage River and the illusory formation of the demonic spirit. If Xiaohua hadn't advanced to the nascent soul stage, he might have hesitated, but now his pride as a grandmaster made him unable to hesitate. Since he had accepted Wang Bianfei as his nominal disciple, this so-called nominal disciple was still a disciple. Xiaohua definitely wouldn't give up on Wang Bianfei just because he might have some hidden great enemy. In particular, after obtaining the demonic saber from the profound water palace, Xiaohua still hadn't carefully studied the demonic saber, and he didn't have any extra primordial spirit to refine the demonic saber. However, the demonic saber's demonic spirit was being devoured by Xiaohua. If possible, Xiaohua was prepared to take drastic measures like XN. He would control the demonic spirit himself and use it to refine the demonic saber. In this way, it would be 100 times easier than refining the demonic saber himself. Xiaohua even wanted to use the demonic spirit to cultivate the blood drop paradise and take control of his bloodline. With the demonic saber as his trump card, Xiaohua was confident that if he met an opponent at the spirit-severing stage or above, he would have the strength to fight. Thinking of this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and touched that thin layer of seal with his finger. Boom! Like the afterimages of 10,000 stars, a scene of a primordial star shattering rushed towards Xiaohua's mind. Immediately after, a suffocating pressure smashed towards Xiaohua's finger from the seal. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hastily retracted his finger, and the reaction on the seal disappeared. The afterimages of the 10,000 stars once again turned into specks of starlight on the seal. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position under the protection of the soul strand. Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and pondered for a moment before waking Wang Bianfei up. He looked into Wang Bianfei's eyes and said word by word, "Wang Bianfei, Master has something to tell you." "Master, please speak." Wang Bianfei's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. He thought that Xiaohua was going back on his words because he couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiaohua very keenly felt Wang Bianfei's uneasiness and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. What Master wants to say is that there's something strange in your body. It seems it's a kind of restriction placed on you by someone else. Master is going to break it. Although this restriction is powerful with Master strength, it should be easy to break it. However, I still have to tell you and ask for your consent." "Master, why is it like this?" Wang Bianfei was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Disciple grew up in a village. The furthest I went was Pingxi City. Disciple can't have offended anyone, right? Could it be Disciple rashly entered the illusion and offended the little monk's enemy? Saying this, Wang Bianfei's face showed regret. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "It should be different from what you think. However, Master doesn't know the specifics. I can only take one step at a time." "What if I don't break it?" Wang Bianfei blinked his eyes and asked. "If you don't break this restriction, your little life is in the hands of that person. That person can find you at any time." Xiaohua replied without the slightest hesitation. "Moreover, this layer of restriction seems to be blocking you from perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Of course, it only seems. Master can't be completely sure. I can only know after I break the restriction." "Mother." Hearing that the matter was so serious, Wang Bianfei hurriedly turned his head and wanted to call his mother to make a decision. "Hee, Wang Bianfei, now that you've grown up, it's also time for you to make your own decisions." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "That day when you were in the Wang family, you handled everything decisively and nimbly. Why didn't you think too much when you were by your mother's side?" "Master," Wang Bianfei said embarrassedly, "Mother wasn't by my side, so Disciple naturally had to handle things by myself. However, with Mother by my side, all of Disciple's matters were handled by Mother. She only let Disciple paint. After a few times, Disciple got used to it. Last time in the Wang family, Disciple was anxious, so Disciple took the risk. You also know that when I came back, I was scolded by Mother." Xiaohua sighed slightly. That day, he had the thought of taking Wang Bianfei as his disciple, not only because of his intelligence, but also because of his filial piety and his decisiveness in handling matters. However, he didn't expect that he only saw one side of Wang Bianfei. He didn't see the side of Wang Bianfei that was doted on by his mother. Or perhaps, that was what Wang Bianfei didn't want to be seen in his dreams. Alas, sometimes, love is also a kind of burden. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the silent Jiang lure in the space. Immediately, his expression became serious and he asked, "Wang Bianfei, do you know what a cultivator is?" "I don't know." Wang Bianfei's face was slightly red, and he said in a low voice, "Disciple only heard this from the little monk. Although Disciple envied their carefree and magical abilities, Disciple didn't hear others mention the specifics." "Then, Master will tell you." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Simply speaking, the so-called cultivator is a cultivator who transcends mortals. In this world, there are the three sects of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, as well as a few other cultivation paths. Cultivators emphasize on cultivation and cultivation. No matter what kind of cultivation method it is completely different from the way you live. Not to mention the methods and strength you yearn for, even lifespan and feelings are also different." At this point, Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't know how to talk about cultivation with a 10-year-old child like Wang Bianfei. Compared to Lu, Wang Bianfei's experience was still far behind. However, looking at Wang Bianfei's clear gaze, Xiaohua smiled. Although his own memory wasn't complete, he already vaguely knew his own origin. Since he was young, he wasn't as ignorant as Wang Bianfei, but didn't he also cultivate to such a realm? A person's fate was the most miraculous. Who could say that Wang Bianfei, a child who hadn't experienced wind and rain, couldn't grow into a towering tree? "Master, what's the difference?" "Master, please teach me." Wang Bianfei saw that Xiaohua paused and asked very obediently. Xiaohua replied, "Oh, let's not talk about other things. Previously, you've also seen one or two of Master's methods. Master isn't afraid to tell you that it's nothing more than an ordinary person walking. Master still has many magical abilities that you can't even dream of. How about this? To put it simply, Master will ask you, how old do you think Master is? Chapter 3485. Master? Wang Bianfei looked at Xiaohua and said without any hesitation, Master looks like he's in his 20s, but disciple heard from the little monk that he's 300 years old. Master is much more powerful than him, so you're at least 500 years old, right? Damn. Xiaohua originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was immediately exposed, so he could only say embarrassedly, this little monk is bragging a bit, he's only around 200 years old. However, I'm afraid I'm about the same age as the little monk, probably around 200 years old. Really, Master? Wang Bianfei's eyes widened, you really can't tell. Hee, Master mentioned this to tell you, you're about to become a cultivator. Your age won't just be 500 years old, you might even be 5,000 or 50,000 years old. You have to always remember to be independent, even in front of your mother, you have to be independent. Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei was anxious and shouted, disciple understands, disciple will definitely change, disciple won't let mother care about disciple anymore, it doesn't matter. At this moment, Xiaohua had already understood, he smiled and waved his hand, you don't have to be so deliberate. Your mother taking care of everything for you is also a kind of love. She also watched you grow up day by day. She knows that you don't need her care more and more. She can keep this life, every day is a day of enjoyment. You don't have to force her to let go, just let her slowly adapt. What's more special is that your mother is immortal. There will come a day when her lifespan will run out. This period of time is extremely short in your life as a cultivator. Being able to enjoy a bit of familial love is also a bit of warmth. But Master? Wang Bianfei said anxiously, the little monk said that if you want to become a senior monk and become a person with great magical powers, you have to cut off your worldly ties, only then can you focus on Buddha. Don't listen to that little monk's nonsense. Xiaohua originally wanted to teach Wang Bianfei like this, but he changed his mind at this moment. We're Dao sect, yes, Fortune Gate's disciples, we control the fortune of the world, cutting off our worldly ties, shaving our heads and becoming a monk, that's a matter for monks. Besides, that little monk's heart misses his own brother, he doesn't have the qualifications to say anything about cutting off worldly ties. Yes, I understand. Wang Bianfei beamed with joy and probed, Master, you know Master Guzhen? I know. Xiaohua nodded. Master Guzhen will be going with me this time. What about Master Guzhen? I heard from the little monk that great Master Guzhen possesses remarkable abilities and is the #1 Buddhist expert. Wang Bianfei said. He was still concerned about the little monk Gunyan. Xiaohua smiled but didn't expose him. Grandmaster Guzhen is indeed formidable. This time, it was all thanks to him that Master and the others were able to escape. In the end, Master Guzhen met the little monk Gunyan. In order to accompany the little monk, Guzhen didn't come out of the illusion. Both of them were reborn as humans. Wang Yifei was shocked. Both of them are dead. Actually, this little monk isn't human. Xiaohua nodded. He did have a chance to survive, but just like his brother, he couldn't bear to, so he went with him. What a pitiful, adorable, and amiable little monk. Wang Bianfei's heart was somewhat heavy. Forget it, let's not talk about others. Xiaohua waved his hand. You rest for a while and discuss with your mother. It won't be too late to make a decision after that. No need to ask mother. Disciple will make the decision on cultivation. Wang Bianfei hurriedly said, Mother doesn't know how to cultivate. You'd better go and tell her. Xiaohua smiled and rubbed Wang Bianfei's head. After all, she is your mother who loves and dotes on you. If you suddenly become independent, your mother will be disappointed. Yes, disciple understands. Wang Bianfei smiled cutely. Disciple will tell mother that I will be back immediately. Okay, Xiaohua agreed. He folded his arms and looked at the clouds floating in the distant sky. His thoughts seemed to have run to Lu Town. Not long after, Wang Bianfei ran back cheerfully. Behind him, Although his mother's figure was hidden in the shadow of the cave, Xiaohua could clearly see her worried expression. Mass. The disciple has finished talking to mother. Wang Bianfei ran to Xiaohua and shouted, "Mother said that you will listen to me in the future." "What are you eating?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. "It's the dates that master gave mother. Mother said that she couldn't finish them and left them for me to eat." Wang Bianfei replied with some embarrassment. Disciple knows that mother was reluctant and wanted to leave them for disciple. Disciple didn't want to eat them, but thinking about what master said just now, disciple still accepted them. Good. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Wang Bianfei was intelligent. He only needed to mention a lot of things and he would understand. Then he pointed to the distant sky and said, "You also come and look. Try to integrate yourself with the sky, or think that your mind is as big as the sky." "No need, master." Wang Bianfei blinked his eyes and said, "This is what disciple often played with when I was young." Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He asked curiously, "You often looked at the sky when you were young?" Wang Bianfei nodded. When disciple was young, father often pointed to the sky and told disciple that the sky was the most difficult thing to draw in the world. What incomparably clear, what storm, what continuous rain, they were all carved in the sky. Disciple often looked at the sky when he had nothing to do. Especially later, father died. Disciple missed father very much, so disciple liked to look at the sky even more. When disciple saw the sky, it was as if disciple saw father's face. All troubles and pain would disappear. Genius has always been a coincidence. Xiaohua was speechless. He waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, just pretend that master didn't say anything." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei went back to his original place and sat down cross-legged, saying, "Master, you can do whatever you want. Disciple is already prepared." Good. Xiaohua saw that Wang Bianfei's expression was as solemn as an adult's. He nodded slightly and brought out his soul bridge. After communicating with Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark cloud, a green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. After that green light became dense, 2 thumb-sized green seal characters, "Purify" and "Purify," appeared from the green light. Once these 2 green seal characters appeared, the entire mountain peak immediately lit up. Nearby, a bright green light appeared and enveloped the entire mountain peak. Xiaohua didn't have time to carefully observe the change in the sky. He urged the 2 green seal characters to enter between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. The 2 green seal characters smoothly passed through the soul bridge and entered the mysterious dark cloud. When the 2 green seal characters disappeared, the entire mountain peak seemed to follow them and rush towards Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Some of the green light disappeared into Wang Bianfei's body, but many gathered around Wang Bianfei's head. Looking inside the mysterious dark cloud, the 2 green seal characters emitted the sound of flowing water. Hua hua, they slowly turned into hundreds of even smaller green seal characters. Then, near the restriction, there was a loud sound of "Purify" and "Purify." Those tiny green seal characters seemed to be washing over the restriction. Swoosh swoosh. The green seal script, which was even more powerful than a waterfall, flew upwards and landed on the restriction. The restriction instantly loosened and turned into the 10,000 stars that Xiaohua had seen before, which flew towards the green seal script. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wang Bianfei's head violently trembled, even his entire body was shaking. "Hold on." Xiaohua hurriedly supported Wang Bianfei's shoulder with one hand and pressed Wang Bianfei down. Wang Bianfei was originally panicking, but when Xiaohua's hand fell, his expression immediately relaxed. Woo! At this moment, the entire mountain peak's wind and clouds changed. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Xiaohua broke Wang Bianfei's restriction and actually caused a change in the sky. Good. This Xiao wants to see what kind of expert is coming. Xiaohua also steeled his heart. The green light between his eyebrows reappeared and another 2 green seal characters fell between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Boom! Like the opening of the sky, a large hole appeared in the dark clouds that had just gathered. Inside the hole in the clouds, there was a dark blue starry sky. A faint starlight fell from the hole in the clouds and landed on the top of Wang Bianfei's head. Star Force? It really is Star Force. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He took the time to open his transcendence vision and looked at the invisible light pillar that seemed to reach the sky. Inside the light pillar, fluorescent light danced, and a kind of desolate aura wreaked havoc in this fluorescent light. Rumble! Another strong wave of shaking. Wang Bianfei's head was somewhat crooked as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. A trace of blood even flowed out from his nostrils. Master? Wang Bianfei didn't dare to open his eyes. He reached out and used his small hand to grab Xiaohua's hand that was placed on his shoulder. Don't worry, disciple. Xiaohua had a card up his sleeve and said indifferently, "It will be done very soon." As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the source of the starlight. There was no strange movement. Only then did he relax. Green light flashed between his eyebrows. The cleansing heaven purifying earth technique was used again. Several green seal characters attracted even more green light to fall between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Not only did it cover up the starlight, it also made Wang Bianfei's face show a kind of flirtatious green color. Looking at the layer of restriction inside Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark cloud, Xiaohua didn't use all his strength to break it. Because of the replenishment of the starlight, countless starlight poured in and turned into stars that attacked the green seal characters that were like dancing butterflies. That seemingly weak restriction actually showed a vast aura. However, when Xiaohua went all out, even more green seal characters rushed into the seal. The flying green seal characters immediately transformed into jade green giants. Each of the giants had the power to crush stars with their palms. With a raise of their hands, countless stars were reduced to dust. The stars were shattered and there was no star force to replenish them. It looked like this restriction was about to be broken. Rumble! At the final crucial moment, the light and shadow in the starry sky changed greatly. Amidst the stellar transposition, the powerful starlight was like a heavenly river that suddenly poured out and rushed into the light pillar. Chapter 3486. Not good. Xiaohua was very sensitive to the power of the starlight. He knew that once the starlight fell, Wang Bianfei's seal would definitely frantically counterattack and even recover in an instant. Everything he did before would be in vain. In a hurry, Xiaohua really didn't know how to deal with the starlight. He unconsciously frowned and said, What should we do?" Suddenly, as if the pain was unbearable, Wang Bianfei's right hand, which was holding Xiaohua, began to tremble. The joints of her small hand turned white, and more blood flowed out from Wang Bianfei's nostrils and ears. Kill! Xiaohua clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. Black qi flourished from his left arm and he immediately raised his left hand. That originally white left hand instantly turned into a pitch-black demonic blade. Swish! Along with a wave of the demonic blade, a pitch-black demonic qi flashed and the entire starlight was split into two. Moreover, the dense demonic qi turned into tiny demons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws and devoured the starlight. At the same time, the originally dense starlight became even denser. The starlight was like a heavy star that smashed the tiny demons into pieces. Cleanse, purify, Xiaohua waved the demonic blade. The demonic qi in his body was swept clean and he could no longer control the demonic blade. His left arm powerlessly hung down. Taking advantage of the gap where the demonic qi blocked the starlight, Xiaohua once again used the cleansing heaven purifying earth technique. Even more green seal characters fell between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows, like a muffled sound of a thunderclap in a clear sky, but also like a clap of thunder tearing apart the heavy clouds. The jade light on Wang Bianfei's head dispersed. The seal within the mysterious dark clouds was finally swept clean by Xiaohua's cleansing heaven purifying earth technique, and the starlight falling from the starry sky immediately disappeared without a trace. Even the cloud hole high in the sky also disappeared in an instant. Sigh, I finally succeeded. Xiaohua's eyebrows also produced a kind of indescribable soreness. Then, a pain comparable to his head splitting emerged from his mysterious dark clouds. Hiss. However, before Xiaohua could take a breath of cold air, a layer of multicolored light suddenly appeared in the sky where the clouds and stars had stopped. This multicolored light was like a heavenly flower, but also like a rainbow. It covered the entire horizon. Then this multicolored light poured down like a waterfall. Bursts of lightning and thunder were born. The sky that was clear a moment ago was densely covered by red clouds and actually snowflakes. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? Xiaohua turned pale in fright. Is the origin of the seal on Wang Bianfei's body is really extraordinary? Rumble. Just as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled high up in the sky, within Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, within the Buddha relic that was hidden within the Linglong Pagoda and was unaffected by the outside world, a thunderous sound similarly rang out. This. Xiaohua was even more alarmed. He hastily sent his mind into his Naiwen Palace. He saw the Buddha Saraira that came out of the exquisite pagoda flickering with a similar brilliance. This brilliance was different from the Buddha aura. It emitted a kind of holy milky white light. This brilliance was like a river that slowly flowed into the Buddha Saraira's heart. At the heart, the Buddha fire began to sway like a heartbeat. The golden threads inside became increasingly exuberant. Unfortunately, even if it was Jade Archive Xiaohua now, he could only see a faint milky white brilliance emerging from the void. It slowly flowed into the Buddha Saraira's heart like a dense fog. He was absolutely unable to see the golden threads inside the Buddha fire. Just like how Xiaohua didn't know what it meant when he broke the seal on Wang Bianfei's spiritual aura sky. He also didn't know what the 10 colors that filled the sky were. Perhaps not long after, Xiaohua would realize that he broke the seal and opened a new chapter of hidden immortal continent, Western Paradise, and Xiaoyu continent's Daoist sect's spiritual root cultivation. Perhaps Xiaohua would obtain a lot of merit and faith power because of this. But he could only wait for a very, very, very long time, until he cultivated to a height that he couldn't reach even in his dreams. Only then would he truly understand what he had uncovered. At this moment, Xiaohua couldn't see this inexplicable scene. When his mind came out of his Naiwen Palace, he saw Wang Bianfei's complexion turning yellow. He had actually fainted on his arm. The remaining bloodstains covered his ears, lips, and his clothes were also stained quite a bit. This Xiao was a bit impetuous. Xiaohua was a bit regretful in his heart. He reached out his hand to touch Wang Bianfei's forehead. However, when his finger touched Wang Bianfei's skin, he stopped. He knew that if he forcefully woke Wang Bianfei up, it wouldn't be good for Wang Bianfei to wake up on his own. Thus, he simply pulled his hand back and used his hand to grab some water stains. He carefully washed Wang Bianfei's face and other places. While washing, Xiaohua's hand very naturally touched Wang Bianfei's hair. That hair actually floated down along with Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua let out a sound and used his hand to pull. Wang Bianfei's hair all fell down without a single strand remaining. Moreover, there was actually a layer of purple sticky substance on his scalp. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up. He wiped away the floating hair and sticky substance. Then he carried Wang Bianfei's slightly light body and walked towards the cave. Wang Bianfei slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, it was already noon. Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak with his eyes closed in meditation. Wang Bianfei's head was bald. It looked like he was truly Xiaohua's master and disciple. However, there was a kind of joy on his face. He walked behind Xiaohua and quietly stood there, not daring to make a sound. Bianfei, Xiaohua didn't open his eyes and said in a low voice, "How do you feel now? Or is there something wrong?" Reporting to Master. Wang Bianfei heard his master being so intimate. The joy on his face became even stronger. He said respectfully, "This disciple feels like he suddenly understood a lot. Everything in the world has a kind of feeling of seeing through everything." Or it could be said that previously, this disciple's heart was like being covered in lard. Master used a spell on this disciple's body and wiped away the lard. This disciple feels incomparably refreshed. "That's good." Xiaohua's face was still calm. "You suffered a lot." It's naturally worth it to be able to benefit from it. Master, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. A treasured sword's edge is sharpened. This disciple didn't study much, but this disciple still understands this kind of shallow logic. Wang Bianfei said with a smile. Sit down. Try to see if you can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua swept away a large area of gravel, revealing a clean area. Hee, thank you, master. Wang Bianfei knew that his master doted on him. He jumped to that clean area and sat down cross-legged. In just a moment, his little face revealed a pleasant surprise. He shouted, Master, you're really godly. This disciple can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Great! Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He looked at the horizon and said, Spiritual roots, spiritual roots. So this lost soul is the root of cultivation. Since this Xiao knows the use of spiritual roots, how can I not worry about the prosperity of the Dao sect? Even the withered cultivation sects in the Xiaoyu continent can still prosper, right? Xiaoyu continent? Master, where is that? Wang Bianfei asked with a smile on his face. Hee, that's a very, very far place. Wait until your cultivation is successful. Master will bring you to see it. Xiaohua originally wanted to tell Wang Bianfei to hide the name of the Xiaoyu continent, but after thinking for a while, he replied with a smile. Good. This disciple has only been to Pingxi City in his life. In his dreams, he has been to Saint River. I have never been to other places. Wang Bianfei also clapped his hands and said happily like Xiaohua. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He asked, Do you know where this place is? This place? This disciple doesn't know. Wang Bianfei was stunned. Then, forget it. Bianfei, go and call your mother over. Xiaohua thought for a while and simply instructed. Wang Bianfei suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, Yes, master. Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Looking at Wang Bianfei's lively appearance, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Louis. Two similar brats together, they should be happier, right? He had no reason to leave Wang Bianfei and his mother in the land of ultimate bliss. Sister-in-law, Xiaohua saw Wang Bianfei's mother come over. Xiaohua also became extremely polite. Great master! Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly saluted and said, This concubine is much younger than the great master. Please, call me. Speaking until here, Wang Bianfei's mother didn't know what to say. If he called her by her name, although she knew that Xiaohua was someone who had lived for several hundred years, looking at Xiaohua's appearance that was only around 20 years old, Wang Bianfei's mother really couldn't say it. Sister-in-law, you are Bianfei's mother and Bianfei is this Xiao's disciple. You and this Xiao can be considered to be of the same generation. This concubine doesn't dare. Wang Bianfei's mother replied in panic. Xiaohua helplessly glared at Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei mischievously stuck out his tongue as an answer. Forget it, this Xiao will call you Wang Shi. Xiaohua understood Wang Bianfei's mother's meaning and said while waving his hand. Speaking until here, Xiaohua woke up again and hurriedly said, That's right, this one's surname is Xiao. I had told sister-in-law in my dream before. This Xiao had neglected it. Xiao Si had mentioned the great master's surname before. However, if the great master didn't mention it, this concubine didn't dare to mention it. After all, monks don't talk about mortal matters. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly replied, However, great master, where did the Wang Shi that you mentioned come from? Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before smiling and waving his hand. Sister-in-law, you are wrong. This Xiao is not a monk and Bianfei will not be a monk in the future. If he were to dual cultivate and find a fairy, it is absolutely possible. As for calling sister-in-law Wang Shi, it is because this one doesn't know sister-in-law's name. However, since Bianfei's father is surnamed Wang, sister-in-law can also be called Wang Shi. Really? Obviously, Wang Bianfei didn't say these words to his mother. Hearing this, Wang Bianfei's mother was overjoyed. The worry that had been in her stomach for several days had already been thrown away. As for why she was called Wang Shi, she didn't really care. Of course, Xiaohua nodded, This one is a cultivator of the Dao sect, not a monk. Sister-in-law doesn't need to call this one master. If you can call me Immortal Master or Old Master. Chapter 3487. Yes, Master, this concubine understands. Wang Bianfei's mother was very satisfied and very casually called out. When Xiaohua heard this master, he couldn't help but think of the fat body of the Wang family's master. He smacked his lips, wanting to go back on his words. But when he thought of Lu Yi and the black bear spirit calling him master, if he said anything else, wouldn't Wang Bianfei and his mother also have to call them master in the future? Forget it. Wang Shi, Xiaohua simply said, "Do you know the name of the land under your feet?" Wang Shi was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Looking at Wang Bianfei, she was somewhat hesitant, not understanding what Xiaohua was asking. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and simply asked, "Do you know the name of the big river next to you?" Buddha River? Wang Shi finally spoke. "That Buddha River. On which continent?" Xiaohua asked again. "Continent? What is a continent?" Wang Shi seemed to have fallen into the clouds. Xiaohua looked at Wang Bianfei and smiled. "Bianfei, have you heard the little monk mention it before?" Wang Bianfei was also at a loss. How about this? This Xiao wants to bring all of you to a place where this Xiao's other disciples are. However, all of you can't say that you live by the Buddha River. Also, all of you can't say that you've seen many monks." Xiaohua thought for a moment before instructing. Wang Shi nodded. "This concubine understands. Actually, this concubine has never seen many monks. As for this Buddha River, this concubine will say that it is a big river. There are also many big rivers left and right." Good. Xiaohua already understood in his heart, this Wang Shi should be the same as Wang Bianfei. The furthest they went was some Pingxi city. In their hearts, they didn't have the concept of pure land and hidden immortal continent, even. Their village was really remote, even the temples were rarely seen. It was no different from hidden immortal continent. The only thing that Xiaohua was worried about was this Saint River. Whether it was the Buddha River or the Saint River, this name would make people associate it with paradise. Wang Bianfei's origin was nothing to Lu Yi and the others, but Xiaohua faintly felt that his Buddha Saraira, his identity as the future Buddha Lord, and even the Buddha fruit of Guan Yin Bodhisattva should be separated from his identity as the successor of the Dao sect. It was best to hide the fact that he came to the Western paradise through the space vein. Therefore, Xiaohua initially did not plan to bring Wang Bianfei back to the hidden immortal continent. However, after thinking about it, Wang Bianfei and his mother were orphans and widows. Although they were not eye-catching in the Western paradise, Wang Bianfei had cultivated Dao techniques after all. If something happened to him, wouldn't it be his fault? Finally, Xiaohua decided to bring them back to the hidden immortal continent. However, after instructing Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi for a while, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. "All right, Bianfei, Wang Shi, this Xiao will bring you along. However, during this period, you have to have a good sleep. When you wake up, you will go to a new place. There, you don't have to worry about being bullied by others. Moreover, Bianfei, you will also have senior brothers to cultivate with." Xiaohua first asked Wang Shi about the direction of Pingxi city, then said to Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi, "Thank you, master." When Wang Shi heard that Xiaohua only had 3 days, she was also worried. After marrying to this village, she had never left. She really didn't know how to live after leaving her hometown. Now that she heard that Xiaohua was going to bring them along, she was so happy that she almost knelt down and kowtowed. "Ayo." Hearing Wang Shi's grateful voice, Xiaohua suddenly understood that he had overlooked a point. That was, the language of the Western paradise was completely different from the language of the hidden immortal continent. When Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi arrived at the hidden immortal continent, as long as they opened their mouth, they would definitely be exposed. However, if Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi were to start learning the language of the hidden immortal continent now, Xiaohua felt that he wouldn't have such good patience. Moreover, he also didn't know how long it would take for Wang Shi to learn it. He couldn't possibly waste his time here. Forget it. When we arrive at the Black Wind Ridge, let Lu Yi teach them. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. Doing anything in this world was absolutely not easy. Wanting to conceal anything was even more difficult. Immediately, Xiao Hua took out 2 fasting pills and handed them to the 2 people respectively, letting them consume it. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the 2 people's acupoints and sent them to a place in the space. Then, he rode on a cloud and flew towards Pingxi City. Xiao Hua's plan was extremely good, but he still neglected one thing, and that was Wang Bianfei's abnormal ability. In the space, Wang Bianfei was originally sleeping well. However, all of a sudden, his eyes rapidly moved. The breathing from his mouth and nose gradually became somewhat rhythmic. Even his hands, which were casually placed, gradually began to form seals. This was the Qi refining stage level 1 technique. Not long after, the spiritual light that was like sunlight gradually gathered around his body. Wang Bianfei's cultivation in his dream might not count as anything, but the problem was that in Xiao Hua's space, there was still the silent Jiang Luer. Jiang Luer's eyes had been moving day and night for more than 100 years. What kind of story would happen when the 2 people were in the same place? This time, Xiao Hua didn't fly in the wrong direction. After only half a day, he arrived at Pingxi City. As a bald little monk, Xiao Hua received a rare respect in Pingxi City. Not only were there people attentively giving alms, there were also kind benefactors who took the initiative to bring Xiao Hua to the east of the city to look for the not-too-famous Jietai Temple. However, when he arrived at Jietai Temple, Xiao Hua was in a bit of a predicament. The reception monk at the gate wanted to see Xiao Hua's identity certificate, but where did Xiao Hua have it? The reception monk's face was indifferent, even colder than the people of the secular world. He waved his hand and only said that without an identity certificate, he wasn't allowed to stay on the list, and he wasn't allowed to eat vegetarian food. If he wanted to eat, he could only go outside to beg for alms. Xiao Hua smiled. He smiled very happily. He really liked this reception monk who was straightforward enough. Only with this kind of person could the Daoist sect flourish. He couldn't wait to have more of this kind of people. Therefore, he didn't blame the reception monk and only said that he didn't need to stay on the list. He only needed to find their abbot and ask him something before leaving. It would have been better if Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Once he said that he wanted to see the abbot, the reception monk's face immediately showed a mocking smile. He asked Xiao Hua if he had an appointment with the abbot and if he had any Buddhist identity certificate that other people brought. After all, how could the head of a temple be met so easily? In particular, the reception monk casually asked Xiao Hua if he knew the Dharma name of the abbot of Jietai Temple. Xiao Hua was even more speechless. Even if he brought out Ci Hui, the reception monk still waved his monk robe, indicating that he wanted to see the guest out. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hua was also bald, perhaps he would have directly swept Xiao Hua out with a broom. Helpless, Xiao Hua could only release his Buddhist awareness, attracting the abbot of Jietai Temple, Xen Chan, to come out and very politely invite Xiao Hua into the temple. Under the reception monk's unsightly black face, Xiao Hua leisurely followed Xen Chan into the temple. However, just when the reception monk was extremely worried that he would be punished by the abbot, Xiao Hua once again flew out of Jietai Temple on a magic cloud under the guidance of a young monk. Xiao Hua really did ask one thing and then left. The reception monk didn't lie at all. This flight took several days. On this day, it was dusk again. A very wide river appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. That river flowed under a cliff. On the side of that cliff, there was a very dilapidated ancient temple. There were many dark green ancient trees planted at the 2 ends of the ancient temple. At first glance, these ancient trees carried a thick shadow in the dusk. The entire ancient temple looked like a bat spreading its wings. Just as he saw the ancient temple, the monk leading the way stopped. He put his palms together and said, "Amitba, junior brother Tipu, this is Jinshan Temple. The river under Jinshan Temple is called Qin River. This is also what I told you along the way. At the end of Qin River is Saint River. Jinshan Temple's great Zen master Ji Kong's temper is rather strange. Last time I came with my master to visit him, he didn't see us at all. This made my master lose face. Therefore, I won't accompany junior brother down. Junior brother, if you have any matters, cough cough, you must be prepared." Many thanks, senior brother Liao. Xiaohua also put his palms together and thanked him. Liao Ming waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Junior brother discussed Buddhism with me along the way and it really benefited me greatly. Back then, when martial uncle Ci Hui came to visit martial ancestor, I once listened from the side. The harvest of these few days is no less than that time." "That's right, senior brother Liao Ming, Xie Hui, is there any news?" Xiaohua held back from asking along the way. At this moment he finally asked again. Liao Ming was puzzled. What news does martial uncle Ci Hui have? This. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I also don't know. I haven't seen Ci Hui since I parted ways with him. Also, I want to ask again. If there is a senior in the Pure Land who has attained Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, how would we know?" Attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Junior brother isn't joking, right? As far as I know, our Pure Land hasn't had a Buddha attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit for several tens of thousands of years. Oh, that's right. A few days ago in Xiaoyu continent, I heard that martial uncle Ci Hang almost attained Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Liao Ming said with a smile. Cough cough. I mean that there is a person attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. How would we know? Xiaohua coughed and asked. When a Bodhisattva attains Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, 10,000 monks congratulate him. If there is a Bodhisattva attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, there will definitely be a Buddhist bell ringing 64 times and the entire Pure Land will rejoice. Liao Ming said with a smile. Then, this Bodhisattva's Buddha seat will appear in Leiyin Temple. Then, Leiyin Temple will send out a small envoy to receive him. At the same time, it will emit Buddha's light to illuminate the entire Pure Land. Junior brother Tipu, don't tell me you don't even know this? Dong dong dong. Just as Liao Ming looked at Xiaohua with a smile, the Buddhist bell of Jinshan Temple in the distance suddenly rang. At the same time, even further away, the Buddhist bells of even more temples rang at the same time, one after another, one after another. Liao Ming was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and then at Jinshan Temple. After the 64 Buddhist bells rang, the entire Pure Land suddenly emitted a myriad of Buddha's light. It was as if the rising sun was shining on the earth and splashing in all directions. Chapter 3488. Junior brother Tipu, who did you say achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Liao Ming was extremely surprised and looked at Xiaohua with an inconceivable gaze. Xiaohua naturally knew that this Buddha light was the Buddhist decree of Leiyin Temple. It was the news of Ci Hui achieving Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. He no longer concealed it and said with a smile, "Naturally, it's the news of Great Master Ci Hui. If senior brother doesn't believe it, you can quickly return to Jietai Temple to take a look." Good, good, then this poor monk will take his leave. Hearing this, Liao Ming unconsciously became anxious. He put his palms together and hurriedly rushed towards the temple without waiting for Xiaohua to return the greeting. After all, the addition of a new bodhisattva in the Pure Land world was a major event in tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the entire Pure Land world would celebrate, even every temple would organize a certain ceremony to celebrate. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He still turned around and put his palms together to send Liao Ming off, thanking him for leading the way. When Liao Ming's voice disappeared, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the magnificent scenery of the Pure Land world. He secretly sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know how Ci Hui achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, Xiaohua could guess a thing or two from Guzhin's words. It should have something to do with the ancient Buddha fruit. My Dao sect has a secret technique to condense knowledge treasures. Buddhism sect has ancient Buddha fruit. The effect of condensing knowledge treasures is limited. It is useful for cultivators below nascent soul stage. This ancient Buddha fruit is extraordinary. It can directly allow people to achieve Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xiaohua stood in the air and thought to himself, moreover, little monk Xi Hui. No, it should be Bodhisattva Nanwu Wisdom Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Right now, he is only in the bright Buddha realm. His strength is somewhat similar to Dao sect's Jinden. Such a low level of cultivation can actually achieve Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Either Bodhisattva Buddha fruit has nothing to do with strength, as I said to others before, or Bodhisattva Buddha fruit will greatly increase his strength and make up for the lack of cultivation. Also, Buddhism's sex cultivation is really mysterious. Karma, reincarnation, faith, and so on are all mysterious things. They can actually use them for cultivation. Seems Buddhism's sect is not simple. Since this Xiao has obtained the inheritance of the little exquisite temple, I should properly comprehend it and grasp the secrets within. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Hua turned around and was about to leave. But right at this moment, Xiao Hua was suddenly startled. "Oh, that's not right. There's something else." The cultivators of the Dao sect cultivate their entire lives to attain the Dao and become immortals. Once the cultivators of the Dao sect reach the peak of their cultivation in the mortal world, they will naturally be able to ascend. However, what is the purpose of the Arhat of the Buddhist sect? Didn't they want to achieve fruition? Now that Ci Hui had attained the Buddha fruit, why didn't he ascend? Could it be that the Buddha Lord and Bodhisattva of the Buddhism sect did not need to ascend? If she ascended, how could Ci Hui possibly ascend with her strength? The more he thought about it, the more chaotic Xiao Hua's heart became. There was actually some sweat on his forehead. In his heart, he vaguely felt that this was probably another great secret of the Buddhist sect. It was just like the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth after he broke the seal on Wang Biafei's mysterious dark clouds a few days ago. It was far from what he could know with his current strength. Forget it. Xiao Hua looked at the night sky and sighed. His gaze moved away from the lingering Buddhist light in the sky and looked at the Jinshan temple that was sent flying by the bat. He thought to himself, I really have a lot of burdens. Today, I'll quickly settle the matter of Jiang Luer's death. Because he had a favor to ask of the Jinshan temple, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be too rash. He didn't release his Buddhist sense and flew above the Qin River. After a brief glance, he landed on the riverside. Then, he came out of the river and washed his hands and face. He looked around and looked at the steps from the riverside to the gate of the Jinshan temple. Putting his palms together, he walked step by step from the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Jinshan temple. Looking from midair, the Jinshan temple wasn't very high. But when he really walked, it still took Xiao Hua nearly the time it took to eat a meal. Seeing the gate of the Jinshan temple in front of him, Xiao Hua frowned. Because when he walked from the riverside to here, he didn't use his Buddhist sense. Moreover, although it was already dark, it wasn't night yet. The gate of the Jinshan temple was still closed. In particular, just now, the Buddhist bell of the Jinshan temple rang 64 times. Everyone in the Jietai temple knew that there would be a ceremony to celebrate in the temple. Although the Jinshan temple was smaller than the Jietai temple, the abbot of the Jinshan temple was great Zen master Jimya. His seniority was much higher than that of the Jietai temple's Xen Chan. How could the Jinshan temple not celebrate? What if there was no ceremony? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered. He had already arrived in front of the gate of the Jinshan temple. The gate of the Jinshan temple wasn't bright and couldn't be compared with that of the Jietai temple. But it definitely wasn't shabby. It seemed that the incense was good. Looking at the bronze door knocker that didn't move in the wind, Xiao Hua raised his hand and was about to slap it. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly smelled a pungent wine fragrance. Within the wine fragrance was a very tempting mellow fragrance. Xiao Hua was absolutely familiar with this fragrance, but he hadn't smelled it for a long time. It was the ordinary fragrance of meat in the mortal world. Xiao Hua wryly smiled. His hand immediately froze in the air. Creak! The gate of the Jinshan temple opened, revealing a small gap. A tall and fat monk with a lotus leaf pouch in one hand and a wine jar under his other arm opened the door while looking back. He was tiptoeing out of the temple. Xiao Hua saw this and was about to speak. The fat monk just happened to turn his head and saw Xiao Hua's hand. He unconsciously screamed, "Ah!" It seemed that he was scared. The lotus leaf pouch and wine jar in his hand immediately fell down. Seeing that the wine jar was about to shatter and the meat in the lotus leaf pouch fell into the dust, Xiao Hua helplessly waved his hand and the two landed smoothly on the ground. "Little monk, You want to scare me to death? Do you not want to live anymore? At this time, the fat monk Jiao regained his wits and immediately became furious. He raised his alms bowl-sized fist and smashed it toward Xiaohua's nose. Ba! Xiaohua extended a finger and pointed it at Monk Jiao's fist. Monk Jiao immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. All the fat on his body was rapidly trembling. Monk Jiao's eyes were filled with horror. He hurriedly kneeled on the ground and cried, "Grandpa, spare me, get up." Xiaohua coldly shouted, "This little monk is Tipu. Today I came to see great Zen Master Nirvana." "Greetings, junior brother, martial uncle." Monk Jiao hurriedly got up from the ground and clasped his hands together. "This little monk Mingxin greets martial uncle." Xiaohua nodded. "Why aren't you going to help this little monk inform him?" Mingxin opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, he saw Xiaohua slightly lowering his head to look at the wine jar and lotus leaf bag on the ground. How could he dare to talk back? He whispered, "Martial uncle, please wait a moment. This little monk will immediately help you inform him." Saying this, he revealed a charming smile and lowered his head to grab the wine jar and lotus leaf bag. He quickly ran past Xiaohua's side and rushed into the forest next to the temple. Not long after, he hurriedly ran back and rushed into the Jinshan temple. When he ran past Xiaohua, he didn't forget to whisper, "Martial uncle, please wait a moment. This little monk will immediately return." Sure enough, not long after Mingxin entered the temple, an old monk came over with a lantern in his hand. This old monk's eyes were muddy. He was clearly not a senior monk who specialized in Buddhist arts. The old monk walked in front of the temple door and opened it. He looked at Xiaohua, who was respectfully standing at the door, and asked, "Little monk, you are called Tipu?" "Yes, this little monk is called Tipu. I came to visit great Zen Master Nirvana." Xiaohua clasped his hands together and didn't dare to be negligent. Ba! This old monk is Yong Zhong." As soon as the old monk opened his mouth, Xiaohua was startled. This Yong character's seniority was really high. He didn't even know how to address him. "Hee, you can just call this old monk martial uncle." The old monk Yong Zhong seemed to like this kind of surprise very much. He smiled and said, "Did you come to the Jinshan temple for a visit?" Xiaohua once again bitterly smiled. Although this Yong Zhong was not as old as the old monk of the exquisite temple, his ears were just as bad. He could only say again, "Okay, martial uncle knows. This little monk came to visit great Zen master." "Oh, you haven't eaten yet. Come, little monk, come with this old monk. Mingxin and the others have just eaten. There is still some left in the vegetarian restaurant. You can eat to fill your stomach." The old monk Yong Zhong smiled and stretched out his hand to grab Xiaohua's wrist. Xiaohua was surprised. As long as it was a cultivator, even if they were very familiar with each other, it was impossible for them to hand their wrists to others. Who knew if others had other thoughts? As long as they got close, his life might be in great danger. However, Xiaohua didn't bat an eyelid. He stretched out his hand to hold the old monk's arm and smiled. "Martial uncle is old, let this disciple help martial uncle." The old monk Yong Zhong smiled. He took the lantern and turned around. With Xiaohua's help, he walked into the temple and said, "Nowadays, there are very few sensible little monks like you. This old monk is busy in the temple all day long. I don't see Mingxin and the others helping this old monk. Alas, it's really getting worse with each generation." Xiaohua smiled and didn't speak. He looked around and roughly looked at the front yard of the Jinshan temple. There was nothing special about the front yard of the Jinshan temple. It was similar to the Jietai temple and even the little golden temple. It was just a large open space. Facing the temple gate was the main hall. On both sides of the main hall were side halls. At this time, except for the faint candles in the main hall, the side halls were dark. What made Xiaohua laugh was that when he looked towards the side hall, the monk named Mingxin was squatting down and sneaking past the front of the side hall. He was fleeing towards the temple gate that had yet to be closed. After walking through the main hall, the sound of chanting could be heard. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the hall, only to see a golden statue of a Buddha covered in red cloth beside it. Below the statue, there were 2 large red candles. One of them was only burning halfway and had already been extinguished, while the other was about to burn out, its flame already dim. In front of the altar, a dozen monks of different ages were sitting cross-legged in an uneven manner. These monks were sitting crookedly, and each of them looked listless. Chapter 3489. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. It seemed that there were hundreds of different people, and there were also hundreds of different monks. Perhaps because the old monk's lantern attracted the attention of these monks, they immediately sat upright, and the chanting from their mouths became louder. There was even the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish. However, the old monk Yongzhong seemed not to have noticed and simply ignored them. He passed through the main hall and walked towards the backyard. Just as he was about to pass through the courtyard gate, a tall monk came from the backyard. This monk had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking very mighty. Martial ancestor, who is this? The monk came face to face with Xiaohua, frowned and asked the old monk Yongzhong. Oh, meow, this is the little monk who came to my Jinshan temple for a meal. The old monk Yongzhong looked up and weakly replied. Martial ancestor, I am Miao Qin. When the monk heard that it was a little monk for a meal, he no longer paid attention to him and started to walk away. Xiaohua did not dare to delay and hurriedly withdrew his hand and put his palms together. Amitba, this little monk Ti-Pu greets martial ancestor Miao Chen. Miao Chen nodded slightly and smiled. Go quickly, there is not much food left. If you don't go now, you won't be able to eat it. No need. Xiaohua hurriedly said. This little monk came to visit great Zen master Ji Mia. Oh! Miao Chen was surprised and released his Buddhist sense. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. Ai, this little monk will talk to martial ancestor Yongzhong. However, if you want to see the abbot, I'm afraid it will not be easy. After that, Miao Chen quickly walked away. Xiaohua frowned. The scene of this Jinshan temple was really strange. Miao Chen's Buddhist sense might not be able to see Xiaohua's strength, but Xiaohua could tell that Miao Chen should be at Mingxin's level of cultivation. He could be considered an expert who was one step away from becoming a master. However, it seemed that Miao Chen's mood was somewhat depressed. Thinking about that Mingxin, he actually stole wine and meat from the temple and went out to enjoy himself. This was really inconceivable. Let's go, little monk, there will be no more food in a while. The old monk Yongzhong was quite persistent. He pulled Xiaohua's hand again and insisted on inviting Xiaohua to enjoy the vegetarian meal. Fortunately, when Xiaohua followed the old monk to the backyard, the vegetarian meal in the Jinshan temple had already been finished by the monks, which made the old monk Yongzhong really unhappy. He seemed to be very embarrassed to Xiaohua and insisted on inviting Xiaohua to his quiet room to drink tea. There were also a few hot-headed monks in Jinshan temple. They all had sincere and apologetic smiles on their faces, but there seemed to be a trace of worry in their smiles. When they arrived at the old monk Yongzhong's simple meditation room, a quick-witted young monk also ran over from the kitchen. The old monk took out a teapot, and the young monk hurriedly took the teapot and quickly walked away. Xiaohua then said with a smile, "Martial uncle, there is no need to be so polite. I just have some matters to discuss with the great Zen master." Great Zen master? At this time, the old monk Yongzhong finally understood. He opened his turbid eyes and looked up and down at Xiaohua. It was not clear whether he saw clearly, so he asked, "What matter does this little monk have to meet with the abbot?" "All right, martial uncle knows." This little monk just wanted to ask. Seeing that the old monk had finally asked, Xiaohua hurriedly explained. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, another wave of hurried footsteps could be heard. A slightly hoarse voice shouted, "Martial ancestor, martial ancestor." Following this voice, Miao Chen pushed the door and rushed in. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly got up. The old monk glanced at Miao Chen and asked curiously, "Miao Chen, didn't you go to the evening class? Why did you come to this old monk's place?" "Martial uncle, I am Miao Fa. Miao Fa, who looked exactly the same as Miao Chen, plopped down on the praying mat that Xiao Hua was sitting on before. He grinned, then pointed at the praying mat not far away and said to Xiao Hua, "Little monk, go over there and sit." "Oh, Miao Fa, now is the time for the evening class. Why didn't you go to the temple for the evening class? Why did you come to this old monk's place?" the old monk asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua looked at this seemingly reckless monk and did not say anything. He walked to the praying mat not far away and sat down, looking at the two with a smile. That monk by the name of Miao Chen ignored Xiao Hua. He was in a hurry, moreover, with a mysterious expression. He lowered his voice and asked urgently, "Grandmaster, that bodhisattva who achieved fruition just now, which temple is he from?" Attained enlightenment? Although the old monk Yong Zhong was hard of hearing, he heard the two words, attained enlightenment, clearly. His wrinkled face immediately showed bitterness, and he shook his head. How would this old monk know? "Martial uncle, the entire Pure Land is boiling. The Buddhist bell in every temple has rung 64 times. This disciple heard it on the way, so I hurriedly rushed back. How could you send this disciple away with just a few words?" Miao Chen was somewhat anxious. "Miao Chen, if you want to know, you can ask the abbot." The Buddhist edict of Leiyin Temple was received by the abbot. The old monk Yong Zhong said with a smile. The abbot was preaching in the main hall. When he heard the Buddhist bell ringing in the temple, his face changed greatly. Before the 64 bell rings ended, he stood up and walked to the front of the main hall without saying a word. He looked at the flowing Buddhist light in the sky, sighed, and went to the meditation room. The Buddhist edict of Leiyin Temple was received by the abbot when he was halfway there. The abbot didn't even look at it. Now he is still in seclusion. How can this old monk tell you? How about this old monk go to the meditation room and ask the abbot to take out the Buddhist edict? Hearing this, Miao Chen hurriedly shrank his neck. The excitement on his face had long disappeared. He stretched out his hand and hurriedly waved it with a smile. "Martial uncle, this disciple just wants to know which senior attained the rare bodhisattva Buddhist fruit. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. How dare I disturb the abbot's meditation?" Miao Chen looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Little monk, come to Jinshan Temple. Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time." While they were talking, the little monk who had just gone out to make tea came back. He carefully made tea for the 3 monks and respectfully stood beside the old monk Yong Zhong, waiting for instructions. After finishing the evening class, rest early. These few days, focus your mind and don't make any mistakes. Yong Zhong looked at the little monk and said with a smile. The little monk's face was filled with sorrow. He whispered, "Martial uncle, if this disciple accidentally makes any mistakes, you must bear with it. And this old monk knows. Go." The old monk Yong Zhong nodded. Only then did the little monk respectfully leave the meditation room. Although Xiao Hua didn't know the inside story, after listening to the old monk Yong Zhong's words and Miao Chen's expression, he had already guessed the matter. Attaining the fruit was the goal of all the eminent monks in the Pure Land world. Seeing that someone had taken a step ahead of them, others inevitably felt some envy and jealousy in their hearts. However, Xiao Hua pretended not to know and said with a smile, "This little monk didn't come here to register. I just wanted to ask Great Zen Master Ji Mie something. This little monk doesn't understand why it's unlucky." Miao Chen rolled his eyes. "Unlucky is unlucky. What's there to say?" With that, Miao Chen picked up the teacup. He didn't dare to check whether the tea inside was hot or not. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. "Little monk, why are you looking for my abbot?" the old monk Yong Zhong finally asked. Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "This little monk wants to ask, how did Great Zen Master Ji Mie get out of the Nirvana realm?" Pooh! Miao Chen originally wanted to swallow the tea, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he spat it out all at once. It covered Xiao Hua's bald head. He said in astonishment, "What? You want to ask Abbot about the Nirvana realm?" After saying that, Miao Chen came to his senses and hurriedly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, little monk." Speaking to hear, Miao Chen's eyes lit up. He saw that the tea that was spat on Xiao Hua's head rolled over and turned into a sparkling water ball that spun in the air. "Amit Ba, This poor monk has been disrespectful. Only now did Miao Chen realize that Xiaohua's cultivation was not ordinary. He hurriedly put his palms together and said. Xiaohua flung his monk robe and sent the water ball out of the meditation room. He said with a smile, "It's okay. You and I are both Buddhist disciples. How can there be any disrespect?" Miao Chen smiled and asked curiously, "I wonder what is junior brother's Dharma name?" Which senior asked junior brother to come and see my abbot. "Do you have any letters or Buddhist documents?" "This little monk is Tipu." It was Green Lotus Temple's senior brother Ci Hui who recommended this little monk to find great Zen master Jimia. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said, originally senior brother Ci Hui wanted to come with this little monk, but senior brother Ci Hui had some important matters to attend to and couldn't come. This little monk came in a hurry and didn't bring any letters. Strange. Miao Chen was very puzzled. He looked up and down at Xiaohua and said, "This little monk Ci Hui, this poor monk has seen him before. Abbot also admires him." That year, the two of them debated Buddhism for several days. He also has a good understanding of my abbot. He should know that my abbot is most afraid of people mentioning great Zen master. How could he recommend you to Jinshan Temple? The one who recommended Xiaohua to Jinshan Temple was naturally Great Snow Mountain's Master Qingchen. However, Master Qingchen had already passed away. Moreover, Master Qingchen's death was greatly related to the West Ci. Even if you beat Xiaohua to death, Xiaohua wouldn't mention it. Strange, Great Zen Master Jimia's Dharma name is Great Zen Master Jimia. Why is it taboo to talk about Great Zen Master Jimia? Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Great Zen Master Jimia. Miao Chen shrugged and replied, "This poor monk doesn't know. If junior brother wants to ask, you can ask martial ancestor Yongzhong." It's a long story. The old monk Yongzhong shook his head slightly. He picked up the teacup and sipped it. After a while, he said, "Little monk, if you want to know more about Great Zen Master Jimia, you should call Ci Hui over. Perhaps Abbot and Ci Hui can talk about it." Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked at the two and said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid that Ci Hui has already arrived at Leiyin Temple. If this little monk wants to find him, it will be difficult." Leiyin Temple? Why did Ci Hui go to Leiyin Temple? Miao Chen was very puzzled. However, he poured another cup of tea and swallowed it in one gulp. He looked at Xiaohua and asked. Chapter 3490. Senior brother Miao Chen, you should drink the tea. Xiaohua said with a smile. Otherwise, if this little monk says it out loud, senior brother will spit out the tea again. Miao Chen was slightly stunned. He hurriedly swallowed the tea, but just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly understood. Just as Xiaohua had expected, the tea in Miao Chen's mouth sprayed out again. Miao Chen cried out in an absolutely incredulous voice. What did you say? Ci Hui achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? This Buddha fruit temple's bell was rung for him? Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the water droplets that filled the sky fell into his hand. With a flick of his finger, the water droplets flew out of the meditation room again. Xiaohua's voice lightly sounded, "Yes, it is senior brother Ci Hui who achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit." "Grandma, how is this possible? This little monk..." At this point, Miao Chen immediately understood. At this time, Ci Hui was already Leiyin Temple's Bodhisattva Manjushri. How could he still talk about him? He hurriedly put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, Bodhisattva Manjushri, forgive this disciple's great disrespect." "Amitabha, so that's how it is." Old monk Yongzhong chanted the name of Buddha and sighed slightly. No wonder Abbot looks like he has aged 100 years. When Abbot debated with Zihui about the Dharma, you even praised Zihui's deep roots and said that he was a rare junior disciple in the Pure Land world. Who would have thought that in just a few years, he actually achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, if Abbot? Alas, let's not talk about it. Xiaohua said with a smile, as far as this disciple knows, Ci Hui's cultivation in this life is sloppy. At best, he is only in the realm of enlightenment. He only achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit because of his previous life's merit. Great Zen Master Jimye should know about this, right? Others naturally can. Monk Yongzhong shook his head, but Abbot can't. This is his heart demon. Why is it a heart demon? Xiao asked. Although Monk Yongzhong was old, he was still impenetrable. He said with a smile, "Little monk, you should ask Abbot yourself. This old monk doesn't dare to speak carelessly." Xiaohua was helpless. He accompanied the two of them to talk for a while. Miao Chen brought Xiaohua out and had the little novice monk find a guest room for Xiaohua. After saluting, Miao Chen left. Xiaohua pushed open the window of the guest room and saw the crescent moon in the sky. He sighed inwardly, "Alas, it's the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month again. Tomorrow is the Lunar New Year. I wonder if the Pure Land has the custom of celebrating the Lunar New Year?" Thinking about these days, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel irritated. Now that he had left the Black Wind Ridge for so long, he wondered how the Black Bear Spirit, Lu Yi, and the others were doing. Fortunately, they had set up the capital star formation at Black Wind Ridge before they left. Otherwise, Xiaohua really didn't know how they would deal with unexpected accidents. I have to hurry back. If he didn't seize the opportunity to return to the Dawn Rain continent before the spatial meridian completely collapsed, then he would have to cross the Eastern Sea and Southern Sea to return. That would take a long time, and the outcome would be difficult to predict. Even if the Black Wind Ridge had the capital star formation, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to withstand the crazy attack of the Copper Pillar State. Xiaohua thought and was about to release his Buddhist sense. However, just as his Buddhist sense swept through the main hall, Xiaohua hesitated again. Great Zen Master Nirvana was the only senior monk he knew who could come out of the Nirvana realm. He could only rely on Great Zen Master Nirvana to awaken Jianglu. He absolutely couldn't offend him. Forget it. Let's wait for 2 more days and see how the situation is. However, things were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. For 3 consecutive days, he didn't see the shadow of Great Zen Master Nirvana at all. The monks in the entire temple were trembling with fear. All of them were absent-minded and panicked. They seemed to be slacking in their morning and evening classes. Except for the old monk Yongzhong who came to see Xiaohua from time to time, the others didn't seem to know that a lone monk had come to the temple. This kind of mood was contagious. Even the good men and women who came to the temple to offer incense and alms could feel it. After kowtowing and burning incense, they hurriedly left, not daring to stay in the Jinshan temple for a moment longer. Xiaohua now knew where Great Zen Master Nirvana's meditation room was. The door of the meditation room was tightly shut. Xiaohua wanted to go up and knock on the door several times, or use his Buddhist sense to explore, but he restrained himself. On the 5th day, before dawn, Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard a clamor outside the door. When Xiaohua opened the door, he saw the monks of the Jinshan temple. They were all wearing thin monk robes and holding huge buckets with sharp bottoms. These monks were lined up with solemn faces. One by one, they ran through the corridor, across the open space in front of the main hall, and out of the temple gate. After a long time, these monks raised their hands flat. The huge buckets were filled with river water. They quickly returned and lined up to the back mountain of the Jinshan temple. The back mountain was a large vegetable field. These monks ran to the vegetable field and stopped in front of it. At the entrance of the vegetable field stood an old monk who, although tall, was extremely skinny, almost like a bag of bones. The old monk held a monk's staff in his hand. It was as thick as a duck's egg and several feet long. The monk stopped in front of the old monk. The old monk's eyes were like lightning. He swept the wooden buckets in the monk's hands. If the water in the wooden buckets was not enough, he waved his hand. The monk's face immediately became joyful. He ran to one side of the vegetable field and poured the water in the buckets there. Then he entered the Jinshan temple from another side. If the water in the buckets was not enough, the old monk would not be polite and hit the monk with the monk's staff. Pa! The sound was very ear-piercing. The monk who was hit grimaced in pain. Then he poured the water in the buckets to the side and returned to the Jinshan temple. They should be going down the mountain to fetch water. After watching for a while, Xiaohua was speechless. There were many monks fetching water. It seemed that other than the old monk Yongzhong, even Miao Fa and Miao Chen, who were at the bright body realm, were obediently fetching water with buckets. They were all very well behaved. Moreover, Xiaohua could clearly see that either Miao Chen or Miao Fa had been hit by the old monk's staff. It was so painful that the corners of their mouths were crooked. "Who are you?" Xiaohua had been watching for a long time. The old monk naturally noticed. He coldly swept his gaze and scolded. Xiaohua frowned. He flew up from the guest room and landed in front of the old monk. He put his palms together and bowed. "Amitba." Little monk Tipu greets great Zen master Ji Mie. Seeing that Xiaohua's age was similar to C.I. Hui's, his tone was similar to C.I. Hui's, and even the way he flew was the same, great Zen master Ji Mie felt a wave of irritation in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was shooing a fly and said, "No need to be polite. My Jinshan temple will not be receiving monks for the next few days. Little monk, quickly leave." As he spoke, he waved the staff in his hand and hit Mingshen's back. Mingshen's figure staggered, and the water in the wooden bucket spilled out. Great Zen master Ji Mie scolded, "Damn it. You only know how to steal wine and eat meat. Where did your meat go? Why are you so weak?" "This disciple." Mingshen's face was deathly pale. He mumbled a few words but didn't dare to say more. "Quickly scram. If you don't fetch 200 buckets today, you are not allowed to eat." Great Zen master Ji Mie scolded. Mingshen was scared witless and left in a sorry state. Great Zen master Ji Mie coldly looked at Xiaohua and said, "Little monk, why are you still not leaving? Could it be that you want this old monk to send you out? How can the Buddhist children of today be so insensible?" Seeing great Zen master Ji Mie's appearance, Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart. He finally understood why Great Snow Mountain's master Qingchen insisted on bringing him here that day, and even why Jietai Temple's master Ming turned around when he saw Jinshan Temple in front of him. This great Zen master Ji Mie really didn't have the demeanor of a great Zen master. He was really a boring great Zen master. However, Xiaohua still suppressed his displeasure. He respectfully bowed and said, "This little monk, Tipu, encountered something related to nirvana while chanting Buddhist scriptures. My heart was very puzzled. I heard that Jinshan Temple has a great Zen master named Nirvana. I was secretly delighted and specially came to your esteemed temple to ask great Zen master about the cause and effect of nirvana." Great Zen master Ji Mie sneered. His eyebrows twitched a few times for no reason. He was not moved by Xiaohua's modesty at all and said, "Just because you are named Nirvana, you can comprehend nirvana? Your name is Tipu. Could it be that you are Bodhi? As the name implies, it is the doings of Confucian cultivators. Our Buddhist children are chanting Buddhist scriptures with the spirit in their hearts. How can someone like you, who is chanting Buddhist scriptures with your naked eyes, be worthy of talking about nirvana? You should obediently go back and properly chant Buddhist scriptures. It won't be too late to come to my Jinshan temple after you understand one or two things." Xiaohua was angry. His expression changed and said, "This little monk originally heard that Jinshan Temple's great Zen master Ji Mie's Buddhist teachings were profound and his Buddhist techniques were divine. That's why this little monk came from afar to ask for guidance. But I didn't expect that great Zen master was actually like this. This little monk is truly disappointed. Little monk, what do you think a great Zen master should be like? Is it amiable? Or is it approachable? Is it open-minded like a valley? Or is it open-minded like the world?" Great Zen master Ji Mie laughed loudly. "So what if this old monk punished these disciples? They are bitterly burdened by their own bodies. They are unable to cleanse their minds and wholeheartedly follow Buddha. They have always been worried about their lives. This old monk only wanted to let them know that everything in this world is a burden. This old monk's punishment is a burden. This old monk's reward is also a burden. Watering the ground is tiring. Carrying water is also tiring. Only by attaining fruit and engraving the name of Buddha in Leiyin Temple can they be free. The so-called Bodhi tree originally has no tree. The mirror also has no platform. Originally there was nothing, Where did the dust come from? Xiaohua sneered. But cultivation is not necessarily restricted to form. Perhaps it is wine and meat in the mouth, but there is no Buddha in the heart. Or perhaps it is saying Amitabha Buddha while holding a blood blade in the hand. Great Zen Master, which one is following Buddha? This little monk really didn't expect that Great Zen Master would actually fall into such a low position. You can only have your body like a Bodhi tree, your heart like a mirror, constantly wiping it and not letting the dust come from it. Insolent little monk. Great Zen Master Jimya was somewhat embarrassed and angry. I don't know where you learned a few words of debate from, but you came to debate Buddhist teachings with this old monk. Just what are your intentions? If you want to become famous at such a young age, you have come to the wrong place. Chapter 3491. Ha! Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. He pointed his finger and said, if this little monk wants to become famous, why don't I go find Xie Hui? He has just attained the Buddha fruit of Manjushri Bodhisattva, wouldn't he be more useful than you? Besides, Great Zen Master, humans are humans. You and I are only Buddha, not Bodhisattvas. It's nothing to be envious and jealous. If you don't even dare to express the jealousy in your heart, how can you throw away your own skin? How can you attain Buddha fruit? Don't you admit that you are so anxious because you heard the news of Xie Hui attaining Buddha fruit? Perhaps your heart has already been bedeviled, but you still feel that you. At this moment, Xiaohua decided to use a plan to provoke him. Although he didn't say that he knew that Great Zen Master Nirvana had experienced Nirvana before, these few short sentences were very heartbreaking. It was as if a small knife had dug out Great Zen Master Nirvana's heart. The monks of Jinshan Temple who were stunned at the sight now had even more fear on their faces. They all wanted to escape, but they were afraid of attracting Great Zen Master Nirvana's attention. They very pitifully stood there, not daring to move. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Great Zen Master Nirvana was furious. After so many years, who dared to say such words to him? Which monk who came to his door didn't respectfully ask for guidance from him? The most important thing was that Xiaohua's words really touched his heart, completely tearing his face apart. Great Zen Master Nirvana roared. It was the Buddhist lion roar. Although this roar wasn't directed at the monks, nor was it directed at Xiaohua, a fierce wind blew above Jinshan Temple. The monks tried their best to cover their ears and squatted on the ground. Some of them who didn't have cultivation even painfully rolled on the ground. Hee, did this little monk hit the nail on the head? Xiaohua chuckled. His voice was even louder, seeing Xie Hui attaining Buddha fruit, and thinking about how high my seniority is and how I also have attainments in cultivation. Back then Xie Hui was still very respectful in front of me. Perhaps he even praised him a few times that day. But I didn't expect him to reach the peak all of a sudden. Looking at myself, I'm as helpless as a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. Damn it! Great Zen Master Nirvana clapped his hands, and the Buddhist light above his head shone brightly. A dazzling golden Buddhist palm appeared and slammed toward Xiaohua. You're angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me. Great Zen Master Nirvana, you want to silence me by killing me? Xiaohua sneered. He didn't dare to use the hand of a nascent soul, but golden light flashed all over his body as he used his transcendence golden body. The golden light was similar to the Buddha's light. He raised his hand, and a fist that wasn't inferior to the Buddha's palm hit the Buddha's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire Jinshan Temple shook. Xiaohua's golden body was actually hit by the Nirvana Buddha palm, and he almost stepped on the main hall of the Jinshan Temple. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet and he hurriedly flew towards Xinjiang below Jinshan Temple. Little monk, don't even think about leaving. At this moment, Great Zen Master Nirvana was truly burning with anger. His face was purple like an eggplant. Auspicious clouds also appeared under his feet as he chased after Xiaohua. He even threw the Zen staff in his hand into the air and it actually transformed into the appearance of a heavenly dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Xiaohua. Who's afraid of you? Xiaohua sneered. However, he was also somewhat anxious in his heart. After all, from the great Zen master Nirvana's palm just now, no matter what, he was still at the early stage of the canopy transformation realm. With Xiaohua's Buddhist cultivation, he definitely wasn't his opponent. Of course, Xiaohua also believed that this was merely the result of great Zen master Nirvana's humiliation turning into anger. He only needed to endure for a moment, and when great Zen master Nirvana's anger subsided, he would also stop. Xiaohua's life would definitely not be in any danger. Immediately, Xiaohua similarly waved his hand. The 9 dragons' monk's staff flew out from the space, roaring as it transformed into 9 small dragons and fought with the heavenly dragon. Just like that, the 10 heavenly dragons above Xinjiang turned the clouds and rain with one turn of the hand, tossing the entire Xinjiang until the river water surged violently. The waves reached the sky, and it was truly a scene of devastation. Little monk, as expected, you came prepared. Great Zen Master Nirvana sneered. Today, this old monk will fulfill your wish and let you become famous in one battle. As he spoke, great Zen Master Nirvana chanted incantations. His hands formed a Buddhist seal, and the Buddhist light around his body flourished. Along with great Zen Master Nirvana's Buddhist seal, a thin Buddhist light appeared like heavenly flowers in the space several dozen feet to the left of Xiaohua. 2 or 3 heavenly women with benevolent faces and charming brows appeared. Their hands and legs danced, and along with this indescribable heavenly dance, a sound that was even louder than the sound of Sanskrit appeared. When that sound was heard, it was as if ants were crawling on one's heart, and a kind of indescribable heat was born from the lower abdomen. Just as Xiaohua was frowning, he suddenly became alert again. He stretched out his right arm and grabbed towards the bottom behind him. Peng! A pitch-black trident was caught in Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua coldly snorted and turned around to look. It was a pitch-black, ugly yaksha that was several feet in size. It had poked out from the void to sneak attack him. Seeing that its trident was caught by Xiaohua, the yaksha was not anxious at all. With a shake of its hand, not only did it transform into a Buddhist light and disappear into the void, but even the trident also instantly transformed into several heavenly flowers, slowly drifting in the air. Not only that, just as the heavenly flowers drifted down a few feet, no less than 10 yakshas appeared around Xiaohua at the same time. Each of them bared their teeth and fiercely waved the tridents in their hands toward Xiaohua's transcendence golden body. Hit! Xiaohua did not hesitate. The Buddhist light around his body flashed, and his hands formed a Buddhist seal. The power of the mountains was immediately born. Around Xiaohua, fist-sized stones appeared. These stones also flashed with Buddhist light and burst out in all directions. When the stones streaked across the sky and flew in front of the yaksha and the heavenly maiden, these stones had already transformed into several feet in size. Peng peng peng! A series of muffled sounds rang out. The yaksha's tridents were shattered, and each of them turned into Buddhist light. The charming heavenly maiden was ruthlessly shattered by the huge stones, and immediately turned into countless heavenly flowers that drifted over the Chen River. Little monk, you really have some foundation. You actually know the mountainous Buddhist seal. Great Zen Master Nirvana coldly watched, and then glanced at the 9-dragon tin staff that was fighting with the Buddhist staff. He snorted, "No wonder you dare to come to my golden mountain temple to cause trouble." Seeing that great Zen Master Nirvana's temperament was so extreme, Xiaohua was also helpless. At this moment, it was not convenient for him to ask for advice. Xiaohua only hoped that he could reach a deal without fighting with great Zen Master Nirvana, and then he would gradually ask about Nirvana's secret. What? Great Zen Master, is there a problem with this little monk knowing the power of the mountains? Xiaohua also sneered. This is the first time this little monk has used this demon-subduing method on my Buddhist sex arhat. Unlike some senior monks who only attack their own disciples. This old monk would believe such funny words? Great Zen Master Nirvana laughed loudly. Since you have the heart, then this old monk will not be polite. You have to be careful, this old monk's power of karma. Sometimes this old monk can't control it. The power of karma? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly formed hand seals again. He had already comprehended the power of the mountains quite well, and now he had already entered the second layer. However, he had not truly comprehended the power of karma. Hearing that great Zen master Nirvana actually knew the power of karma, and what he used just now, Xiaohua's heart immediately became vigilant. He did not know what the second layer of karma was. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. Suddenly, great Zen master Nirvana's body chanted Buddhist names one after another. Then, great Zen master Nirvana's body also uncontrollably swelled up. Moreover, as his body swelled up, another head grew out from great Zen master Nirvana's back, and under this head, 2 more hand seals grew out. Ah? Xiaohua was greatly stunned. Looking at great Zen master Nirvana's strange 2-headed and 4-armed body, an indescribable feeling of absurdity arose in his heart. That's right, in Xiaohua's impression, this should be the demon statue of the blood-dripping paradise. How could the Buddhist sect's demon-subduing methods be like this? However, before Xiaohua could come to his senses, he saw the surrounding temperature plummet. Previously, within the heavenly flowers, red spikes suddenly grew out. These spikes grew increasingly and swallowed the entire heavenly flowers. Those spikes rapidly spread, instantly covering the entire sky. Moreover, as they spread, the spikes slowly turned into the shape of a lotus. In particular, the red color of the entire sky looked similar to a huge lotus. At the same time, an incomparable palpitating feeling arose in Xiaohua's heart. Red lotus karmic fire? Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Naturally, Xiaohua had used this fire of karmic fire before. However, later on, because there were many other divine abilities, Xiaohua no longer used the dream-punishing dagger as well as the soul-punishing light. However, he didn't expect to see it again in the Golden Mountain Temple of the Western Paradise. Moreover, the great Zen master Nirvana's red lotus karmic fire was clearly much stronger than his by a little bit. Facing such a powerful opponent, Xiaohua's divine ability of the Buddhist sect was probably no match for it. However, Xiaohua wasn't willing to be outdone. His hands once again formed a seal. Layers of mountains flashed out from the Buddhist light. Like roaring earth dragons, they pounced towards the red lotus that hadn't yet formed. Unfortunately, although these mountains looked thick and the Buddhist light was also brilliant, upon contact with the red lotus karmic fire, they instantly turned into drops of golden liquid. This restriction flowed into the karmic fire and disappeared without a trace. It didn't cause any ripples at all. Xiaohua was helpless. He lowered his head and glanced at the lotus platform that didn't immediately close. He knew that this was the way out that the great Zen master Nirvana left for him. Almost without thinking, he pulled himself out of the gap in the red lotus karmic fire. However, who would have thought that just as he escaped from the karmic fire, before he could withdraw his Dharma body, an enormous force pressed down on him. It was actually the force of mountains that Xiaohua was familiar with. Xiaohua was rather caught off guard. Moreover, he was originally flying downwards. With a loud plop, the golden body sank into the Qin River. At the same time, the 9-dragon staff also wailed and fell from the sky. It sank to the bottom of the river with Xiaohua. Chapter 3492. Haha. Great Zen Master Nirvana raised his head and laughed heartily. He shook his body and the golden Buddha statue slowly entered his body. The red lotus karmic fire above Qin River also disappeared into the void. He then looked at Qin River and said in a clear voice, "Little monk, don't tell me you're not trying to provoke me." Unfortunately, this old monk has seen this kind of trick many times. I won't let you do it again. This old monk has already given you a lot of face in today's battle. Since you're already famous, you can go now. Don't bother this old monk again. If you do, don't blame this old monk for being impolite. Then, great Zen Master Nirvana no longer looked at Qin River. He turned around and flew into Jinshan Temple. Damn it! Xiaohua put away the 9-dragon staff and Transcendence golden body. He used the water escape technique and flew out from the upper reaches of the Qin River. He landed on a mountain rock and cursed in his heart. He was at his wits' end again. His plan was clearly seen through by great Zen master Nirvana. Moreover, he had offended him a lot with his words. Not to mention the difference in age, it was impossible for them to become friends without fighting. Even if he wanted to see him again, he wouldn't be willing. How could he ask him for help? There are really all kinds of people in this day and age. Xiaohua scratched his bald head. At this time, hair was gradually growing on top of his head. It was quite itchy. How can such an uncultured monk achieve fruition? If he can achieve fruition, then the Buddhist sect is really blind. Amitabha, Buddha, this little monk didn't mean to say that. Kacha! All of a sudden, heavenly thunder exploded above the Chen River. The sky, which was already somewhat gloomy, was now even darker. Bolts of heavenly thunder came without warning, and thunderbolts began to strike nearby. "It's raining, put away the clothes," Xiaohua said weakly. The rain gradually became heavier and the sky became darker. Xiaohua stood up and slowly walked in the rain. He went against Chen River. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. For example, should he change his appearance and meet great Zen Master Nirvana again? Should he wait for a period of time and wait for great Zen Master Nirvana to be in a good mood? However, all these thoughts turned into ashes when they met great Zen Master Nirvana's strange temper. "Hey, isn't this the wine-meat monk called Mingxin?" While walking, Xiaohua saw a small cave in the distance. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of fiery light in the midst of the boundless rain. Xiaohua swept out with his Buddha sense and immediately saw it. However, when he saw everything inside, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mingxin carefully used his body to block the entrance of the cave. He was roasting a rabbit over a fire. This monk. Xiaohua slightly shakes his head. He really doesn't learn from his mistakes. He was just warned by his own abbot, and now he's hiding out to eat meat. He's really a weirdo. Mingxin, Xiaohua roared. Mingxin was so frightened that he threw the rabbit in his hand into the fire. Before he could even turn his head, he hastily knelt on the ground and cried out, "Martial ancestor, spare my life. Martial ancestor, spare my life." "Hee hee," Xiaohua sneered. "You were just beaten by the great Zen master and now you dare to eat meat? You really don't want to live anymore." Hearing that it wasn't his own abbot's voice, Mingxin gathered his courage and secretly took a look. Seeing that it was actually Xiaohua, his body trembled even more. He cried out, "Martial ancestor, so it was you, please spare this disciple." This disciple was just greedy for good food, there was really no other way. "Get up," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This poor monk doesn't get along with your abbot, how could I possibly tell him about this matter?" That's right. Martial ancestor's righteous words today really make this disciple admire you." Mingxin got up and hastily picked up the rabbit that fell into the ashes. He hurriedly blew the dust with his mouth and flattered, "Martial ancestor doesn't know. In the entire Jinshan temple, there are a total of 62 disciples. Who would dare to talk back to the abbot like Martial ancestor? Moreover, Martial ancestor's magical power is great. You can actually fight with the abbot for so long. To tell Martial ancestor the truth, this disciple has never seen anyone provoke the abbot to use the red lotus karmic fire. It's not that this disciple is flattering Martial ancestor, but all the monks who come to my Jinshan temple, which one of them isn't respectful and reverent? How could there be a monk like Martial ancestor? To tell the truth, the senior brothers and martial uncles in the temple are all cheering for Martial ancestor in their hearts. This disciple can't wait for Martial ancestor to be my Jinshan temple's abbot." Xiaohua found a place to sit down casually and sighed. It was a satisfying fight. You all also felt refreshed, but this poor monk's matter can be considered as a failure. Damn it, why is your abbot like this? When his mood is bad, he doesn't even listen to a single word from others. Moreover, he frequently uses his magical power to suppress others. Isn't that so? Mingxin also deeply felt the same. He turned the roasted yellow rabbit left and right inside. This disciple just like some wine and meat, it didn't delay anyone. This disciple originally didn't intend to become a monk, but was really forced to do so by others. In order to survive, this disciple had no choice but to become a monk. This disciple knows that this disciple has some misdeeds and has always been avoiding people. Oh, right, martial ancestor, why are you looking for my abbot? Forget it, it's useless to tell you. Xiaohua already understood that in the entire Jinshan temple, except for the old monk Yongzhong, no one else would know about the matter of great Zen master Jimia. It would be useless for him to tell Mingxin. Mingxin was just chatting up Xiaohua. He simply didn't intend to listen to Xiaohua's reply. When Xiaohua answered, he had already turned his attention to the rabbit in his hand. His hands and feet nimbly took out a small bag from his bosom. This small bag had many small compartments. Mingxin didn't even raise his head as he very familiarly took out seasonings one after another and sprinkled them on the rabbit meat. In a moment, a rich meat aroma filled the cave. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Little monk, you really know how to enjoy life." Hee, a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat. Even if this disciple had to reach fruition, this disciple wouldn't be willing. As Mingxin spoke, he used his hand to tear the rabbit into two halves and eagerly handed the slightly larger piece to Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua eat it? He waved his hand and said, "Do you think this poor monk's face looks like it would eat meat?" Hee. Mingxin smiled apologetically and said, "Martial ancestor, you don't know, this disciple roasts good meat, even if it's martial ancestor wonderful technique." Hee. As he spoke, he pushed the rabbit meat forward and said with a smile, "Martial ancestor, you might as well try it." "Go away." Xiaohua scolded, "If you do this again, don't blame this poor monk for throwing you back to Jinshan temple." Seeing Xiaohua angry, Mingxin hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Martial ancestor, don't blame me, don't blame me." As he spoke, he took 2 steps back and bit off a large piece of rabbit meat. He vigorously chewed it, looking like he was enjoying it very much. However, after eating for a while, Mingxin looked at the pouring rain outside the cave and said gloomily, "AI, today is really unlucky. I haven't even woken up when the abbot pulled me up. Not only did I tire myself out for half a day, I also got beaten up. Granny, especially today when the water level of the Qin River is rising. Without a ferry, even if I wanted to get a mouthful of wine to drink, it wouldn't be possible. Martial ancestor, tell me, how can I eat meat without wine? Isn't this a big killjoy?" Xiaohua's eyes turned, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade pot and handed it to Mingxin. "What is this?" Mingxin was slightly stunned and looked at Xiaohua with some confusion. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Didn't you want to drink? This poor monk just happens to have some here, I'll give it to you." Martial ancestor, is this wine? Mingxin was absolutely overjoyed. He practically snatched the jade pot over, put his nose in front of the jade pot, and sniffed it a few times. An intoxicated expression immediately brewed on his face, and he said in an extremely exaggerated manner, "Grandmaster, what kind of good wine is this? How come this disciple has never drunk it before?" "This is a spiritual wine given to this poor monk by a good friend from the Dao sect. I naturally can't drink it, so it's a bargain for you," Xiaohua said with a smile. Spiritual wine. Mingxin used his mouth to smack the jade pot, and both his eyes narrowed. He had never drunk such a wonderful spiritual wine before, and he really couldn't bear to drink too much. After taking a few small sips, Mingxin took a few bites of the rabbit meat. Suddenly, he spat out the rabbit meat onto the ground and said in a vexed manner, "After drinking the spirit wine, why is this rabbit meat so disgusting? With such a spiritual wine, if there isn't dragon liver and phoenix marrow, how can it be worthy?" "Ah, little monk, don't be greedy," Xiaohua said with a big laugh. Mingxin's face was crying, and he very carefully hid the jade pot in his bosom, saying, "Martial ancestor, you've harmed me. With this spiritual wine, how can this disciple drink mortal wine in the future? Don't talk about wine, even ordinary meat will be tasteless for this disciple to eat." "What? This poor monk gave you the spiritual wine out of goodwill, but it's a problem?" The corner of Xiaohua's eyes twitched, and he said coldly. Mingxin was shocked, and he hurriedly smiled, No, no, this disciple just feels that after drinking this wine, this disciple will have no regrets in this life. That's more like it. Xiaohua slightly nodded. All right, martial ancestor, why are you looking for my abbot? There's no harm in saying, this disciple used your fine wine, so no matter what, I have to put in some effort for you, right? Otherwise, this disciple will feel uneasy in his heart. Mingxin was very tactful, and he asked again. Xiaohua said with a smile, you don't need to care about the specifics. Just tell this poor monk about your abbot's usual habits and actions, and let this poor monk listen. Yes, this disciple understands. Hearing that Xiaohua didn't need his help and only wanted to inquire about great Zen Master Nirvana's movements, Mingxin was very happy, and he told everything he knew to Xiaohua in full detail, no matter how big or small. Xiaohua listened while nodding, and his brows furrowed even tighter. It was exactly the same as Xiaohua's guess. Great Zen Master Nirvana's temper wasn't an ordinary kind of eccentric, and his seniority was also frighteningly high. Ordinary Buddhist disciples didn't dare to challenge him. Towards Jinshan Temple's monks, Great Zen Master Nirvana treated them like his own children. If he wanted to beat them, he would beat them, and if he wanted to scold them, he would scold them. Even the junior disciples who came to ask for advice were also like this. If they didn't succeed, he would turn hostile and chase them away. But whenever someone came to ask for help, Great Zen Master Nirvana never made a move to help. No matter what methods the person used, he would ignore them all. Using Mingxin's words, Great Zen Master Nirvana was the synonym for stinginess, cruelty, and jealousy. Chapter 3493. Could it be, your family's abbot doesn't have any hobbies? Xiaohua can't help but interrupt Mingxin's incessant rambling. Rather than listening to him talk about Great Zen Master Nirvana's hobbies, it's better to say that he's complaining, talking about his own bloody history. Flattery. Mingxin answers without hesitation, however, even if you flatter him, he still won't agree to help you. Normal hobbies. For example, Buddhist tools or Buddhist techniques. No. Mingxin shakes his head, but then he explains, of course, disciple doesn't cultivate Buddhist techniques, so I don't know if abbot likes these. However, speaking of liking. Speaking to hear, Mingxin hesitates. What's wrong? Xiaohua suddenly becomes spirited and asks. Mingxin thinks for a moment and says in a low voice, my family's abbot has a strange hobby. Disciple only discovered it in recent years. What strange hobby? On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month 2 years ago, disciple went out to look for wine, but unexpectedly got drunk and didn't return to Jinshan Temple in time. At night, the water level of the Chen River rose greatly. Disciple risked death to steal a small broken boat to cross the river. But when the boat reached the center of the river, I suddenly saw the abbot sitting on a tall rock by the river. At that time, disciple was scared out of his wits, kneeling on the small boat and kowtowing to admit his guilt. However, disciple kowtowed who knows how many times and saw that the small boat drifted far away, but the abbot still didn't open his eyes or open his mouth. Afterwards, disciple entered the temple in fear, but the abbot didn't seem to know about this matter and didn't mention it at all, nor did he punish disciple. Mingxin says carefully, so on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month last year, disciple couldn't sleep at night, so I sneaked out and secretly took a look. Guess what? What? Xiaohua's curiosity is piqued. Mingxin says with a mysterious face, there is no moon on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. Disciple didn't know when the abbot sat on that tall rock again, as if he was asleep. Only when the morning sun shines on the abbot's body did the abbot disappear again. As if he never appeared. Don't you think it's strange? This can't be considered strange, right? Xiaohua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can it not be strange? If he doesn't have something in his heart, if he's not thinking about something, who would stay awake the whole night and stare at the river in a daze? Even to the point that disciple next to him? Mingxin obviously wanted to say, which none are you thinking about? But looking at Xiaohua's bald head, he didn't dare to say it. 30th of the 12th lunar month? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled. Today should be the 27th of the 12th lunar month, right? There are only a few days. Are you still planning to this, masters? This, is he this? Teat, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and understood. Back then, great Zen Master Nirvana most likely entered silence around the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, and the place where he entered silence was the tall rock beside the Chen River. However, for some unknown reason, he quickly escaped from silence. Afterwards, no matter what method great Zen Master Nirvana used, he was unable to enter silence again. Therefore, he was brooding over this, and every year, he would spend a night there to comprehend the feeling of entering silence, right? T, Xiao Hua sighs in his heart and says, "Little monk, it's best not to know too much about other people's secrets." Master may not notice if you peek once or twice, but if you're discovered by him 3 or 4 times, then even if you want to eat meat and drink wine, it'll be impossible. Think about it, if I can find you hiding here, how can Master not know if you're peeking from the side? Ming Shen's forehead immediately breaks out in cold sweat. He hurriedly nods and says, "Disciple understands, disciple won't dare anymore." Xiao Hua waves his hand and says, "Go, it's not early anymore. Although it's still raining, you need to return to the temple. Master's mood isn't good today, don't provoke him." "Yes, disciple will return now." Ming Shen looks at the gloomy sky outside the cave and estimates the time. He clasps his hands together and salutes before hurriedly leaving. After Ming Shen left, Xiao Hua looks at the messy cave and the scattered bones on the ground. He doesn't want to stay any longer. He walks out of the cave and slowly walks along the river in the rain. His mind is in a mess, but he can't sort it out. Master Nirvana was so remorseful when he left the Nirvana realm. It's clear that the Nirvana realm is extremely precious to the Buddha. Jiang Luer has already been in silence for 100 years and still hasn't woken up. It's likely that the opportunity hasn't arrived. Even if I find someone to wake her up, it may not be the right choice. After walking for a while, Xiao Hua feels that he's really mentally tired. He casually finds a place, sits down cross-legged, closes his eyes, and calms his heart in this torrential rain. Several days have passed since he started meditating. When Xiao Hua opens his eyes again, the sky is even darker, the rain is even heavier, and the water in the river has also risen by a lot. Xiao Hua raises his head and sighs. The will of heaven is hard to fathom, the wind and clouds change, who knows what tomorrow will be. When Xiao Hua's gaze inadvertently sees a trace of white in the east, he suddenly remembers that today is the 30th of the 12th lunar month. If it's as Ming Shen said, then Master Nirvana should be sitting on the tall rock beside the river again. There's no harm in going and taking a look. Let's see if he has any sorrow in his heart. Although he advised Ming Shen not to go, Xiao Hua's curiosity was piqued. He steps and flies down the river while thinking to himself, if I can grab hold of this so-called great Zen master's little tail, let's see if he still dares to not listen to me. After several days of heavy rain, the water in the Qin River has become very turbulent. The inside of the river is very muddy. Some upstream sand, some branches, withered grass, and occasionally some thick logs and drowned livestock. Xiao Hua guesses that the upstream of the Qin River was affected by the disaster and the livestock were washed into the river. Xiao Hua carefully flies down the river and stealthily releases his soul sense. Sure enough, under the Golden Mountain Temple, a tall rock suddenly pops out. Master Nirvana is sitting on the rock. At this moment, Master Nirvana is really like Nirvana. There's no sound and there's no Buddhist light around his body. The torrential rain is more concentrated than water pouring down on his body. His monk's robe is already wet. His shiny bald head is covered in water. Even in the darkness before dawn, it can be seen clearly. Xiao Hua doesn't dare to get too close. Xiao Hua's soul sense swept past Master Nirvana and then looked at other places. He didn't see anything strange. Not to mention the nun, there's not even a shadow of a person. Xiao Hua is a little disappointed. He knows that he's gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Just as he's about to retreat, his soul sense swept across the lower reaches of the Qin River. There's a floating corpse in the river. Xiaohua is startled. He hastily returns his soul sense. After taking a look, he sighed again. This floating corpse had already lost its vitality. Life is short. Xiaohua turns around. With his soul sense, he can't clearly see whether the floating corpse is male or female. This Master Nirvana is really Nirvana. He only thinks about how to be Nirvana and how to achieve fruition. Even if there's a floating corpse in front of him, he doesn't know how to fish it up. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's body suddenly quivers. A light flashes in his mind. That's right. Xiaohua's face was filled with wild joy. Immediately after, he looked at Great Zen Master Nirvana and then looked at the sky in the east. He didn't dare to be negligent. He pressed down on the cloud and waved his hand. From the yin-yang pond in the space, he took out a huge 7-colored lotus that he didn't know where he got it from. The moment the lotus entered the rain, it immediately emitted a 7-colored brilliance that blocked the rain outside the lotus. Namo Maitreya's Buddha, Xiaohua chants. Disciple sincerely prays that this disciple can save Jiang Luer's life. Saying this, Xiaohua shakes his hand again. Jiang Luo, whose eyes are tightly closed, is also taken out by him and sent into the 7-colored lotus. After some estimation, Xiaohua pushes his hand, and the 7-colored lotus, along with Jiang Luo, falls into the Qin River. Strange. At first, Xiaohua was still somewhat worried that the 7-colored lotus would sink into the water, or that Jiang Luo would fall into the river. At that time, the space did not have yin and yang, so one's age can't be counted. After the 5 elements stabilized, another 100 years have passed. Jiang Luo is still in nirvana. 100 years have not left any traces on his body. At this time, he still has the appearance of a child. The 7-colored lotus is more than enough to contain him. It's steady like a small boat. Seeing the 7-colored lotus drifting several feet away, Xiaohua is about to use the Devil Realm's concealment technique. Suddenly, his heart jumps. Not good, the 7-colored lotus is too dazzling. With the old monk's temperament, how can he tolerate such a Buddhist treasure? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the riverside, wanting to exchange it for something else. However, the place's soul consciousness was paying attention to, on the tall rock, Great Zen Master Nirvana seems to have made a slight movement. The horizon also revealed a trace of brilliance. Xiaohua is very anxious. He knows that this opportunity is fleeting. With a wave of his hand, the 7-colored lotus entered the space. Jiang Luer's figure is in a hurry. Xiaohua saw a broken wooden basin at the side. Without thinking, he sent it over and hurriedly hid himself in the void. Xiaohua's figure had just disappeared when Great Zen Master Nirvana's eyes opened. Coincidentally, the east is daybreak. Thousands of brilliance flew past. Amitabha. Great Zen Master Nirvana chanted the name of Buddha. His voice is filled with loneliness, regret, and helplessness. Following Great Zen Master Nirvana's Buddha chants, the torrential rain actually lessened. The clouds above Jinshan Temple thinned visibly. Great Zen Master Nirvana is facing Xinjiang. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Luo sitting in the broken wooden basin with his hands together in nirvana. Great Zen Master Nirvana stares blankly, dumbstruck. Chapter 3494. This child is... Great Zen Master Jimye finally woke up from his stupor. He had been concerned about the matter of entering silence for many years and had thought about it countless times in his mind. Now that he saw Jiang Luo entering silence, he immediately saw through it. How could he not be stunned? Has she entered silence? Although Great Zen Master Nirvana's voice was questioning, he was certain. In the entire Pure Land, there were probably not many people who understood the phenomenon of entering silence better than him. Just as Great Zen Master Nirvana's gaze landed on Jiang Luo, the rain that had been pouring down for many days suddenly stopped on Sunday. The rain stopped and the clouds parted. Half of the morning sun's face peeked out from the horizon. Right above Jinshan Temple, a rainbow was born and hung horizontally between Jinshan Temple and the western heavenly realm. At the end of the rainbow was Jiang Luer, who was sitting on the wooden basin. Under the rainbow, Jiang Luer's body was overflowing with 7 colors. Under the 7 colors, there was a dense Buddhist light that suddenly rushed into the rainbow. An indescribable solemnity appeared on his face. Although the figure was sitting on the broken wooden basin with rainwater flowing out from the gaps in the wooden basin, in great Zen Master Nirvana's eyes, it was like a 9th-grade golden lotus. Amitabha. Disciple Nirvana thanks Buddha for your kindness. Suddenly, Nirvana seemed to have understood something. Tears flowed out of his eyes. Ignoring his soaked kasaya, he knelt on the huge rock and respectfully kowtowed 9 times to the western heavenly realm. Not only was Nirvana stunned, even Xiaohua, who was hiding at the side, felt that it was inconceivable. All of this was done by him behind the scenes. But all the signs pointed to the fact that the rainbow could be born so casually? What was with the Buddhist light on Jiang Luer's body? How could all these be so coincidental? After Nirvana kowtowed 9 times, the rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth disappeared. Jiang Luer's broken wooden basin floated to the bottom of the huge rock. Great Zen Master Nirvana no longer hesitated. A Buddhist cloud appeared under his feet and landed on Xinjiang. With a rare smile on his face, he reached out and hugged Jiang Luer in his arms. He lowered his head and looked at the broken wooden basin. After thinking for a moment, he also took the wooden basin in his hands and turned into a Buddhist light and rushed into Jinshan Temple. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xiaohua's figure appeared on the other side of Chen. Jiang Luer's face was still full of confusion and even had a trace of worry. In Xiaohua's imagination, when Jiang Luer was awakened, he should be by her side, and Jiang Luer should not be talking or communicating with anyone in the Pure Land world. But now, he had a sudden idea and really treated Jiang Luer as Jiang Luer and sent her down the river to Great Zen Master Jimya. Everything was out of his control. Not to mention Jiang Luer's Xiaoyu mainland accent, not to mention Jiang Luer's gradual familiarity with the unfamiliar environment. Even if Great Zen Master Jimya asked about Jiang Luer's background, Xiaohua did not dare to imagine how Jiang Luer would answer. Yellow Flower Ridge? 100 Herbs? Morning Rain Continent? How would Jiang Luer explain to Nirvana Master Nirvana? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua scratched his short hair in distress and comforted himself. Since Luer appeared in Jinshan Temple and caused such a strange phenomenon, I'm afraid Luer really has some background. Isn't this what Buddhism emphasizes? Even if Luer said something with Nirvana's experience, would he understand? When Luer is older, I'll come back and explain to him. Xiaohua looked at the Jinshan Temple for a moment and heard the Buddhist bell ringing in the temple. His figure floated up and began to fly in the direction of the great snowy mountain. His purpose of coming to the Western Paradise had finally been achieved. Xiaohua's heart could be said to have relaxed. However, after flying for 100 miles, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, it's not right to leave Luer alone in Jinshan Temple. This Jinshan Temple is very strange. Nirvana Master is stingy, and narrow-minded. Yongzhong is an old monk with 1 foot in the grave. Miao Chen and Miao Fa are very reckless. Mingxin is a monk who loves wine and meat. Damn it, there's no normal monk in this Jinshan Temple. Besides, the Pure Land is not the real Pure Land. It seems that I have to find someone who can protect Luer. Otherwise, how can I be at ease? Where can I find someone to entrust Luer to? Xiaohua stood in the air and was distressed again. After all, Jiang Luer was not an ordinary person. He was Xiao Xinrui's beloved son. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. Any negligence would make Xiaohua unable to face Xiao Xinrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Little Yellow? Little Black? Or Herculean Centipede? Xiaohua's mind turned rapidly, secretly looking for a candidate. After thinking for a moment, he decided that these 3 little things should be all right. Just as Xiaohua was about to enter the space to discuss with the 3 little things, Gio, a burst of beast cries came from the mountain ridge below Xiaohua's feet. When Xiaohua looked down, he saw a group of monkeys playing happily in the mountain forest. Seeing the monkeys, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Yes, there were 2 fire apes in Xiaohua's space. Although these 2 fire apes were not directly placed in the space, but in the storage bag, even if they were placed in the storage bag, after all, they had been separated by yin and yang. Who knows what changes would happen to them? Such 2 spiritual creatures, if he did not use them now, when would he? This was a helper sent by the heavens. Although he was happy, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After all, the 2 fire apes were not like Little Yellow and Little Yellow. The 2 were his children, while the fire apes were outsiders. Especially the fire ape from before, it had a bad temper and was unruly. If he let it protect Jiang Luo, it would eat Jiang Luo. However, if he let the fire ape protect Jiang Luo, Xiaohua was even more worried. Although that fire ape looked well-behaved, its origin was very unclear. It suddenly appeared in the fog mountain and was taken in by him as soon as they met. Who knew what it was doing? What was special was that Xiaohua had an inexplicable vigilance towards this fire ape, an instinctive disbelief. Compared to the fire ape, Xiaohua believed that the one with a bad temper was more. That kind of unruly nature made people feel unyielding and rebellious. If he could give this fire ape some benefits, it might be able to make it feel grateful. However, the problem was that he had beaten up the fire ape more than once or twice. The fire ape hated him to the bone. If he were to give it a favor at this time, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to the fire ape? Wasn't it too straightforward? It was too obvious. What should I do? Xiaohua was once again at a loss. After thinking for half a day, an idea that could not be considered perfect appeared in his mind. At this time, Xiaohua did not have any particularly good ideas. He could only gamble. Of course, this gamble would not cost him anything. If there was a price to pay, the stingy Xiaohua would not do it. Then, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense until it was 1,000 miles away. He looked at the situation within this 1,000 miles and then entered the space. When Jade Archive Xiaohua arrived at a place in the space, he raised both of his hands and moved his mind. The scene within a few miles began to quickly change, just like the outside. When the illusion within a few miles was completed, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure rose again. As his figure slowly rose, the illusion extended into the distance. Okay. Seeing that the illusory realm had already enveloped the entire range of 1,000 miles, Jade Archive Xiaohua stopped and said with a satisfied smile, although this poor Daoist can't really move mountains and seas, it shouldn't be a problem to create an illusory formation to fool the fire ape, right? After saying that, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand again. With a loud rumbling sound, a tall mountain rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Only then did it stop. Looking at the bare mountain, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and then waved his hand. A little bit of green appeared on the mountain. The green quickly grew and turned into a towering pine tree. Under the pine tree, there were immortal herbs. Some turned into tall and straight bamboos that swayed with the wind. In the bamboo forest, there were some strange flowers competing with each other. It really looked like a fairyland. It seems like it's still missing something. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the beautiful scenery of the strange mountain and felt happy. He pinched his chin and thought carefully. After a moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and patted his forehead. Clear air spurted out from his head and landed on the strange mountain. He said, "How can there be no water when there is a mountain? How can there be no movement when there is still?" The clear air fell. Rumble. A waterfall flew down from the top of the mountain. The waterfall splashed in all directions and turned into large and small streams that coiled around the strange mountain. When the streams were formed, fish were born in the water. The sound of birds chirping in the foothills could be heard. Occasionally, there were the cries of beasts shaking the wilderness. Okay, I should have an immortal cave. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and nodded. He pointed his finger again. At the top of the mountain, in a secret place, an immortal cave appeared. The immortal cave's passageway went deeper and deeper. Finally, inside the cave, there were layers upon layers of exquisite pavilions. It was connected to the Pearl Palace and the Pearl Palace. It was an endless room to live in seclusion. That's enough. It's only an illusion. I'll let the fire ape see it. Xiaohua seemed to be very satisfied with the jade archive. He was just about to take out the spirit storage pouch, but looking at the somewhat simple and unadorned cave entrance, Xiaohua's mind was moved. He pointed his hand, and with a loud bang, a stone tablet was born at the top of the cliff at the cave entrance. It was over 10 meters tall and over 8 feet long. What name should I write? Good fortune? Longevity with heaven and earth? Or fortune gate? I don't know if this fire ape's intelligence has been opened. It's better not to reveal too much. Jade Archive Xiaohua strangled these thoughts. Oh right, give it a name that is neither Buddha nor Tao. It doesn't need to know everything. Others won't be able to guess it. This is it. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his sleeve and 10 golden words appeared on the stone tablet. Spiritual Fengzun Mountain, Slanting Moon and 3 Stars Cave. Chapter 3495. Along with the appearance of these words, Jade Archive Xiaohua blew a breath of air. On the left side of the stone tablet, clouds of mist appeared and colorful lights flickered. Cypress and pine trees grew one after another, and the ground was covered with countless strange flowers and plants. Finally, there were even red-crowned cranes and other spirit birds flying nearby. Roar! Several beast cries resounded. The white deer, black bear, and other spirit beasts rolled in front of the cave entrance and scattered in all directions. After making such a scene, Jade Archive Xiaohua was finally relieved. He flew to the bottom of the strange mountain and stretched out his hand. The spiritual storage bag appeared in his hand. He opened the spiritual storage bag and shook the fire ape with the sun-moon corona on its head to the ground. Looking at the fire ape with its eyes tightly closed, Jade Archive Xiaohua pointed his finger and the sun-moon corona disappeared into the fire ape's head. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua flew into the air and looked at everything with a smile. The fire ape slowly opened its eyes. Before it could clearly see the situation around it, it immediately flew into a rage and roared at its surroundings. However, when the fire ape saw that its surroundings were quiet and only the sound of the wind and the chirping of birds could be heard, it was stunned. It looked to its left and right in disbelief. It really couldn't believe that Xiaohua, who had tortured it, wasn't by its side. In fact, when it touched its head again, the sun-moon corona on its head was also gone. The fire ape was happy. It opened its mouth and roared. Its hand also fiercely hit its chest and even rolled on the ground. After tossing and turning for half an hour, who knew how many flowers and plants were crushed, it finally stopped. When the fire ape calmed down a little, its eyes that couldn't hide its joy looked at the strange mountain that Xiaohua had just created. It actually spoke human language. Fuck! What a tall mountain! After the fire ape finished speaking, it raised its head and looked at the sky. Its red eyes were full of vigilance. Who could it be? Naturally, it was Jade Archive Xiaohua who was hiding in the sky. The fire ape opened its mouth and said, "Fuck," which shocked Xiaohua so much that he almost fell from the sky. He wasn't surprised that the fire ape could speak. After all, the separation of yin and yang wasn't a joke. Instead, he was surprised that the fire ape could spit out vulgarities when it opened its mouth. The fire ape naturally couldn't find the trace of Jade Archive Xiaohua in the space. It just stared in the air for a long time, then withdrew its ominous glint and walked away. Looking at the fire ape's leisurely appearance, it seemed that it also enjoyed its rare freedom. The fire ape was happy, but Jade Archive Xiaohua was not happy, because the fire ape was not heading towards the strange mountain, nor was it heading towards the cave of 3 stars. Seeing the fire ape walking further and further away, Jade Archive Xiaohua had no choice but to point his finger. Then he heard a song coming from the strange mountain, observing chess, Kolan, felling ding ding, cloud edge, valley entrance. Selling wine, laughing wildly and indulging in love. The autumn sky is high, facing the moon, I sleep on the pine roots, and the dawn comes. Recognizing the old forest, climbing the cliffs, cutting the withered vines with an axe. Harvested into a caddy, in the Shinga market, 3 liters of rice were exchanged. Furthermore, there was no competition, so the current price was mediocre. You don't know how to scheme, you don't have honor or disgrace, and you live a peaceful life. Where we meet, you are not an immortal, yet you are Dao, sitting quietly and reciting the yellow court. Unfortunately, when the fire ape heard this, it roared and shouted, "Noisy, noisy! I don't understand." As it spoke, flames appeared under its feet, and it was about to escape into the distance. Jade Archive Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Although the fire ape's words were somewhat jerky, Jade Archive Xiaohua understood that it was the language of the Xiaoyu continent, and not the language of the Elysium world that he had just spoken. Fuck. This is really troublesome. Jade Archive Xiaohua could not help but curse. Fortunately, just when Jade Archive Xiaohua wanted to use the same trick to attract the fire ape's attention, the fire ape actually stopped in midair. It looked at the strange mountain very doubtfully, and then looked to the side. This strange mountain was clearly different from the surroundings, especially when there were sounds of people inside. The fire ape was not stupid, so it naturally paid attention. Immediately, the fire ape raised its flames and rushed into the strange mountain, landing at the place where there was some movement before. "Ha, I've fallen into the trap." Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed wildly in his heart, and proudly said, "Damn, since you're in I's hands, how can you escape? Even if you're now at the beginning of spiritual wisdom, I'll still make you fall into I's trap." Sure enough, the fire ape looked everywhere for the singer, but to no avail. It moved towards the direction of the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. However, when the fire ape looked at the tall stone tablet, and the words on the stone tablet that it did not recognize, and then looked at the cave that was full of auspicious signs, it suddenly hesitated. A kind of reverence actually appeared in its red eyes, which was far from the fire ape's previous arrogance. Just when the fire ape was hesitating, the door of the cave slowly opened, and an immortal-like old man walked out of the cave. He looked at the fire ape with a smile and said, "Silly child, since you're here, why don't you enter?" The fire ape looked at the old man that Jade Archive Xiaohua transformed into and was stunned. The expression on its ugly face changed a few times. Although the old man's hair and beard were all white, he looked like a crane with white hair and a youthful complexion. However, if the fire ape carefully looked at the old man's appearance, there was a kind of strange feeling. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, there were countless faces, whether male or female, Daoist or Buddhist, or ragged clothes or brocade robes with jade belts. It was impossible to see the old man's true appearance. In particular, although he could not understand the old man's words, the old man's voice seemed to be directly transmitted into his heart. A kind of sadness, a kind of grievance, a kind of dependence, and a kind of intimacy spontaneously arose from his heart. Almost regardless of everything, the fire ape rushed to the front of Xiaohua and shouted, "Master! This disciple finally sees you." "Ah?" Jade Archive Xiaohua heard the fire ape call him master and was unconsciously stunned. He was almost caught off guard. It was true that he had set up a trap for the fire ape in the space, but he only thought of Jiangchao Temple's Shaojian and the scene of Shaojian selling divination on the streets of Longevity Town. Jade Archive Xiaohua was deliberately mystifying here, but he wanted to borrow the identity of an immortal to give the fire ape a few pointers so that it could protect Zhonglur. Jade Archive Xiaohua had never thought of accepting the fire ape as a disciple. However, looking at the fire ape's slightly trembling body, Jade Archive Xiaohua was relieved. Whether it was a human or a demon, there was a dream in the heart. In the dream, there were relatives and enemies. This fire ape had been bullied by him in the Xiaoyu continent. In its heart, it probably had long dreamed of growing into a strong person. Now that it saw him so amiable, was it not the same kind of intimacy in its heart? And the result of this intimacy was that it wanted to worship him as a master and learn magical powers so that it could take revenge and vent its anger? Of course, Jade Archive Xiaohua could not rule out the possibility that the fire ape was still lonely and now saw him as if it had found a home. "Silly child, when did this old man become your master?" Jade Archive Xiaohua used his hand to knock the fire ape's head 3 times and said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua did not hide his words and directly used the language of the Xiaoyu continent. The fire ape heard it clearly. Good master, father knows. The fire ape's words were still somewhat jerky. Jade Archive Xiaohua pricked up his ears to listen carefully, only to hear the fire ape crying and complaining. This little one was adopted by master when I was young, but when this little one grew up, master went out to wander. This time, this little one did not know how many years had passed. Now, this little one finally sees master again. Hee little one, you are wrong. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this old man is not your master. This old man just came on a whim and knew that there was a guest coming to visit. This old man has never seen you before. No, you are my master. There is no mistake. The fire ape stiffened its neck and said. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, since you say that I am your master, do you know my Dharma name? The fire ape's face showed a painful expression and slightly shook its head. Reporting to master, this little one was still young and did not remember master's Dharma name. That's right. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man is Patriarch Subhuti. You must remember clearly that this old man cannot be your master. The fire ape hesitated slightly and knew that it was wrong. However, it kowtowed again and said, although you were not my master before, this little one will worship you as my master now. Do you think it is so easy to enter my door? Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, moreover, you are stubborn and will definitely cause a great disaster in the future. If this old man accepts you as my disciple, won't I be inviting trouble to myself? This little one absolutely does not dare. At this time, the fire ape was actually very obedient. It knelt on the ground and did not dare to say anything, only kowtowing. Looking at the fire ape, who had always flown into a rage and fought with him without saying a word, who would rather die than submit, suddenly become so pitiful, Xiaohua could not help but feel pity in his heart. He thought for a moment, waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not talk so much first. Since I can meet you here, it can be considered fate. This old man can teach you some magical powers, but you have to help this old man do something, and you have to swear not to mention this old man's Dharma name in the future. Yes, this little one understands. As long as I can call master, not to mention one thing, even if it is 10 or 100 things, this little one is willing to die for master. The fire ape said very emotionally. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand to help the fire ape up. He said, how is it as serious as you say? This old man just wants you to protect an ordinary monk. Yes, I will listen to master's orders. The fire ape stood up and said with its head bowed. Jade Archive Xiaohua entered the Immortal's cave first and said without turning his head, come with this old man. Previously, Jade Archive Xiaohua only used his method in the sky and had already created an Immortal's cave in this strange mountain. Now that he really came in, he found that there were many flaws in the Immortal's cave, and Xiaohua had to make up for it as he walked. Fortunately, the fire ape lowered its head and did not dare to overstep, following Xiaohua step by step, and also did not find anything. When they arrived at the main hall, Jade Archive Xiaohua sat on a cloud bed, and the fire ape obediently stood below with its head lowered. Xiaohua looked at the huge hall and felt embarrassed in his heart. Just now, he really showed off too much. He did not think so much and actually created such a huge hall in the illusion realm, but he did not think about getting a few disciples and so on. Fortunately, the fire ape was reserved and did not dare to ask more, and Jade Archive Xiaohua was too lazy to explain. Chapter 3496. Little guy, what's your name? As if to cover up his embarrassment, Jade Archive Xiaohua casually asked. As soon as he said this, Jade Archive Xiaohua secretly laughed. Yes, the fire ape just came out of the spirit storage bag today and didn't even know how to speak before. How could he have a name? Sure enough, the fire ape's face turned red and bowed. I haven't seen my parents since I was young. How could I have a name? If Master doesn't mind, please bestow a name. Bestow a name. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he give a name with his half-baked literary talent? However, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved and nodded. You're a monkey that became a spirit. Why don't you have the surname Yuan? And you want to have the ability to understand heaven and earth. Why don't you be called Tongton? How about this? Yuan Tongton. Yuan Tongtian. Good name, good name. The fire ape happily scratched his ears and cheeks, kneeling on the ground and thank you Master for bestowing a name. Thank you Master for bestowing a name. Seeing the fire ape like this, Jade Archive Xiaohua was also somewhat happy. He raised his hand and said, You don't need to kneel first. This old man's tribulation is coming, so I've already dismissed all my disciples. Now that I've met you, although I can't be your disciple, seeing that you're sincerely asking for guidance, I'll teach you a thing or two. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The fire ape was overjoyed, but then he became worried. Master, what kind of tribulation do you have? Can this little one block the tribulation for Master? Jade Archive Xiaohua was quite moved. He waved his hand and said, Cultivate well. When you know this old man's origin, maybe you can block the tribulation for this old man. Yes, this little one will do his best to cultivate. The fire ape said very sincerely. I hope to be able to help Master in the future. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua said, Rest for a while. Let this old man think about what divine ability to teach you. Master. Hearing this, the fire ape hurriedly said, This little one wants to have 3 divine abilities. I don't know if Master can bestow them. Monkey is really straightforward. Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed. Tell me, let this old man listen. Is this the first? I want to practice a good staff technique so that I can beat immortals and ghosts. If any Daoist dares to bully me, I will also use this staff technique to kill him. Sweat. Jade Archive Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart. Needless to say, the Daoist that Yuan Tongtian spoke of was himself. The Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. This old man here has the 36 forms of the earth-penetrating staff technique. It's just right for you to use. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongton was overjoyed. Number 2, this little one wants to learn the art of transformation. Whether it's a human demon, insect, fish, flower, bird, wood, or bamboo, this little one can transform into anything. This Jade Archive Xiaohua was in a bit of a dilemma. He did know the transfiguration technique, but he had never tried it himself. Master? Before the Jade Archive, Xiaohua did not immediately agree. Fire Ape Yuan Tongtian immediately smiled and said, If Master is not willing to teach, then just pretend that this little one did not say anything. That's not it. Jade Archive Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This old man's transfiguration technique is quite profound. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to master it. How about this? This old man will teach you a simple introductory technique and then teach you another technique to make up for it. Hee. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongtian's heart was filled with joy, as if he had never been this happy in his life. What about the third? Jade Archive Xiaohua wanted to know what Yuan Tongtian's third condition was. Is this the third? Yuan Tongtian did not hesitate at all and said with a smile, This little one has not thought of the third technique yet. After this disciple has thought of it, how about I come back to find Master? Jade Archive Xiaohua was puzzled at first, but then he felt some warmth in his heart. This was clearly an excuse for Yuan Tongtian to find him in the future. Who said that beasts are heartless? Demons are heartless? Forget it, you can think of the third condition first. This old man will teach you the magic cloud technique and divine sense technique. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a wave of his sleeve. Yuan Tongton was so excited that tears were about to fall. It seemed that no one in this world had ever treated him so well. Close your eyes. Don't resist. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. This old man will teach you the divine sense technique. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongtian did not know what was meant by 5 hearts facing the sky. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, closed his eyes, and supported himself with his arms on the ground. Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and suddenly stretched out several feet. He used his index finger to point at Yuan Tongtian's forehead. A crystal thread came out of his index finger and fell into Yuan Tongtian's body. Jade Archive Xiaohua taught Yuan Tongtian a part of the Heavenly Staff Technique, the Heavenly Law Embodiment Technique, the Transfiguration Technique, and the Cultivation Method of Spirit Guidance. While Yuan Tongtian was comprehending the Divine Sense Technique, Jade Archive Xiaohua hurriedly flew out of the cave and only returned after several hours. When Jade Archive Xiaohua returned, Yuan Tongtian hurriedly greeted him and said somewhat anxiously, "Master, you are back. This little one thought that you had already left." Hee, this old man still had some last things to do. I have just finished them. He waved his furry paws and shouted, "If you don't want to compete, then don't compete. That guy is the most cunning and insidious. His whereabouts are always sneaky. In the past, when I needed his help, I searched all over Meng Mountains but he didn't." Yuan Tongtian's Meng Mountains was like a bolt from the blue to Jade Archive Xiaohua's ears. It instantly reminded him of Master Qin's death. Before she died, the Green Seal character, Lu, meant that the murderer was Lu Macaque, wasn't it? A wave of hatred suddenly rose from Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart. "Master?" Yuan Tongtian suddenly panicked and said, "Why is the main hall suddenly shaking? Why is it suddenly so cold in the cave?" Jade Archive Xiaohua calmed himself down. He knew that he lost control of his emotions and affected the illusion. His face was gloomy and he said coldly, "Nothing. This old man's tribulation is coming. This cave, and even the Lingtai Fengsuan mountain is about to collapse. Master, please come out with me. If you stay in this cave, won't you be in trouble?" Yuan Tongtian said worriedly. Jade Archive Xiaohua saw the genuine concern in Yuan Tongtian's red eyes. The anger in his heart subsided. He waved his sleeves and said, "It's fine for now. Since there's still time, this old man will teach you more." "Master, I'd rather not learn than waste your time," Yuan Tongtian replied without hesitation. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up, what else do you not understand?" Xiaohua said impatiently. Yuan Tongtian didn't understand why Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly changed his expression. He was afraid and didn't dare to say more. He said in a low voice, "I really like the art of transformation. It's just that I haven't been able to find the trick." "Close your eyes and open your mouth," Jade Archive Xiaohua said calmly. Chapter 3497. Yuan Tongtian hurriedly sat down, closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Xiaohua took out the rejuvenation elixir. He knew that 6-eared macaque had killed Master Qin for the rejuvenation elixir, and he had also heard the elder Wu of Huta village say that the rejuvenation elixir had some effect on the art of transformation. Yuan Tongtian took the rejuvenation pill and opened his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua timidly and said, "Master, don't be angry. I'm stupid and didn't cultivate well. I'll cultivate well in the future." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you." "Yes, master." Yuan Tongtian lowered his head and didn't dare to ask. "How do you feel? Can you transform?" Xiaohua asked. Yuan Tongtian's face turned red. After a while, he whispered, "I still can't." "Well, don't worry. This isn't something that can be cultivated in a day or two." Xiaohua nodded. "But I don't have enough time, so I can only pass it to you in a hurry. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future. All right, wait a moment." Xiaohua pointed his finger, and a mother-child spirit fruit appeared on top of Yuan Tongtian's head. Yuan Tongtian was surprised. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiaohua's gloomy face, he quickly shut his mouth. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the mother-child spirit fruit turned into a ball of golden liquid. The golden talisman inside the liquid was like a fish swimming in water. "Don't resist. Jade Archive, Xiaohua said indifferently. With a grab of his hand, Yuan Tongtian flew into the air like a baby. That golden liquid suddenly expanded and covered Yuan Tongtian within. Xiaohua opened his mouth and blew. A golden light fell into the liquid, and the liquid immediately boiled. Then, like a big hand rubbing it, it changed into all kinds of shapes. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Xiaohua shouted, "Quick!" The golden liquid suddenly shrank, and Yuan Tongtian's figure was revealed. The mother-child spirit fruit's liquid had completely seeped into his body. Without waiting for his body to land on the ground, a golden light flashed around Yuan Tongtian's body, and a somewhat strange-looking human figure appeared in midair. It was Yuan Tongtian who had used the transfiguration technique to transform. "You've only learned a little, and you're so arrogant. You can't be taught." Xiaohua pointed his finger, and a bolt of lightning struck the strange human figure. Yuan Tongtian's body was revealed. Yuan Tongtian had already appeared. He quickly kneeled on the ground and cried, "Master, don't be angry, don't be angry, I just want to see, who allowed you to call yourself a disciple?" Jade Archive, Xiaohua sneered, "Didn't this old man say it before? You are not this old man's disciple, so don't say that you are this old man's disciple in front of others. Master doesn't recognize me as his disciple, but in my heart, Master is my master. He will be my master for life." Yuan Tongtian's eyes were filled with tears, as if he had a premonition. Xiaohua said Xiaohua's words. "This is just a deal. You only need to help this old man protect one person. We're not master and disciple." "Yes, I know I'm not worthy to be master's disciple." Yuan Tongtian was very sad and said in a low voice, "Master, please tell me the name of that person, and where that person is now." This old man doesn't know this person's name, nor does this old man know where he appeared. However, this old man observed the sky at night and knew that this person should be within 300 li. He should be a 5 or 6-year-old little monk. According to this old man's divination, that little monk should be drifting with the river. You can look for him near the Chen River. Remember, you must protect him silently, and don't let the little monk know. Xiaohua didn't dare to tell Yuan Tongtian the name of Jiang Luer directly. He simply said a few words, and with a wave of his hand, a big black stick was thrown in front of Yuan Tongtian. He said coldly, "You and I are finished, you can go." "Master?" If it was an ordinary Yuan Tongtian who saw the big black stick, he would definitely be happy, but how could he be happy now? "Go!" Xiaohua waved his hand, and the big stick flew into Yuan Tongtian's hand, and his body disappeared. "Master, master, master?" Yuan Tongtian called out his master several times, tears streaming down his face. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't appear again. The whole hall began to shake, and stones and other things fell. Yuan Tongtian had no choice but to kneel on the ground and kowtow 9 times. Only then did he walk out of the main hall, turning his head 3 times with each step. Yuan Tongtian looked very sad. Even if a stone fell on his shoulder, he didn't care. He was afraid that he would anger Jade Archive Xiaohua. Sigh. Xiaohua frowned in midair. This fire ape is loyal and affectionate. Next, Xiaohua reached out his hand again, and the storage bag fell into his hand. He reached out and pulled the 6-eared macaque out of the bag by its throat, which was something he rarely did. Looking at the 6-eared macaque with its eyes closed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He only needed to use a little strength, and the 6-eared macaque would be squashed like a fly. That would be revenge for Master and I Qin. But Xiaohua was no longer the old Xiaohua. His hands were like cast iron, and he held the 6-eared macaque tightly. But he didn't use any strength. The 6-eared macaque was the culprit behind Master and I Qin's death, but Master and I Qin had clearly told Xiaohua to not avenge him. Xiaohua could faintly understand the remorse in Master and I Qin's heart. This was Master and I Qin's karma, not Xiaohua's. Because of the 6-eared macaque's attack, Master and I Qin died on the night of the blood moon. This ending was perfect for Master and I Qin, and in this respect, the 6-eared macaque did not do anything unforgivable. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's face gradually turned green, and the gloom in his heart disappeared. He looked at the six-eared macaque and shook his head. Forget it. Blessings are blessings, and sins are sins. Everyone has their blessings, and everyone has their sins. Don't say that the heavens are unfair, because the time is not right. You may be the sins of others, but you are also the blessings of others. However, I is I, and you must not have the impression of I in your mind. Leaving it in your mind is blasphemy to I. Thinking of this, Xiaohua reached out his hand and touched the six-eared macaque's forehead. A five-colored light flashed and nothing else happened. What about Yuan Tongtian? Xiaohua thought to himself. Should I erase his memory as well? Sigh, forget it. There is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Although Xiaohua did not intend to take the six-eared macaque's life with his own hands, he was determined not to let the six-eared macaque stay in the space anymore. Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at Yuan Tongtian, who was walking out of Bir Fengzuan Mountain, and raised his hand. Rumble. An earth-shaking sound rang out, and the entire Bir Fengzuan Mountain collapsed. Yuan Tongtian had just stepped on flames and flew up when Jade Archive. Xiaohua immediately grabbed him. Master? Yuan Tongtian, who was out of the space, could only see the original scenery of the Pure Land. Looking at the place where he came from, the Bir Fengzuan Mountain had completely disappeared. Yuan Tongtian was so sad that he knelt on the ground and cried, "This little one is really stupid. I didn't think that I would have to say goodbye to you as soon as I saw you. Although you don't allow this little one to call you master, you are my master. This little one only has you in my heart. Even if this little one is smashed to pieces, I will still complete your orders. This little one is going to find the little monk related to Xinjiang." After he finished crying and speaking, Yuan Tongtian kowtowed again. Only then did he put the black iron rod on his shoulder. With one hand on one end of the iron rod, he walked in a certain direction while facing the afterglow of the setting sun. The shadow behind him was very long, just like the sadness in his heart. Xiaohua was hidden in the air. Looking at the direction Yuan Tongtian was walking in was completely different from Xinjiang. He did not make a sound. The radius of more than 500 li was not big, so Yuan Tongtian could definitely find Jianglu. However, thinking about Yuan Tongtian's filial piety these few days, Xiaohua felt a little reluctant. Even cultivators have feelings. Seeing Yuan Tongtian walk away, Xiaohua's face turned cold. He used the wind escape technique and flew towards the snowy mountain. As for the six-eared macaque, although Xiaohua would not kill it, he would definitely not treat it well. When he passed by a dangerous place filled with fog, Xiaohua shook his hand and threw the six-eared macaque, whose memory he had already erased, down. Xiaohua knew that the six-eared macaque would not fall to its death. However, he did not want to worry about what would happen to it after it was seriously injured. Although he did not know when Jiang Luo would wake up, he did not even know if Jiang Luo would wake up. However, with Jiang Luo in the hands of the great Zen master, he was much more confident than in Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua absolutely believed that the great Zen master would not only be jealous of Jiang Luo, who was only 5 or 6 years old, but also curious. Furthermore, with the great Zen master status, Xiaohua also believed that he would definitely not harm Jiang Luo's life. The worst-case scenario was that Nirvana Zen master would try his best to destroy Jiang Luo's state of solitude due to jealousy. The most likely scenario was that Nirvana Zen master would try his best to comprehend Jiang Luo's state of solitude. No matter what the situation was, it would be beneficial and harmless to Jiang Luo. It was something that Xiaohua could not do. The worst-case scenario is that Nirvana Zen master is unable to wake Jiang Luo up. Then the next time I come to Nirvana, I will take Jiang Luo away. Xiaohua, who was flying hurriedly in midair, thought so. Moreover, this Xiao's Buddha Saraira is also comprehending Buddhism day and night. Perhaps this Xiao will be able to find the way to enter state of solitude. At this time, Xiaohua was not too worried about Black Wind Ridge. After all, there was a large formation there. What he was worried about was the space vein. Sun Jian said that the space vein would collapse soon, but Xiaohua felt that it would take at least more than a month. However, Xiaohua had already spent a month in the Pure Land world. There was not much time left for him. Chapter 3498. Xiaohua was very clear that there must be a direct path from here to the snowy mountain. If he flew straight there, he would definitely arrive very quickly. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to fly directly like other people. He didn't dare to believe in his sense of direction on the continent. He could only go to Saint River first and then return to the snowy mountain from there. Fortunately, since Xiaohua had a sense of direction in the void, the spirit Qi heaven opened. Although his sense of direction on the continent didn't improve fundamentally, it still had some influence. Xiaohua was somewhat off when he was hurrying, but this deviation didn't seem to be big because he was very careful. After a few days, Xiaohua touched Saint River. Of course, the location of Saint River was definitely different from before. It was far from the village where Wang Bianfei was. Immediately, Xiaohua slightly identified the direction and found a small temple on the left. He asked about the snowy mountain's location and once again rushed into the sky. Only now did Xiaohua know that there was more than one snowy mountain in the Western Paradise. The snowy mountain where the exquisite temple was located was definitely not the most famous. It was just the closest to Saint River. At first, Xiaohua was still somewhat uncertain. However, seeing some familiar scenery, Xiaohua slowly felt relieved. Finally, in his divine sense, the divine sense mark he made at the snowy mountain appeared. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Then, he once again changed the direction that had deviated by a lot and rushed into the snowy mountain. At this time, it was snowing like goose feathers on the snowy mountain. The fluttering snowflakes were exactly the same as when Xiaohua came out of the spatial vein that day. Xiaohua stood in the sky above the exquisite temple and looked at the water vapor in the pool. He looked at the main hall of the exquisite temple as if he had never left. However, things were still the same but people were different. The snowy mountain hadn't changed and the exquisite temple hadn't changed. However, the old monk who swept the floor was missing. The snow in front of the main hall was extremely thick and no one would sweep it. If it wasn't for the bright sun, the snow would have covered the entire exquisite temple. With a sigh, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and looked at the place where the old monk's body was burned. Only then did he withdraw his Buddhist sense and return it to the exquisite temple. Then, with a wave of his hand, the broom placed in the corner of the temple fell into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua started to clean the corner in front of the main hall, just like the old monk did that day. Of course, Xiaohua's speed of sweeping the snow was very fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire courtyard was cleaned up. However, looking at the endless falling snowflakes, Xiaohua knew that before long, the open space in front of the main hall would be covered with snow again. Suddenly, Xiaohua had an idea. Bringing Wang Bianfei and his mother back to the hidden immortal continent might not be an excellent choice. It would be better to let Wang Bianfei and his mother live in this Shaolin Long Temple and then give them some money and food so that they would not have any difficulties in life. Of course, after thinking about this, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. This snowy mountain was extremely high. Wang Bianfei's cultivation had yet to reach completion, so he couldn't freely go up and down. Wang Bianfei's mother was also a mortal, so she couldn't go up and down from such a high place. If he left them in such a dangerous place, unless they didn't go up and down the mountain again, there would definitely be danger. These two people were not like the old monk. They did not have too many worldly requirements, especially Wang Bianfei's mother. She did not cultivate. If she stayed here for a long time, she might have complaints. These complaints would definitely affect Wang Bianfei. If he did this, it would be better to send them back to the village. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and threw away this idea. He walked towards other places in the Shaolin Long Temple. He looked at the stove, looked at the main hall, and finally came to the old monk's hut. He looked at the old wooden cabinets around and then turned around to leave. But when he turned around, Xiaohua frowned and said to himself, "That's not right. The old monk is an ordinary monk. He doesn't know how to fast. Even the Buddha who has the divine ability of Buddhism has to eat vegetarian food. But why do I only see a little butter tea at the stove? Could it be that the old monk doesn't need to eat?" Saying this, Xiaohua walked to the front of the wooden cabinets and looked at them. He opened the cabinets one by one and found the dark wooden box. After opening it, he saw the dozen or so cabinets inside. What is this? Looking at the few thumb-sized dark beads at the bottom of the dozen or so cabinets, Xiaohua was curious. He reached out his hand and took one out. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, "So it's like this. This is a pill refined from spirit herbs. It's somewhat similar to the fasting pill, but it seems that these pills are more useful than the fasting pill. The old monk took these pills to maintain his vitality, right? It's a pity that there's no pill formula here. Otherwise, this Xiao could refine some." Xiaohua smacked his lips, looking very regretful. He then put away the bead in his hand. He didn't touch the other cabinets. He still closed the wooden box and put it back in its original place. After taking one last look at the Shaolin Long Temple, Xiaohua flew into the sky and didn't look back. He knew in his heart that he didn't know when he would come to the snowy mountain again. Who knew what changes would happen to the Shaolin Long Temple at that time? Unfortunately, after flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly stopped in midair. His face carried a kind of excitement, as if he had thought of something. He immediately turned around and landed at the place where he first left his divine sense mark. After looking around, he actually used the earth escape technique to rush into the snowy mountain. After a full half an hour, Xiaohua's figure finally came out of the snowy mountain. His face was full of regret. He muttered to himself, "AI, what a pity. This Xiao already has the materials to lay down a teleportation array. But to lay down a teleportation array is not something that can be done in a month. It will take several years. How can this Xiao stay here for long? Forget it, forget it. I'll leave my divine sense here first. I'll lay down the teleportation array in the hidden immortal continent first. I'll think about it later when I come to the Western Paradise. Hee, if there's a teleportation array that connects the two continents in the future, won't this Xiao be able to come and go as he pleases?" After saying that, Xiaohua could only fly into the sky again and rush to the place where the space meridian was previously opened. A faint green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows as he opened his delusion breaker eye. His silver-white eyes stared at the void as a silver beam of light as thick as the mouth of a bowl fell into the void. Wang. After a moment, as the silver beam of light rotated and produced a huge rumbling sound, a space crack slowly appeared. When the crack was big enough, Xiaohua closed his delirium eyes with a satisfied expression. Obviously, the essence of the void-penetrating beast was very useful. In just a month, Xiaohua's delirium eyes had made great progress. Looking at the space meridian, it was overflowing with a destructive aura, but it seemed that the situation had not reached the point of completely collapsing. Xiaohua was overjoyed and was about to float in, but at this moment, Xiaohua felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at a place. That place was filled with wind and snow, and there was nothing abnormal. Xiaohua frowned, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to stay for a long time and hurriedly rushed into the space crack. After a moment, the space crack slowly closed, leaving no trace behind. The snow was still falling and the wind was still blowing. In the direction Xiaohua was looking, not to mention 100 miles, even 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles away, there was nothing abnormal. However, what about 1,000,000 miles or even 10,000 miles away? It was a little different. This was a hall of unknown size, and he didn't know where this hall was located. He only knew that the entire hall was filled with Buddhist light. Layers of golden light scattered in all directions like the sun. In the entire hall, there seemed to be only one person, but there also seemed to be hundreds of millions of people. At the head of the hall, a 90-foot-tall golden body of a Buddha statue sat upright on a 9-grade lotus platform. Around the golden body, in the void, there was a constant flow of simple yet substantial power of faith. When the power of faith rushed into the golden body, it was like thousands of streams returning to the sea, without the slightest ripple. However, the flashing Buddha light around the golden body went against the power of faith and also disappeared into the void. In addition to this golden Buddha statue, There seemed to be countless Buddha statues in the hall. These Buddha statues didn't shine under the golden statue, and their figures couldn't be seen. Even if one were to scan them with their naked eyes or Buddhist sense, they wouldn't be able to detect them. Not only that, but behind this 90-foot-tall golden statue, there was a Buddhist light wheel that was even larger than the 90-foot-tall golden statue. Above this light wheel, there was an uncountable amount of Buddhist light that was as thin as hair rotating. Every time the Buddhist light flashed, a small world would appear in the Buddhist light. Inside each small world, there would be the creation of a new world. Inside each small world, there would be countless flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Similarly, inside each small world, there would be tens of thousands of creatures that would appear and multiply. When this Buddhist light was annihilated, the small world would collapse, be destroyed, and die. The entire small world would be reduced to a void. Looking at the golden statue again, there were hundreds of millions of swastikas condensing into golden swastikas of various sizes. These golden swastikas were born as if they were breathing, and they were also swimming like fish. All kinds of mysteries and layers of reincarnation seemed to be evolving within these golden swastikas. Below the golden statue were 9 lotus platforms. Each lotus platform was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and each lotus platform was thick and solid. The surface of the lotus platforms also had golden swastikas, but these golden swastikas were like tiny heavenly dragons. These heavenly dragons swam on one lotus platform and rushed to the other lotus platforms in a very orderly manner. The golden swastikas on the 9 lotus platforms connected together like an isolated world. It was as if the lotus platforms were above the hall, but in reality, it was unknown where they were. The golden statue's face was solemn, and a supreme pressure came from between its brows. In its slightly opened eyes, not only was there wisdom that could see through all things and control all things, but there was also compassion that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Anyone who saw it, whether they were immortals or mortals, would be filled with admiration. If this golden statue wasn't Mahavairakana, then which Buddhist lord was it? Chapter 3499. At this moment, the Mahavairakana revered Buddha smiled as he held a flower in his hand and chanted mantras. Countless heavenly flowers fell from the main hall and countless heavenly maidens danced in the sky. There were also countless heavenly dragons cruising below the hall. The Buddha said, "For the Bodhisattva's voice to the people of the world. When the great teachings are widely spread and the great teachings are performed, all are gathered in the 7 Treasures lecture hall in order." At the beginning, the Buddha's voice to the people of the world was heard. There was no one who did not happily understand what they had learned. Everyone gains according to their talents. There is a natural breeze in all directions, blowing the treasured tree to make 500 notes. At this moment, I am overjoyed beyond words. When the golden body finished speaking, the flowers withered and the heavenly maidens mourned. Even the thousands of heavenly dragons wailed and wept with joy. The revered Buddha's words are too wonderful for words. A pious voice sounded. Above the main hall that seemed to be void, thousands of Buddha's rays were produced. It was unknown how many Buddha's bodies that could not be seen clearly before appeared. Inside, an old man with a simple face put his palms together and said, "This Ananda Sutra is the sharpening of suffering. Anyone who can comprehend the samadhi within will be able to have a Buddha in his heart." Amitabha. Everyone in the main hall chanted the Buddha's name in unison. Their bodies emitted Buddha's rays at the same time. The Buddha's rays above the main hall welcomed the Buddha's rays of the golden body. The golden body of the revered Buddha was like the sun. Many of the golden bodies of the Buddha statues were not as bright as the stars in the night sky. The main hall that was originally a single Buddha suddenly became lively. Below the main hall, there were 4 ferocious and imposing Vajras standing in front of the main hall door. Each of them held a Buddha's treasure that was full of evil spirit. On both sides of the main hall, there were 500 arhats. These arhats were either sitting, lying down, standing, dancing, or shaking their heads. After the arhats, there were 3,000 Vajras. These Vajras had different faces and figures. There were even some who were of different species. After the Vajras, there were countless venerables and indigo Buddhas. These venerables and indigo Buddhas were all devout as they chanted the Heart Sutra with their palms together. Above the main hall, to the left of the Mahavrakana revered Buddha was a Buddha's body that was 90 feet tall. That Buddha's face looked miserable with thousands of wrinkles. The Buddha's rays were auspicious, just like the rebirth of the revered Buddhas. However, the Buddha's rays were mostly waning with no signs of revival. Before this Buddha's body was an ancient lamp with dim light. Wasn't that Buddha's? As Buddha's Buddha, the Buddha's rays, the Buddha's Buddha's the Buddha's rays. Buddha's Buddha was Buddha Buddha was Buddha Buddha was Buddha Buddha was Buddha. In front of the Mahavrakana world revered one, under the 9-grade lotus platform, there was a golden light of 80 feet around his left hand. However, the golden light was empty. Not to mention the golden body, there wasn't even a human figure. On the other hand, on the right side of the Mahavrakana world, a bodhisattva with a face full of unswerving determination radiated a Buddhist light that was 80 feet wide. However, if one took a closer look, the bodhisattva standing there with the staff in his hand was different from the Buddha Lord. Although the bodhisattva was a statue of great forbearance and great wish, the Buddha light around the bodhisattva flashed with traces of bloody light, filled with the aura of the netherworld. The bodhisattva's golden body was close to nothingness, with only a faint outline. The faint power of faith was generated vertically from the void, slowly filling the thin outline. Wasn't this bodhisattva the Namo Great Aspiration Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who would never become a Buddha if hell wasn't empty? Now, the Namo Great Aspiration Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Dharma image closed his eyes and stood on the rightmost side of the Mahavrakana world revered one. The leftmost side of the Namo Great Aspiration Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Dharma image was also nothingness. After the quaint old man finished speaking, another Arhat taming dragon stood up. He put his palms together and bowed, asking, "Revered one's Dharma is boundless. Today, the Ananda Sutra has allowed me to comprehend a lot. The last time I heard Revered One explain the Ananda Sutra was 600 years ago. That day, Revered One only said that this sutra shouldn't be said too much. I wonder why Revered One suddenly began to talk about it today?" Buddha said, "The world doesn't hear of suffering, but happiness doesn't exist. People often think about difficulties, but if they don't experience happiness, then everything will prosper? My great Thunderclap Temple's Bodhisattva has attained enlightenment for a long time. We live in comfort and have fewer worries. If I don't talk about the Ananda Sutra, what Dharma will I talk about?" Once the Mahavrakana world revered one spoke, the heavenly flowers fell in disorder, and the Buddha light was limitless. That Arhat taming dragon bowed and sat down. He closed his eyes and pondered. After the Arhats, there were those who had obtained the Dharma with smiles on their faces. There were also those who were puzzled and frowned. There were all kinds of expressions. At this moment, a heavenly king at the door of the hall called out in a deep voice, "Revered one, wise Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned by decree. Announce." Joy appeared on the Mahavrakana world revered one's face as he opened his mouth and said. Following the revered one's words, the door of the hall opened, revealing the magnificent scene of thousands of lotuses in front of the hall. These lotuses were all blooming with 9-colored brilliance. Under the lotuses, there was a boundless green water. This green water didn't have any waves. Billions of golden inscriptions were hidden in this green water. Every drop of green water showed the birth and destruction of a small kiliacosm. When the bodhisattvas saw the door of the hall open, they were all delighted. They all said, "Namo wise Manjushri Bodhisattva." As I heard, for a time, Buddha gave the tree to the Garden of Solitude in the Shiwei kingdom. Together with the 8,000 monks of Bhikkhu, Elder Sariputra, Makassapa, and so on, were also The chanting turned into thousands of golden lotuses that flew out from the hall and entered one of the lotuses. That lotus suddenly grew bigger. When it rose to the height of 80 feet, Manjushri Bodhisattva's golden body appeared. A Buddha cloud appeared under his feet and carried the 80 feet golden body into the hall. Manjushri Bodhisattva entered the hall. He put his palms together and bowed. Amitabha, disciple Manjushri greets the revered one. After 9 lifetimes of training, you have finally achieved enlightenment. From now on, you will not enter the cycle of reincarnation and fall into the mortal world. Your golden body is clean and your Buddha heart is stable. You will no longer have any fate with the mortal world. I congratulate you. Mahavairakana world revered one said with a smile. Thank you, revered one. Manjushri Bodhisattva bowed respectfully. Manjushri, before you return to your position, I have to remind you. Mahavairakana world revered one said again. I think you already know when you are in the Lotus Platform realm. My Buddhism sect has 9 transformations of the golden body. You are only at the first level now. If you want to live as long as the heavens and become immortal, you have to go through 9 transformations before you can complete it. Moreover, your cultivation of Buddhism is still shallow. You are still far from being accepted into the Buddhist kingdom. You cannot be arrogant and remain stagnant. Thank you, revered one. I understand. Manjushri Bodhisattva nodded and said. Mahavairakana world revered one was very happy and said, since that's the case, Manjushri Bodhisattva, return to your position. More than half of the 4 bodhisattvas in front of me have returned to their positions. Hearing that, Manjushri Bodhisattva's face turned solemn. He walked toward the flashing golden light on the left of Mahavairakana world revered one. When his golden body merged with the golden light, the Buddha light behind his head shone brightly. It went straight to the top of the hall. When the Buddha light condensed, thousands of feet of Buddha light filled the entire hall. Thousands of power of faith came from the void and fell into his golden body. No matter if it was the heavenly flower, the heavenly lady, or the heavenly dragon, they all came to congratulate him. Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. The sound of chanting came from all over the hall. Good. Mahavairakana world revered one was very happy. When he was about to say something, suddenly, under his right hand, the gap between Manjushri Bodhisattva and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly flashed with brilliance. The Buddha light that was a few times stronger than Manjushri Bodhisattva's instantly appeared. In a moment, it formed an 8-foot shadow. Even Mahavairakana world revered one was surprised. Congratulations, world revered one. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha on the left smiled. First, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned. Now, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned. Our blessed land world's Buddha light shines upon all. Congratulations, world revered one. All the Buddhas congratulated him in unison. However, the joy on Mahavairakana world revered one's face wasn't what they had imagined. Seeing this, the Dipankara Archaic Buddha smiled. World revered one, Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned. Our Thunder Sound Temple had a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, which is our blessed land world's merit. When Samantabhadra Bodhisattva returned, our Thunder Sound Temple didn't have any Buddha signs. So, the Buddha Kingdom's Buddha child's 9 transformations golden body should have returned, right? Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Mahavairakana world revered one pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, have you received any message from the Buddha Kingdom's main body? Dipankara Archaic Buddha shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. There are so many accidents. I'm afraid there's a problem. A miserable expression appeared on Mahavairakana world revered one's face. Amitabha. There will always be accidents. If there weren't any accidents, the 3 continents would have already fallen into our hands. Dipankara Archaic Buddha didn't care at all and answered with a smile. At this moment, many Buddhas at the side of the main hall also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, no matter which Buddhas wanted to attain fruition, they would only come to the Thunder Sound Temple because of Mahavairakana world revered one's request, and the Heavenly King went to receive them. How could they appear out of nowhere like this? World revered one, the golden lotus in the receiving pond is shining. I'm afraid that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva has arrived. The heavenly king in front of the hall's door hurriedly reported. Announce. Mahavarakana whirled revered one side in his heart and said. At the same time, with the Buddhist oracle, the door of the main hall slowly opened. In the lotus pond where Manjushri had walked out, the Buddhist light shone brightly again. One of the lotuses was lifted high, and it was dozens of feet higher than the other lotuses. An extremely strong Buddhist light fell vertically from the sky and covered the lotuses. In the Buddhist light, the lotuses suddenly expanded to more than 8 feet. Different from when Manjushri had appeared, the lotuses shrank rapidly after reaching 8 feet and expanded again. After 3 times, the Buddhist light disappeared and the lotuses bloomed. A bodhisattva wearing a 5 Buddha golden crown and a cassock walked out of the lotuses. The bodhisattva held a rui scepter in his left hand and looked solemn. When he came out of the lotuses, he didn't enter the main hall like Manjushri. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed, saying, Disciple Samantabhadra greets the world-revered one. Chapter 3500. Samantabhadra, you are the 3rd transformation golden body. Now enter the lotus pond and rebuild your body. Mahavarakana said. Sure enough, after the light of Buddha disappeared, only a faint outline was left on Samantabhadra's golden body. Not to mention the lotus seat, even the entire golden body was made of lines. Disciple obeys Venerable One's order. Samantabhadra lowered his head and said, not daring to refute. His body slowly sank into the pool of green water under the lotus. Gugugugu. As Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body soaked into the lotus cleansing pond, bubbles appeared in the green water. Hundreds of millions of small kiliacosms emerged from the bubbles and rushed into Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body. At the same time, the golden inscriptions in the green water gathered on Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body. Layers of Buddhist light appeared from the golden body. The heavenly flowers and fairies appeared again, dancing around the lotus cleansing pond with thousands of Sanskrit chants. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva only flew out of the lotus cleansing pool after a few minutes. Rumble. The sound was like thunder. The power of faith that flowed like water was born from the void and poured into Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body. Behind the golden body, the Buddha's light was shining brightly. At this time, Samantabhadra's golden body had condensed, especially under Samantabhadra's feet. 8 lotus seats appeared out of thin air, carrying Samantabhadra into the main hall of Layin Temple. After paying his respects to Mahavarakana, Samantabhadra followed Buddha's order and ascended to the Namo Great Movement Samantabhadra's position on the right hand of the Buddha Lord. Immediately, the whole hall was filled with sounds of chanting. At this time, Samantabhadra Mahasattva is in front of Tathagata, sitting on the lotus seat of Shitsi, receiving the power of Buddha and entering Samantabhadra. The name of this samadhi is, all Buddhas Vairocana Tathagata are hiding within, and all Buddhas are equal and can be shown to the public in the Dharma realm, vast and unhindered, the same as the void, the Dharma realm's sea vortex, nothing can enter. Born from all samadhi, it can include all Dharma realms. The wisdom of all Buddhas of the 3 eras are born from this, and all Buddhas of the 10 directions can be shown. In a dust, there is the world sees dust, and in a flash, there is the world sees dust, and in front of a Buddha, there is the world sees dust, and in front of a Buddha, there is the world sees dust, and in front of a Buddha, there is the world sees dust, and Samantabhadra. When the Bodhisattvas finished chanting, the entire Thunder Sound Temple shone brightly with Buddhist light. The Bodhisattva's Buddhist light shot up to the sky and formed their own Dharma images. The entire Thunder Sound Temple's main hall was filled with countless strange phenomena. Congratulations, revered one of the world. After a while, Fu Huluohan clasped his palms together. Although he was congratulating them, the sorrow on his face did not lessen. 2 out of the 3 bodhisattvas of the Layin Temple have returned in one day. That Namo Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva almost attained fruition earlier. Given enough time, he will definitely return to the Buddha. Amitba, Fu Hu Luohan is right. Dipankara nodded. If it wasn't for Mahavairakana revered one of the world's teachings, how could the Pure Land world's fate with Buddhism flourish? How could the Buddhist light of the Buddhism sect illuminate the 3 continents? Even Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was attracted by the Buddhist light of the Pure Land world. That's why he chose to undergo the Golden Body 3rd stage here. Amitba, revered one of the world's merits are boundless. All the bodhisattvas chanted. Fu Hu Luohan also said, according to my thoughts, that Namo Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva is now cultivating in the hidden immortal continent. When the time is right, he will definitely attain fruition. Think about it, the hidden immortal continent, which is controlled by the Confucian cultivators, actually has 3 bodhisattvas attaining fruition. What a huge insult to the Confucian cultivators. After Fu Hu Luohan finished speaking, all the bodhisattvas started whispering to each other. Every bodhisattva's face was filled with excitement. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva seemed to have just condensed his golden body in the Pure Land world. He didn't understand what everyone was talking about. He glanced at the empty seat to the right of Mahavairakana, revered one of the world, and frowned slightly. He whispered, revered one of the world, is there still no news of Namo Dang Lai Shing Maitreya? According to what I know, the future Buddha Lord has already descended to the 3 continents. However, where he is and how he cultivates are still a mystery. Mahavairakana, revered one of the world's whispers, replied. Namo Dang Lai Shing Maitreya. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva chanted the name of Buddha. He pondered for a while and whispered, revered one of the world's Pure Land world, I'm willing to make a great vow. I'll use the power of this world to search for Maitreya's whereabouts. I'll ask the future Buddha Lord to ascend to the Thunder Temple and become the Buddha Lord. Good. Mahavairakana, revered one of the world, smiled. It's good that you have such a great vow. After a little rest and familiarize yourself with the situation of the 3 continents, you'll complete your merit. As you wish, revered one of the world's Buddhas. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was overjoyed. He put his palms together and thanked him. Before Mahavairakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, wanted to say something, his solemn expression, which had never frowned for thousands of years, suddenly moved slightly. Immediately, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The Buddha light behind his golden body soared into the sky like flames. The Buddha seal, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, also moved at the same time. Revered one of the world? Not only were the Buddhas surprised, even the Dipankara archaic Buddha was shocked. He asked curiously, is there any Buddha sign? The Buddha light surrounding the Mahavairakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, was as bright as the sun. It spun rapidly for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. He slowly opened his slightly closed eyes and looked at a certain place in the Pure Land world. He whispered, Ananda has returned. Good. Dipankara archaic Buddha clapped his hands and said, there are so many good things happening in the Pure Land world today. Even Ananda's 9th reincarnation has descended into the Pure Land world. Congratulations, revered one of the world. Sai, what's there to be happy about? The Mahavairakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, smiled bitterly. Ananda insisted on walking his own path, which has already deviated from the Buddha's principles. Even with my ability, I can't see where he is. Revered one of the world, since Ananda has descended into our Pure Land world, how can he escape from our Buddha's hands? The Dipankara archaic Buddha smiled slightly. Then, he waved his hand and said, today's preaching has ended. All Buddhas, step down. Yes, Buddha. All the Buddhas replied in unison and slowly disappeared. Manjushri Bodhisattva, please wait. The Dipankara archaic Buddha suddenly said. Yes, revered one. The Manjushri Bodhisattva immediately stopped his disappearing golden body and answered. The Mahavairakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, didn't understand what the Dipankara archaic Buddha was talking about. After all the Buddhas left, he asked curiously, Dipankara archaic Buddha, what are you doing? I'm also responsible for Ananda's matter. The Dipankara archaic Buddha smiled and said, "That day, it was the revered one's preaching. I spoke too much and caused Ananda's doubts. Therefore, I want to make up for my mistake that day." "How do you want to make up for it?" The Manjushri Bodhisattva was curious. Did the revered one start comprehending the Mahayana Buddhism 10,000 years ago? Have you attained great mastery? The Dipankara archaic Buddha asked with a smile. Naturally, it has already attained great mastery. The Mahavairakana revered one nodded and said, "This Buddhism has already been recorded into the Tripitaka Buddhist scripture, which is kept in the scripture repository. The Mahayana Buddhism has yet to be preached by the revered one. I'm afraid you have some reservations about it?" The Dipankara archaic Buddha asked calmly. "Indeed." The Mahavairakana revered one nodded. Although the Hinayana Buddhism has many flaws, it's stable and steady. As for the Mahayana Buddhism, it fixes the flaws of the Hinayana Buddhism. However, it's a little too eager for quick success and deviates from my Buddhist scripture. Revered one, Buddhism sees the world through Buddha's eyes. It presents the great thousand worlds and small thousand worlds to the human eye. There are no flaws or flaws. The only flaw and flaw is the human eye. The Dipankara archaic Buddha smiled and said, "The revered one is too benevolent. It's too difficult to achieve perfection." "Yes, if that's the case, I'll preach the Mahayana Tripitaka scripture to all the Buddhas." The Mahavairakana revered one nodded. However, the Mahavairakana revered one was surprised. He looked at the Manjushri Bodhisattva and smiled. "Dipankara archaic Buddha, do you want me to preach the Manjushri Bodhisattva first?" That's not necessary." The Dipankara archaic Buddha shook his head and said, "Since the Mahayana Buddhism of the revered one is to be preached, it must be spread to the blessed lands." What about the hidden immortal continent? What about the thousand demons' sacred realm? This disciple isn't talented, but I'm willing to make a great wish. The Manjushri Bodhisattva immediately realized and hurriedly bowed. The Dipankara archaic Buddha waved his hand and said, "You've already attained enlightenment. Don't snatch any more merit." This disciple. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was stunned. The Mahavairakana revered one was enlightened and nodded slightly. Namo wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. The Mahavairakana revered one remained silent for a while and said, "This disciple is here." The Manjushri Bodhisattva put his palms together and said, "I have the Mahayana Tripitaka scripture, and I want to preach it to the hidden immortal continent. However, this scripture is precious. If I preach it casually, people will definitely look down on it." The Mahavairakana revered one said word by word, "You need to search the entire blessed lands for someone who can preach the scripture. Ask him to come to my thunder sound temple to obtain the scripture. This person bears the heavy responsibility of obtaining the scripture. If he succeeds, he will receive billions of merit. If you attain enlightenment, you will also receive 100,000 merit as the Manjushri Bodhisattva." This disciple obeys the revered one. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was really confused. He really didn't understand why the Mahavairakana revered one would suddenly give him such a Buddhist decree. "You can go now." Before the Manjushri Bodhisattva asked any more questions, he said, "After I figure it out, I'll preach the Buddhist decree the next time I preach." Yes, this disciple understands. The Manjushri Bodhisattva hurriedly bowed. However, when he stood up, the Mahavairakana revered one's golden body had already disappeared. In front of him was the Dipankara archaic Buddha who was smiling at him. Dipankara archaic Buddha. The Manjushri Bodhisattva's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Please teach me." The Dipankara archaic Buddha smiled slightly. His mouth moved as if he didn't say anything. However, the Manjushri Bodhisattva heard it clearly. It was the Dipankara archaic Buddha's heart connection. This heart connection only had 3 words, Ananda. Amitba. The Manjushri Bodhisattva smiled slightly. When he turned around, his golden body slowly disappeared. The Dipankara archaic Buddha looked at the empty Thunderclap Temple's great hall, then at the Maitreya Buddha's empty seat. He let out a slight sigh and muttered, "Sigh, another sutra seeking." Just as the Buddha light was about to disappear, a calm voice resounded. Dipankara Archaic Buddha, what do you mean by that? Does the revered one not know? The Dipankara Archaic Buddha smiled faintly. When I was in my fourth life, the revered one was in his third life. Wasn't it the so-called Great Tang Empire? That eastern victory proud comes to the divine lands, a stone monkey. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha's words were like flowing water. However, his words revealed the secrets of Buddhism. Chapter 3501. Xiao Huan naturally didn't know that it was the powerful Mahavairakana revered one's thoughts that made him vigilant and said that he had entered the space. He stood in the void with a frown and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye to carefully examine his surroundings. Similar to what he thought, although the nearby space had already begun to collapse, it hadn't completely collapsed. If Xiao Hua insisted on entering, the chances of finding a way to return to the hidden immortal continent were still very high. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eye and released his Buddhist sense and divine sense. After exploring for a moment, he made a decision in his heart. Lightning flashed around Xiao Hua's body. He used his most proficient lightning escape technique and rushed into the depths of the space. When he used the lightning escape technique, Xiao Hua was delighted. Ever since he formed his nascent soul in the void, he had always been pretending to be a monk in the pure land of ultimate bliss. He had never truly used the imperial lightning escape technique. Even in the profound water palace, he had only used it for a little while and didn't see much progress. Today, when he used the heaven and earth escape technique, his speed immediately soared. The lightning around his body overflowed like water and wrapped around Xiao Hua's entire body. Moreover, the lightning seemed to have left Xiao Hua's body, making him feel as if he had a pair of wings on his back. Wonderful! Thunder tranquility, thunder movement, and even thunder ascension. At this moment, this Xiao has reached the limit of thunder movement. I estimate that it won't take long for me to enter the thunder ascension realm. Lightning travel 3 realms, you really don't know how arrogant you are. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. He knew in his heart that after he became a nascent soul, the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts merged into his nascent soul. His nascent soul could control heavenly lightning as if it was at its fingertips. It was inevitable that his lightning escape technique would make great progress. The joy of the lightning escape technique's improvement was still small. Xiao Hua was the happiest when he flew leisurely in the void that was close to the space. Previously, Xiao Hua already knew that his sense of direction in the void was unparalleled. However, when he entered the void again, he truly understood his own ability. Having this sense of direction in the void gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than any other kind of sacred art he cultivated. This was the only innate ability that Xiao Hua had discovered so far. Every time he flew into a void passage and saw that it had collapsed, he would immediately retreat without hesitation. Looking at the choices of 3 or 4 forks in front of him, he didn't need to think at all. Just by looking at these forks with his naked eye, he could immediately determine which one he could take, which one might take him around, and which one was the closest. Of course, because the spatial network was collapsing one after another, Xiao Hua's judgment of the integrity of the passage might be wrong. However, he had never failed to use tricks like taking a detour or taking a shortcut. Xiao Hua didn't know if it was because the spatial network had collapsed for a long time, or if it was because of Xiao Hua's instincts. But after flying for several days, he didn't encounter any special danger. The strange insect didn't appear, the strange flame didn't appear, and the ordinary spatial collapse basically couldn't do anything to Xiao Hua. On this day, just as Xiao Hua was feeling immensely proud of himself, his tail wagging in the air, he suddenly stopped, slapped his own forehead, and said with a smile, "Damn it. It's true that people are in high spirits when encountering happy events, but even if it's high spirits, it can't neglect proper business. Although this place is a spatial network and can't be considered as the true void, but now that I've reached the depths of the spatial network, it should be about the same as the void, right? Xian mentioned the secret of heaven's heart. I should be able to check it out right here, right?" Thinking of this, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the broken tortoise shell that G-Man from Meng Mountain's back Earth stockade immediately appeared in the void. As soon as the tortoise shell entered the void, it immediately flashed with a 5-colored brilliance, and that brilliance was like an oval-shaped halo emerging from the tortoise shell. As the halo emerged, a dark green heart-shaped object flew out from the tortoise shell, and at the same time, the tortoise shell immediately turned into a dark green scroll. It can be like this? Xian didn't deceive me. Xiaohua was very excited and overjoyed, but he didn't dare to be careless. He slapped his own forehead, and a golden and crimson brilliance rushed out, and the other 2 heavens' hearts appeared. The dark green heaven's heart was attracted by these 2 brilliances and cheerfully flew into it. These 3 heavens' hearts spun in the air, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and even the 3 brilliances flickered rapidly, and then the 3 heavens' hearts disappeared into Xiaohua's forehead. After collecting the 3rd heaven's heart, Xiaohua took out the tortoise shell that Xian gave him and the tortoise shell that he obtained. Sure enough, the 3 tortoise shells all emitted a 5-colored brilliance. Xian's tortoise shell turned into a golden scroll, and Xiaohua's tortoise shell turned into a crimson scroll. In particular, the brilliance of these 3 scrolls attracted each other, and the 5-colored halo of the 3 scrolls slowly rotated, gradually overlapping, and the 3 scrolls also flew together, fusing into a 3-colored scroll. Isn't this the so-called heavenly scroll? Xiaohua was overjoyed. Xian didn't mention this before. However, Xiaohua didn't care at this time, and with a grab of his hand, the 3-colored scroll fell into his hand. However, when Xiaohua flipped through the book, a strange expression appeared on his face again. This was because the scroll was completely blank. Not to mention the inscriptions he was looking for, there wasn't even a single ordinary word. It was like a wordless heavenly scroll. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately understood why Xian didn't say anything. He could even guess the gloating expression on Xian's face when she found out that he had opened the heavenly scroll in the void. Yes, Xian had this heavenly scroll for who knows how long. Looking at the things that Xian prepared to enter the profound water palace, it was clear that Xian's scholarly family's background was very deep. Even Xian, who had such a background, was helpless against this wordless heavenly scroll, so how could Xiaohua see through it? No wonder this guy was so generous. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. So this thing is a piece of trash. With that thought in mind, Xiaohua released his divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and soul awareness in succession, but they were all to no avail. In the end, he opened his delirium dharma eye, but unfortunately, all he saw was a tortoise shell. He couldn't even see the heavenly scripture, let alone the words. Forget it. I'm afraid the opportunity hasn't come yet. Xiaohua shrugged and prepared to send the heavenly scroll into the space. However, the moment he raised his hand, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. A trace of a smile appeared on his face, and then he closed his eyes. The nascent soul in his lower dantian emerged from the top of his head. The nascent soul entered the void and immediately revealed itself. This guy actually stood on top of Xiaohua's head and stretched lazily. He opened his small mouth and yawned as if he had finally arrived home. Then, with a wave of his small hand, the heavenly scroll fell into his hand. When the nascent soul's gaze fell on the 3-colored heavenly scroll, he let out a burst of wild laughter. That laughter was extremely lewd. Little Xian, you are very wrong. The nascent soul laughed and shouted, You think that if you can't see it, others can't see it? This Xiao's naked eyes and Dharma eyes can't see it, but this nascent soul can. 5 cheese unifications. This is the true cultivation method of 5 cheese unifications. Rumble. Just as Xiaohua was laughing wildly, a thunderous sound could be heard coming from the void within 300 meters. The grayish-white color was like 10,000 snakes dancing wildly, and the entire void passage was rapidly collapsing. Damn it, it must be Xian's resentment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly let his nascent soul return and urged his flying technique to rush forward. Of course, the stingy Xiaohua wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity in the void. He called out the green-robed Xiaohua again and let him control his nascent soul and lie on top of his head to read the wordless heavenly scroll. The Black Cloud Ridge was still the same Black Cloud Ridge. The thick mist of the Black Cloud family's patriarch lingered around the mountain ridge. There were still a few merchants passing through the area, trembling in fear. These merchants were surrounded by bodyguards. Similarly, these bodyguards were also extremely vigilant. They held weapons in their hands and were ready to fight at any moment. These merchants also had no choice. Some goods could be taken a detour, some goods were urgent, and the money they could earn was also great. It was worth the risk. However, their worries became a joke at this time. This was because no matter if it was Black Wind Ridge, Mo Cloud Ridge, or Lion Rock, the demons of these three factions had no time to pay attention to them because they were all gathered in the depths of Black Wind Ridge. In the depths of the Black Wind Ridge that was covered by the black clouds, there was a mountain ridge that was 1,000 feet in size. Thousands of birds were densely packed in the sky. These birds had different appearances. Some were eagles, some were condors, and some were hawks, kites, vultures, harriers, ospreys, falcons, owls, and many more. However, all of them had large bodies and were abnormally ferocious. As their wings flapped, they blew away the black clouds and even blocked the sunlight in the sky. Looking at the ground, there were also all kinds of ferocious beasts. Some were tigers, some were leopards, some were lions, some were wolves, some were elephants, and some were rhinoceroses. Some of these ferocious beasts were in human form while others were in beast form. However, each of them held a weapon in their hands and were lined up in a neat formation. Although some of the ferocious beasts were roaring, even more ferocious beasts were waiting for orders in an extremely orderly manner. In front of the birds in the sky, a golden eagle that was 100 feet in size stood lazily in the air. This eagle's body was covered with shining golden feathers. Each feather was a foot long. The golden eagle's wings were not spread out. On its huge head, a circle of white feathers stood upright, looking like a white crown. About 1,000 feet to its left, there was also a lion that was even larger than this one standing there. This lion's appearance was even more strange. Its entire body was actually pure white, far from the usual brownish yellow. Moreover, on both sides of the lion's ferocious head, there were two slightly smaller lion heads. These two lion heads had their eyes tightly shut, as if they were asleep. This white lion's eyes were filled with ferocity and a trace of disdain as it coldly looked ahead. Chapter 3502. The golden eagle and white lion were several hundred feet away from the two demons. The one standing in the air was naturally the black bear spirit. At this moment, the black bear spirit had a helpless expression. The magic wand in his hand was dragged behind him weakly. His two small eyes scanned the sky and then looked at the ground. He opened his mouth and said, "King Golden Eagle, King Myriad Lion, are the two of you tired of living? My Black Wind Ridge has always minded our own business with Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. This King's Black Wind Ridge is the smallest in the Black Cloud Ridge. May I know why the two great kings are suddenly interested in my Black Wind Ridge?" The black bear spirit said to himself. His expression was very cautious. The demon cloud under his feet rolled slightly, as if he felt that something was wrong and was about to escape. Unfortunately, neither the lazy golden eagle nor the cold white lion had any intention of replying. The black bear spirit could only say, "AI, today is already the 100th day. I really don't understand. What is the real reason for the two of you to surround my Black Wind Ridge? This king is the earliest king of Black Wind Ridge, right? This king only gave the throne to King Wancho because he was in the prime of his life. However, he actually forgot his roots and wanted to harm this king. This king had no choice but to kill him. Could it be that the two kings had a particularly good relationship with him and are here to avenge him?" The golden eagle's eyes were originally slightly closed. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. The black bear spirit was so scared that he trembled. He activated the demon cloud under his feet and instantly fled more than 10 feet away. Black Bear Spirit. The golden eagle laughed and said, "You said this on the first day I came. After that, you said it every day. Don't you feel tired of it? Don't you understand why I am here? Why do you need me to say it clearly? You and I are both demons. We both know it." The Black Bear Spirit said with a wronged expression, "King Golden Eagle, you are a 9-headed bird in the sky. How can I compare to you?" Back then, didn't Old Bear find a flat bird to be his king because he wasn't smart enough? "Oh, I am not the king of innuendo. Don't think too much. You're right, you and I are demons. We're different from the stinky scholars of the hidden immortal continent. We should say what we should say, don't speak in riddles. 100 days ago, you and the myriad Lion King suddenly joined forces to attack my Black Wind Ridge. Why exactly did you do that? This old bear has always felt that we came to the hidden immortal continent to be demons and that life is not easy. Yes, it is what the scholars often say. Originally, there is no need to be so anxious to destroy each other. That was why this old bear endured time and time again. Even if I had to give up my cave and retreat to this place, I did not want to be enemies with you all. But you all don't have the awareness of being demons, attacking my Black Wind Ridge from all sides. Roar! Seeing that the Black Bear Spirit was being so long-winded, the white lion opened its mouth and a gust of wind blew within 100 feet radius. The lion's roar shook the mountains. Roar! The ferocious beasts all roared together with the white lion's roar. It was a scene of chaos. Black Bear. The white lion's voice was very majestic, rolling like thunder. This is the first time this king has spoken, and it will also be the last time. My Black Wind Ridge is the world of demons. You can let King Wancho be the king, or King Snowbat be the king, but you can't let a human be the king. You have always been a coward. This king has long seen through you. If not for the fact that your existence is still meaningful, this king would have already eaten you. Since you have spoken so clearly, as a demon, this king will also be honest with you. What kind of array is on the mountain behind you? Since when did your Black Wind Ridge have a Daoist array protecting it? Who set it up? Ayaya. Myriad Lion King. The Black Bear Spirit hurriedly smiled. You've finally spoken. Look at what you're saying. How can my Black Wind Ridge compare to Yun Ridge and Lion Rock? You have a strong army and no one dares to offend you. My Black Wind Ridge will be in trouble if there's even the slightest disturbance. That's why this king invited an unknown Dao sect cultivator to set up an array for my Black Wind Ridge. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen and my Black Wind Ridge will be able to escape this calamity. Unknown Dao sect cultivator? Hee, Black Bear, you're really lying through your teeth. The boy from Yun Ridge and Lion Rock joined forces to attack for 10 whole days and still couldn't do anything about it. How could it be set up by an unknown Dao sect cultivator? The Golden Condor King laughed coldly. How about this? This king won't say anything. Invite that cultivator out and let this king take a look. Ayaya! The Black Bear Spirit cried out in surprise. Why is the Golden Condor King suddenly interested in a Dao sect cultivator? You should have said so earlier. Since you wanted to see this cultivator, you didn't have to surround my Black Wind Ridge, did you? If you had said so earlier, this king wouldn't have had to be so worried for the past 100 days. Where is he? The white lion was clearly impatient and asked coldly. He left long ago? The Black Bear Spirit spread his hands and laughed bitterly. Both kings are right. This Black Wind Ridge is my world. What is a cultivator doing in Black Wind Ridge? He left long ago. Both kings. Even if we don't meet the Hermit Seeker, let's quickly retreat. This king will also return to the cave residence with a group of people. With that, the Black Bear Spirit clapped his hands and prepared to fly back. Caw! The Golden Condor cried out. Everyone says that the Black Bear Spirit is cowardly. This king thinks that your guts are bigger than the heavens. You want to dismiss the boy from Yun Ridge and Lion Rock with just a few words? Aren't you going to invite us into your array to take a look? The Black Bear Spirit scratched his head and laughed in an extremely naive manner. Both kings have already occupied this old bear's nest. What haven't you seen? What else do you want to see in the array? Of course, if both kings are sincere, then you can dismiss the boy under you first. This king will open the array and invite both of you in. What's there to see in your broken nest? This king doesn't even want to take a look. The golden condor laughed coldly. Seeing that you have been working hard to greet this king every day, this king will make things clear to you. Invite all the people in your Black Wind Ridge who are not demons out, and we will retreat immediately. Especially the cultivator who helped you set up this array. Sigh. Hearing that the Golden Condor King had finally revealed his intentions, the Black Bear Spirit's expression turned serious. He shook his head slightly and said, "Golden Condor, White Lion, this old bear knows that his strength is not as good as yours. Furthermore, this old bear is also cowardly. There are some things that small demons like you and I can't interfere in. In particular, this old bear will also give you a piece of advice. When judging a person, you have to look at their heart. Don't sell your life for someone else's promise. Sometimes what you are selling may be your own life. Even if this old bear is unlucky, can you, Golden Condor and White Lion, be free? I don't believe it. Old bear, I didn't think that you would dare to say this to us. It turns out that there are times when you are bold." The Golden Condor King laughed and spread his wings. They were actually hundreds of feet wide. As his wings flapped, golden light flashed. However, the Golden Condor King's tone was even more arrogant. "This king came today to see what kind of cultivator gave you the courage to look like. I want him to set up the same array for this king's Yun Ridge." Forget it. The Black Bear Spirit saw the Golden Condor King spread his wings and hurriedly waved his hand. He flew up the mountain and shouted, "This king will not waste any more words with you. You can attack or surround me if you want. This king is going to find a female bear to look at the stars." Seeing that the Black Bear Spirit was so alert, the Golden Condor King glanced at the silent White Lion and smiled bitterly. The Black Bear Spirit flew close to the mountain ridge, and a circle of light flashed around its body. Its body twisted strangely and disappeared. The mountain ridge was still the same as before. Not even a blade of grass on the mountain moved. Myriad Lion King, this Black Bear Spirit is so slippery. He did not reveal anything at all. The Golden Condor King said helplessly to the Myriad Lion King. The Myriad Lion King nodded. This Black Bear Spirit is famous for his cowardice. For the past 100 days, he has been very careful every day. It seems like he wants us to slack off. Every time he comes out, he will not be more than 500 feet away from the array. With your flying speed, you will not be able to do anything to him. It seems like the Black Bear Spirit is still relying on this Daoist array. It seems like we can only break this array to achieve our goal. The Golden Condor King looked at the mountain and said awkwardly, "But our boy has been attacking this array for more than 10 days. There is no effect at all. Even if we do it ourselves, we may not succeed." At this point, the Golden Condor King lowered his voice and said, "Who is the cultivator who set up the array for the Black Bear Spirit? Or do they have to force this person out?" The Black Bear Spirit's words these few days have made this king nervous. To be able to set up such an array is not an ordinary cultivator. Let's not get into trouble. What trouble can we get into? The White Lion King sneered. Hiding in the array for more than 100 days and not daring to come out. What kind of famous cultivator can he be? Besides, even if this cultivator has some tricks up his sleeve, can he compare to them? Indeed. The Golden Condor King shrunk his neck, the white crown on his head slanted. No matter how powerful that cultivator is, he is just one person. How many nails can he make if he is made of iron? This king has seen how powerful that group of people is. If you and I don't listen, I am afraid we will be killed by them immediately. Sigh. Hearing this, the Myriad Lion King looked embarrassed and sighed. You and I have been flaunting our strength in the Black Cloud Ridge for so many years, but who knew that there were so many people hiding in the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge? You and I have become their cover. If not for the Black Bear Spirit, you and I would still be in the dark. The ignorant are fearless. The Golden Condor King gathered his courage. You and I are still useful now. If we were like the Black Bear spirit, I am afraid we would not live for long. Since those people are willing to let us be their cover, we will continue to be their cover. In the future, without the Black Bear spirit, you and I do not need to care too much about territory. Let's live well first. Chapter 3503. The problem is that after the Black Bear spirit is destroyed, you and I. Myriad Lion King's eyes were filled with worry. Will it be like what Old Bear said? What's the use of thinking about this now? Golden Condor King sneered. Since the day you and I entered Black Cloud Ridge, today's fate has already been decided. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter what, we'll live longer than the Black Bear. Perhaps we should also consider finding a powerful backer. Myriad Lion King seemed to have thought about it and said in a low voice. Golden Condor King sneered. We are the infamous demons of Black Cloud Ridge. Those Confucian cultivators, who would fancy us? They're probably afraid that they won't be able to escape in time? Sigh, it's difficult. Myriad Lion King shook his head. The white lion fur on his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. He looked at Black Wind Ridge in the distance and seemed to be angry. It's all because of that damn Black Bear. He ordered the boy to move our muscles today since we haven't attacked for a long time. Why should we attack? Golden Condor King laughed. That group of people just wanted us to surround Black Wind Ridge. They didn't say that they wanted to attack it. Why should we work so hard? Forget it. We've been surrounded for many days. Even if Black Bear has some food, it should be used up by now. Let's wait for them to rush out. Myriad Lion King thought for a while and nodded slightly. But at this moment, Golden Condor King smiled and asked, if Black Bear spirit and the rest rush out, what should we do? Black Bear's subordinates. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Myriad Lion King opened his mouth. The fangs in his bloody mouth were very long. He then spat out 5 words coldly. Golden Condor King nodded. I'm afraid that's the only way. Sigh, Black Bear spirit said it well. We're from the same root. Why be so anxious to kill each other? Bullshit. I'm a white lion. I have nothing to do with Black Bear. Myriad Lion King sneered. If you're merciful, you can go easy. Let's see how those people will deal with your Cloud Ridge. I didn't say anything. I just admired the poems of hidden immortal continents Confucian cultivators and casually recited a few lines. You admire? If the Confucian cultivators you ate didn't turn into feces in your stomach, they could turn into a few poems. The Myriad Lion King sneered again. Putting aside the fact that the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King had surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's formation, the Black Bear spirit hurriedly retreated into the formation. What appeared before his eyes was the simple cave abode that Xiaohua had previously opened in the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, the front of the cave was divided into 2 parts. The upper part was the people led by the Changling princess of Jiang country. They had set up tents and stayed at the side of the cave. The lower part was a group of demons from Black Wind Ridge. Unlike the Changling princess people, these demons did not have any formations. They were casually scattered among the mountains. Some were lying down, some were standing, and some were in groups of 3 or 5. However, their gazes were all focused on the tents on the mountain. As for the human and demon, there were some thorns and rocks in the middle. There were even some heavily armored soldiers standing there with spears in their hands. They were very vigilant and alert, but the heavy armor and the spears in their hands could not wipe away the terror in the eyes of these soldiers. This was because they were facing the naked gazes of hundreds or even thousands of demons. These gazes were like sharp swords, piercing through their heavy armor and landing on their bodies. It was as if their flesh was exposed to the world, and the fragrance of their flesh and blood had already spread to the mouths and noses of the demons. At the foot of the mountain, one of the fairies swallowed his saliva. In an instant, the soldiers' ears were filled with the sounds of saliva drooling. They could even see that many fairies were already drooling, "Not good." The leftmost soldier saw that the few demons closest to him had slightly moved their feet and were moving towards them. He was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly inform the princess, the demon can't take it anymore." Fortunately, just as a soldier was about to retreat and the few demons in front of him were about to take a step forward, the black bear spirit's cold snort sounded out. The few demons were shocked and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They turned their heads and looked in other directions. The other demons also shrunk their necks and shifted their attention away from the soldiers. There were even a few demons that tried to cover it up by grabbing a few rare blades of grass from the ground and putting them into their mouths to chew on. "Master has already decreed that my Black Wind Mountain Range bloodline must not eat human flesh. Who dares to make me lose face? I will kill him." The black bear spirit shouted fiercely. "Furthermore, the soldiers of Jiang country are our comrades. If anyone dares to look at them, I will dig out their eyeballs." After speaking, the black bear spirit did not look at the other demons. He turned and landed in front of the cave residence and quickly walked in. However, his face turned bitter as he faced the demons. "Damn it!" Without waiting for the black bear spirit to enter the cave, he shouted, "Are you guys done with your discussion? When are we going to charge out? If we wait a few more days, before the golden eagle and white lion attack, we will be in chaos. Boy under my command, do not blame me when they eat people." The inside of this simple cave residence was not much different from before Xiaohua had left. However, other than the Changling princess, Xiao Jian and the others, there was an additional white-haired old man under Xiaohua's seat. This old man frowned slightly. Hearing the black bear spirit's complaints, he turned to look at Qin Xiaoyao, who was also sitting next to him, and Lu Yi, who was holding a horsetail whisk in the distance. He said, "Black Wind King, do not be impatient. Do not be impatient." The black bear spirit seemed very dissatisfied. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, he sat down on a seat below everyone and complained, "Eldest sect Uncle Qin, go out and take a look yourself. This king's boy subordinates look at the soldiers of Jiang country. They have been hungry for many days. If there is no more food, this king really does not know how to restrain them." This old man's name was Qin Qingyu, and he was Qin Xiaoyao's martial uncle. Long before Xiaohua left, Qin Xiaoyao had brought a few of his disciples to the Jiang country to search for the Dao sect cultivators that had yet to be killed by the Copper Pillar Gua. When the Jiang country was destroyed, the Dao cultivators of the Jiang country naturally scattered and fled far away. The so-called Second Imperial Preceptor Qin Xiaoyao did not find him, and only found Qin Qingyu, who did not have time to escape. At that time, Qin Qingyu was planning where to go with his dozens of disciples and hundreds of Dao soldiers. When he heard that there was a nascent soul cultivator in the Black Wind Ridge who wanted to help the Jiang country restore the country, Qin Qingyu was immediately overjoyed. Who did not know the merit of becoming a dragon? At this time, it was Xiaohua's time to use people, and his own help was 100 times better than the icing on the cake in the future. Therefore, Qin Qingyu did not hesitate to follow Qin Xiaoyao to the Black Wind Ridge. However, Qin Qingyu had not expected Copper Pillar Gua to be so determined to kill the Changling princess, and even more so the Jiang family and Copper Pillar Academy's desire to kill Xiaohua. When he came to Black Wind Ridge with his Dao soldiers, all of Black Wind Ridge was surrounded by the Yao of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was disdainful of the Yao. He ordered his disciples to lead the Dao soldiers to resist, and had the Black Bear Spirit lead the Yao of Black Wind Ridge to attack. The Dao soldiers fought 1 against 3, and effectively blocked the flying beasts of Mo Yun Ridge. But the Yao of Black Wind Ridge were not a match for the beasts of Lion Mountain, and were defeated in 1 blow. Qin Qingyu had no choice but to listen to Xiao Jian's arrangements. He took the Dao soldiers and disciples to follow the Black Bear Spirit into the large formation Xiaohua had set up. Of course, Qin Qingyu had seen many large formations. At the start, he did not have much hope for this large formation. He was waiting for Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain to break through the formation, and then he would lead his people to break through. But reality caused Qin Qingyu's eyes to widen. The Yao of Lion Mountain and Mo Yun Ridge had attacked for many days, but the large formation was undamaged. The Yao of Black Wind Ridge were relaxed as though they were watching a show, watching the flying beasts and beasts fight with their lives outside the formation. Seeing this, Qin Qingyu grew more curious about Xiao Hua, this nascent soul cultivator he had never met before. However, after a few days of curiosity, regret came again. Xiao Hua didn't come back on time. Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock's attack also stopped. The birds and beasts actually surrounded them but didn't attack, and just like that, they wasted their time. At the beginning, Qin Qingyu still had some confidence. He felt that a nascent soul cultivator would not go back on his word. But as time passed, 10 days passed until 100 days had passed. He was disappointed, gave up, and was extremely vexed. What made his heart jump the most was that he had fallen into the trap of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Because Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain did not attack, the people of Black Wind Ridge and the Yao had run out of food for a long time. Also, this mountain did not rely on water. Everyone did not even have water. The cultivators were naturally not afraid of this, but the Dao soldiers and Yao were. When the Yao of Black Wind Ridge retreated into the formation, they did not think so much and did not bring anything. The Princess of Chongling and the others carried some food in the small universe bag, but it could not support the consumption of the Black Wind Ridge Yao. In the end, each person and each Yao could eat very little every day. This was why the Black Wind Ridge Yao looked at the soldiers of Jiang country with such fervent gazes. Only now did Qin Qingyu understand. How could the Yao of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain have such a plan? How did they know of the food shortage plan? There must be an expert guiding them from behind, and their target was definitely not him. Other than the Princess of Chongling, it was probably that nascent soul cultivator Xiao Hua. However, he could see that the other goal of the Yao's encirclement was to force Xiao Hua to come out. But what made Qin Qingyu bitter was that Xiao Hua's departure was very sudden and secretive. Even the majority of the Yao of Black Wind Ridge did not know. How could the Golden Eagle and White Lion know? I'm afraid that they've mistaken me for Xiao Hua, and I'm the scapegoat. Chapter 3504. Thinking of this, Qin Qingyu unconsciously looked angrily at Qin Xiaoyao. If this guy had not lured him here, how could he have come here? Now that the situation was hopeless, how could he resolve it? Maybe this is the only way? Qin Qingyu's gaze swept across the Chongling princess and the angry black bear spirit and made a decision. Black bear spirit friend. Qin Qingyu laughed and said, "Aren't I and the others discussing? The situation is dangerous now, and it is time for us to work together. We cannot be anxious and cannot be suspicious. Then you discuss. This king will wait for you to decide. This king does not know how to use brains, but this king knows how to use strength." The black bear spirit waved his hand and said disinterestedly. But just as the black bear spirit hung his head in annoyance, Lu Yi, who had been holding a horsetail whisk, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded at the black bear spirit. He smiled and said to Qin Qingyu, "Sect Uncle Qin, this one cannot come up with any ideas. I am bored here and want to go out for a walk. Ah, little friend Lu, do as you please. This is your master's cave residence. You are the masters here." Qin Qingyu bowed slightly, making people feel that Qin Qingyu was very amiable. "Many thanks, Sect Uncle Qin." Lu Yi bowed respectfully and slowly walked out. He walked to the black bear spirit's side and gave the black bear spirit a look. The black bear spirit blinked his small eyes to show that he understood. Then he lowered his head and soon dozed off. Fortunately, it was just a moment. He lowered his head as though he was really asleep. When he raised his head, he immediately opened his small eyes and said apologetically, Sorry, I am really tired. You discuss, I will go out and take a nap." Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he ran out while muttering, "Alas, fellow immortal Xiao." Qin Qingyu originally wanted to whisper something to Qin Xiaoyao, but when he saw the black bear spirit, he also left. He looked around and sighed. "It seems that we have to make a decision. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid that even Lu and fellow immortal black bear will have other thoughts." "Impossible." Xiao Jian furrowed his brows and shook his head. I can understand if others are disloyal, but these two would never do that. Hey, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what others are thinking? Xianxia said with a smile, Fellow Immortal, don't you know this? Then what does fellow Daoist Qin mean? Xiao Jian looked at Xianxia and asked, should we rush out of the formation and fight those birds and beasts to the death? How is this possible? Xianxia smiled faintly. You and I are well aware of the strength of our forces. Fellow Immortal Heixiong's absence saves us the embarrassment of talking about it. The demons of the Black Wind Mountain are just a motley crew. They're not enough to accomplish anything. We're no match for those birds and beasts. What we need to do now is to figure out how to escape. Martial uncle, how is that possible? Qin Xiaoyao said with a bitter face. If we could escape, would we have waited until now? If this disciple is not wrong, there must be elite soldiers of Bronze Pillar Country outside Black Cloud Ridge. Even if we rush out of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock's encirclement, it's unlikely we can escape Black Cloud Ridge. Xiaoyao, you think too highly of yourself. Qin Qingyu said with a smile. You think these demons are here for you? Cough cough, your highness, don't be too nervous. Didn't fellow Immortal Black Bear say it clearly? The Golden Eagle and White Tiger care about Senior Xiao. If it was only for your highness, they would not be so fanatical. Senior Qin, this one is no longer the princess of Jiang country. There is no need to call me your highness. The Chongling princess also had a worried frown. She smiled and said, actually, this one hopes that their target is me. This way, this one only needs to go out and the danger of Black Wind Mountain will be resolved immediately. There is no need to harm everyone's lives. The princess is definitely one of their targets. At the side, Xiao Jian shook his head and said, but they are surrounding us and not attacking because they want to see our bottom line. Fellow Daoist Qin is right. There must be an encirclement outside this encirclement. But our consciousness is limited and cannot see far. We cannot see the situation outside Black Wind Mountain. In my opinion, there must be an even more powerful enemy who has set a trap for Senior Xiao. When he spoke up to hear, Xiao Jian sighed and said, before Senior Xiao left, he set up this formation to hide us, and he instructed us to pretend to have escaped from Black Wind Ridge so that the pursuers of the Copper Pillar Kingdom would think that we've escaped. Back then, I felt that Senior Xiao's actions were unnecessary. It would have been better for us to leave Black Wind Mountain. But now that I think about it, it is easy for us to leave Black Wind Mountain, but it is difficult to escape from the pursuers of Bronze Pillar Country. Especially Chongling and the others, they will fall into the hands of Bronze Pillar Country. The reason why Senior Xiao asked us to stay here was to leave the grudge between Tong Zhuguo and Jiangguo for him to settle. So he can keep us alive. But he calculated wrong. We only paid attention to the movements of Bronze Pillar Country. We did not expect the spirits of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain to come. We were caught off guard. Since it's so grim, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape, right? Qin Xiaoyao was also filled with emotions as he followed Xiao Jian's words. Xiao Jian glanced at Qin Qingyu and said, that's right. I feel that we are too weak right now. The only thing we can rely on is Senior Xiao's formation. We can't break out of the encirclement easily. Breaking out of the encirclement will only consume our strength. What we need to do is wait for Senior Xiao's return. Of course, fellow Daoist Qin sent disciples to search for news of other Jiang country cultivators before coming to Black Wind Mountain. If they can come, we can work together. Maybe we have a chance of survival. The other disciples. Qin Qingyu grimaced. Right now, Black Wind Mountain is likely a bait. The other disciples will only die if they come. Xiao Jian felt the same and nodded slightly in agreement. Granny Ji, Qian Li, and Kong Li were sitting next to the Chongling princess. They followed the Chongling princess and did not speak. But from their expressions, they seemed to agree with Xiao Jian's words. The problem is not whether we are willing to escape or not. Qin Qingyu frowned again and explained, it's because the situation is more powerful than us. It's the demons of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Rock that forced us to escape. Of course, this old man, and even the people in the cave do not care about food and water, but the other spirits and soldiers cannot. It's not like you didn't hear fellow Daoist black bears shout just now. What if those demons go crazy from hunger? Even the black bear spirit can't control them, right? Xiao Jian heard this and said with a smile, I naturally agree with Sect Uncle Qin's words. It does not conflict with I's words. Since we know where the problem is, can't we solve the problem of food and water? How to solve it? Qin Qingyu grimaced and said, previously we sent people to charge out, but Dao soldiers, the spirits, and even fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't you try? The golden eagle is extremely fast, the white lion's abilities are impressive. No one succeeded. We were not forced to the brink before. Xiao Jian answered. Also, we sent people here and there, but forgot about the person who could escape. Fellow Daoist Xiao has a backup plan? Qin Qingyu stilled and said curiously. Xiao Jian shook his head. I do not have a backup plan. The person with the highest cultivation in this cave is Sect Uncle Qin. If Sect Uncle Qin wants to go out to find food, the golden eagle will not be able to stop him. Especially, if the people of Black Wind Mountain prepare to break out together and move in all directions, even if the golden eagle can stop Sect Uncle Qin, he will not know how to stop him. No! Qin Qingyu shook his head slightly. This old man has the highest cultivation here. If the formation is broken, this old man has the power to protect the princess. But if this old man escapes and cannot return in time, if something happens to the princess, will this old man not become a sinner of Jiang country? The Chongling princess heard this and stood up gracefully. She bowed respectfully and said, Elder Qin, Chongling thanks Elder again for your heart. But at this time, Chongling's safety is not important. If the hundreds of pixies and soldiers could not survive, how could Chongling survive? Chongling asks Elder to risk death to charge out of the encirclement and find enough food for the people of Black Cloud Ridge. Ah, Your Highness the Princess. Qin Qingyu still shook his head. The spirits are surrounding the mountain. This old man can easily charge out, but it will be difficult to return. This old man fears that I will fail the princess. Elder. The Chongling princess said seriously, at this time, to speak the truth, Chongling has implicated everyone. Chongling is grateful that everyone has accompanied Chongling to this day. Do not say that you have failed. It is fortunate to be able to escape with your lives. You do not owe Chongling anything. As she spoke, the Chongling princess bowed to everyone again. Granny Ji and the others panicked and hurriedly stood to return the bow. Qin Qingyu seemed to be thinking. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said, if so, this old man will go all out. Let's get out first and find food for Black Wind Mountain. Good. Xiao Jian clapped and said, Elder Qin should have done this long ago. I will summon the black bear spirit and have him give the order. Hundreds of spirits will charge out together. Elder can take advantage of the chaos to leave. Then, Qin Qingyu nodded. Actually, if this old man charges out of Black Cloud Ridge, food is easy to find. This old man will use at most half a day to return. Daoist Xiao, please ask Daoist Black Bear Spirit to act at night. This old man will charge when I hear the battle cries. All right, we will also lead the soldiers to charge out of the encirclement with the Black Wind Mountain spirits. Qian Li and Kong Li could not help but agree. But just as they spoke, a soldier in black armor hurriedly charged in and shouted, Your Highness the Princess, not good, a dozen spirits are charging. Chapter 3505. Where is the Black Wind King? Qian Li was shocked. Without waiting for the Chongling princess to speak, he hurriedly stood and shouted. The Black Wind King and Master Lu left the cave and went up the mountain. They have not returned yet. The soldier answered. Yeah. You go and stop those yaos. Kill whoever dares to come forward. Xiao Jian hurriedly stood and ordered Yuanya. Then he said to the Chongling princess and Qin Xiaoyao, This one will go find the black bear spirit. You two prepare. We will charge out of the formation together, pretend to attack, and help Elder Qin charge out in the chaos. And we understand. The Chongling princess and Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Yuanya, who had been silent, hurriedly stood, looked deeply at the Chongling princess, and then quickly followed Xiao Jian out. The Black Wind Ridge people charged to the east, the Chongling princess to the north. Xiaoyao, you take the Dao soldiers and charge to the south. Qin Qingyu saw Qin Jian leave and shouted again. This old man will go wherever I see a gap. Also, if you can charge out, then do so. Maybe this old man will attract their attention, and you can easily leave. No matter who goes out, if they can bring food and water out, it will be a great achievement. Yes. Everyone was shocked. They had been surrounded by a group of Yaos for 100 days. Now it was time to fight back. While they were just helping Qin Qingyu charge out, everyone was excited. After a simple assignment, Qin Qingyu rose to his feet and flew out of the cave residence. Hiss. Flying out of the cave, Qin Qingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Back in the cave, no matter how serious the black bear spirit was, Qin Qingyu didn't care. Seeing the situation in front of him, he finally understood. The situation inside the formation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. However, in front of the tents set up by the soldiers of the Jiang country, hundreds of Dao soldiers had already flown into the air. Each of them held a magic tool in their hands, and their faces were filled with vigilance. Below them, there were also hundreds of soldiers who were already fully equipped. They were also riding on horses, holding spears in their hands. Across from them, hundreds and thousands of fairies had begun to move in groups, advancing towards the soldiers step by step. Each of the fairies stuck out their scarlet tongues to lick their mouths. An indescribable thirst flashed in their eyes, and the primitive desire of hunger had overwhelmed all rationality. Black Bear Spirit, where's the Black Bear Spirit? Qin Qingyu couldn't help but yell. He knew in his heart that in the eyes of these demons, they were all food. Only the Black Bear Spirit was a threat. This king is here. Only then did the Black Bear Spirit turn around from behind the cave abode. He stepped on the demon cloud and rushed into the air, shouting, "Stop! Whoever dares to take half a step forward, I will kill him immediately." The Black Bear Spirit roared angrily. Demonic chi surged from its body. Its usual cowardice was long gone. Its ferocious aura frightened the bear spirit in front of it. "Your Majesty!" The bear spirit at the front gritted its teeth and said, "We know what your Majesty means, but we haven't eaten our fill for a long time. Master once said that he did not want us to eat humans, and we all remember that in our hearts, but now that there is nothing else to eat, we do not plan to eat humans as long as the soldiers of Jiang country give their warhorses to the little ones to eat. That's it. Don't say such boring things." The Black Bear Spirit sneered. These soldiers of the Jiang country all rely on their warhorses. Without them, they would not be able to fight at all. "Your Majesty, what battle is there to talk about now? The little ones are all hungry to the point that their hearts are stuck to their backs. How can they have the strength to fight?" The bear spirit looked at the Black Bear Spirit, but his gaze would occasionally glance at the soldiers of Jiang country, and said, "Besides, the little ones eat meat in order to live. Even if Old Master comes back, Old Master can't possibly say anything, right?" Xiaohua had left him some food that day, but Xiaohua had never thought that there would be such a situation. Not only did the spirit demon eat a lot of food, the Dao soldiers that Qin Qingyu had brought with him also did not have any food. These people ate a lot more than ordinary people, so the food that Xiaohua had given them was not enough. Of course, if not for Xiaohua's food, the Black Wind Ridge would not have been able to last for 100 days. "Children," the Black Bear Spirit thought for a moment, then raised his voice and said, "I know you guys are hungry, but look, the soldiers in front of you are so hungry that they are all skin and bones. What can they do? Even these warhorses were left with bones. Do you want to eat meat or gnaw on bones? What's more, the soldiers of Jiang country will defend against the enemy with us. Although we are demons, demons still have to have morals. How can we attack the warriors by our side? If you want to eat, you have to eat outside the formation. Those bastards from Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock have surrounded us. I've been suffocated for a while. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to eat meat. I'll gnaw those bastards from Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock into bones. Let's go, let's go. Although the few old and wise bear spirits were also greedy, they understood in their hearts that when they heard the black bear spirit's words, they also raised the weapons in their hands and shouted, "We will go and eat the fat cow." It was fine if they did not mention the fat cattle, but when they heard the fat cattle, many of the bear spirits were drooling. Their gazes moved away from the Dao soldiers who were slightly emaciated and swarmed down the mountain. The black bear spirit immediately relaxed. Qin Qingyu and the others also sighed in relief. The princess of Chongling, Qin Xiaoyao and the others all charged in front of the Dao soldiers and spoke about the matter of preparing to charge out. Everyone became alert. They were warriors, and had been suppressed in the formation for nearly 100 days. They had long been impatient. Now that they were being treated as food by the demons, they felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing that they were going to go out and fight, a wave of passion rose in their hearts. Rather than being eaten by the demons, it was better to kill the demons. If they could charge out, they would charge out. If they could not, it was better to die. Yes. Many soldiers responded in unison and left under the leadership of Qian Li and Kong Li. Those Dao soldiers also flew to the other direction in front of the formation under the leadership of Qin Xiaoyao and others, quietly waiting for Qin Qingyu's order to fight. In front of the cave, only Xiao Jian, Qin Qingyu, and Lu Yi who had just come down from the mountain were left. Qin Qingyu glanced at Xiao Jian and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, you will be in charge of this battle. You will give the orders." "All right." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "We will rely on Elder Qin to deal with the Black Wind Ridge. We will wait here for Elder to return. I hope that Elder Qin will not fail our trust." Qin Qingyu looked at the soldiers and horses in the three directions and answered, "Just as we discussed before, after this old man charges out, you can weaken your attacks and retreat to the formation. Wait half a day before you attack again. This old man will take advantage of the chaos to come in." After speaking, Qin Qingyu moved and flew to the left of the Chongling princess and landed on the back of a soldier's horse. Xiao Jian knew that Qin Qingyu wanted to take advantage of the chaotic battle to escape, so he waved his hand and flew into the air. His hand formed a spell, and a beam of light came out of his hand, charging into the air in front of the mountain. It was like a stone being thrown into water. Many horizontal waves were generated in the air. After the horizontal waves, the ferocious birds and beasts surrounding the Black Wind Ridge were revealed. Xiao Jian shouted angrily, "Everyone kill! Kill!" The soldiers of Jiang country were the first to respond. They urged their warhorses and charged out of the formation with spears in their hands. The hundreds of iron hooves rushed down the hillside like a torrent. Although the demons of Lion Rock were in a defensive formation, they were still caught off guard. In the instant of contact, more than 10 demons were pierced by the spears, and miserable screams could be heard. The soldiers of Jiang country rushed down the mountain ridge, and the hundreds of Dao soldiers also pounced towards the demons of Mo Yun Ridge from the air. Many flashes of light could be seen, and one magical artifact after another smashed down. Similarly, many fierce birds had their wings broken and fell from the sky. Roar, roar. Of the three powers, the weakest Black Wind Ridge demons were different from before. As soon as the starving demons rushed out of the magic array, their eyes lit up. It was as if the aggressive demons in front of them were fat cows. Wind immediately appeared under their feet, and they pounced on them, screaming hysterically. These spirit demons were naturally not as fast as the soldiers of Jiang country. When they came into contact with the spirit demons of Lion Mountain, the spirit demons were already prepared. Although they did not resist in a particularly orderly manner, the weapons in their hands did not hesitate to fight with the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge. However, just as the battle began, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were once again terrified, because the bear spirits were not fighting like before. They all looked like they were going to perish together, and there was no method at all. As long as they saw an opening, they would immediately pounce over and open their bloody mouths to bite. Many demons were caught off guard and were bitten on the arms and nape of their necks. Screams came from the mouths of these demons. The successful bear demons bit off the flesh of these demons and chewed it in their mouths. As for those spirit demons who did not succeed, when they heard the sound of chewing meat and the smell of blood, they became even more anxious and crazy. They pounced towards their opponents without any regard for their lives. Seeing this, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were dumbfounded. Spirits did need to eat meat, but most of the meat was human and livestock meat. How could they eat spirit demon meat after becoming a spirit demon? Ever since they became spirit demons, they had long since developed a sense of self-awareness, differentiating themselves from those spirit demons that did not have intelligence. At this moment, looking at the blood in the mouth and body of the black-winged ridge bear spirit, as well as the madness in its eyes, how could it still have the integrity of a spirit demon? A spirit demon without any integrity. It was truly terrifying. Fairies were actually the same as humans. When they saw that they were about to become food for others, they felt a chill in their hearts and involuntarily retreated. The fairies of Blackwind Ridge immediately gained the upper hand and slowly advanced down the mountain. Chapter 3506. In the sky, the golden eagle and white lion were surprised to see the formation of the Black Wind Ridge open. However, the golden eagle spread its wings and shouted, "Myriad Lion King, be careful. I'm afraid this is the Black Wind Ridge's last resort. I urge all the boys to work harder and break this formation completely. Let's see how powerful that Daoist cultivator is." Since it's all in one throw, why care about their formation? Once we kill all these demons and humans, what's the point of keeping their magic formation? White Lion laughed and ignored the golden condor. With a flap of his body, he flew down the mountain. The golden eagle said, "If you don't go, I'll break the formation myself." Immediately after, it spread its wings, and its body flashed with brilliance. A hurricane was born, and the huge body of the golden condor was like a meteor as it rushed towards Xiao Jian, who had revealed himself in midair. Its huge claws emitted a sizzling sound as they tore through the air. They were sharper than ordinary flying swords. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand as steadily as a mountain. There was a flash of brilliance, and the golden eagle only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Although the situation in front of him was still the same and he still saw the contempt in Xiao Jian's eyes, he still had an extremely bad feeling from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, before the golden eagle could do anything, its sharp claws touched an extremely tough restriction. The golden eagle was very familiar with this restriction. Oh no! The golden eagle was shocked. He knew that the formation had been sealed and he had hit the restriction. He hurriedly flapped his wings and prepared to fly up. However, at this moment, a strong force came from the restriction. This force wrapped around the golden eagle and smashed it down the mountain. Boom! There was a loud sound. Just hundreds of feet below the Black Wind Ridge, the golden eagle's body smashed into a mountain slope that was 100 feet high. Not only did it smash a big hole in the mountain slope, but it also smashed two ferocious beasts that were guarding there into meat paste. A cloud of dust gradually settled, and the extremely sorry figure of the golden eagle was revealed. Its shining golden feathers were gray, and it no longer had the majesty from before. At this time, among the Jiang soldiers fighting with the beasts, a figure suddenly moved. However, this figure did not charge into the sky, but flattened out dozens of feet. Dozens of feet away, it was the Chongling princess riding a peach-red horse and swinging her weapon to kill the beasts. At this time, the Chongling princess had just killed a beast. She was about to raise her whip when she felt something was strange behind her. She unconsciously flipped her hand and the whip was about to strike. "Princess Itzai?" Qin Qingyu's voice sounded by her ear. "Martial Uncle Qin?" The Chongling princess stilled and put away the whip in her hand. She did not understand why Qin Qingyu had suddenly appeared behind her. But before she could think, her body suddenly tensed and she flew off the peach-red horse. "Martial Uncle, what are you doing?" the Chongling princess said urgently. Your Highness Princess, I have received the great gift of the monarch. While I cannot die for the monarch, I must protect the princess' safety. Now is the best time to charge out of the encirclement. I cannot go alone. Qin Qingyu said in a low voice. I will take the princess out even if I die to repay the monarch's favor. Seeing that she had been carried dozens of feet into the air by Qin Qingyu in a moment, what else could the Changling princess say? While she did not want to leave, she could only sigh inside and wait until they charged out of the encirclement. Qin Qingyu suddenly flew out. The golden eagle was naturally furious. It screeched and flapped its wings to charge into the air. But how could the power of the golden eagle compare to the capital star's formation? The enormous force had not completely disappeared from the golden eagle's body. It stumbled and did not fly up from the ground. Roar! On the mountain ridge dozens of feet away from the golden eagle, the white lion that had just bitten a few bear spirits roared angrily. Demonic clouds formed under its feet and it chased after Qin Qingyu. Also, from the white lion's mouth, rays of light like flying swords flew out and stabbed towards Qin Qingyu. Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Qingyu ignored White Lion and roared. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized stone rushed out. As soon as the stone appeared, it flashed with a green light and suddenly grew bigger. It smashed towards the beasts in front of Qin Qingyu's head that were blocking in the air. Protect the princess. At this time, Granny Ji, Yuanya, who was on the left of the Changling princess, and the dozen or so female generals on Pegasi moved. They each waved their weapons and urged their Pegasi to fly towards the White Lion, preparing to block the White Lion's attack for Qin Qingyu. As to Qin Xiaoyao, how could he not know Qin Qingyu's intentions? With an order, he led the Dao soldiers and several disciples to charge in Qin Qingyu's direction. Puff! Yuan Ya's demonic staff was the first to succeed, shattering a flying sword-like light. However, his own body also lost balance and fell along with the leopard under his feet. Then, bang bang bang. There was a series of chaotic sounds. Granny Ji and the others first knocked down the White Lion's attack, and many magic weapons also forced the White Lion. The White Lion had no choice but to temporarily abandon Qin Qingyu. Under its 4 hooves, the demonic clouds moved and it dodged to the side. Immediately after, there was a series of screams. Qin Xiaoyao led the Dao soldiers to kill a few ferocious birds and rushed behind Qin Qingyu. Boom boom boom. There were a few muffled sounds. Is this the legendary shamelessness? Qin Qingyu, what do you mean? Jiang Yuming frowned and asked curiously. You want to use the Changling princess to threaten this old man? Senior Jiang, this Qin does not dare to say any threats. Qin Qingyu seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The Changling princess is the bait to kill Xiaohua, and also the last royal family of Jiang country. Her importance must be self-evident. If this Qin tightens his grip and the Changling princess loses her life, won't your calculations all be in vain? Senior Jiang, this Qin is just an itinerant cultivator of the Dao sect. As long as this Qin goes out, I will immediately give the Changling princess to Senior. You can do whatever you want with her. Huh? Jiang Yuming laughed and waved his hand. Qin Qingyu, the one who is in vain is you. This Changling princess is someone the monarch wants to kill. If you kill her, this old man and the others don't have to dirty our hands. Also, you killed the Changling princess. Since Xiaohua is not at Blackwind Ridge, he naturally does not know. He still has to return to Blackwind Ridge. The Changling princess is bait. It has nothing to do with the Changling princess life or death. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.